What's up, everyone? Does anyone hear me? Let's see if there is someone joining at the moment. So, what's up, guys? How was the Roy's live? Was good? Anyone enjoy the news? How's it going with AC Milan in general? All good, guys. What's new? Let me see here. What's going on? If anyone is gonna join. Here we go. Nathan is here. Let me put some invite here if anyone wants to join us and have a nice chat. What's going on? AC Milan. Yash Patil. Let's go, guys. Join me for a nice chat about AC Milan. Let's have a quick one. How's it going, Nathan?
How's it going?
All good? Let me see what's going on here. I think my sound is now working properly. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, that's perfect. Oh, Nor Khalidi. What do you think about? Yeah, we talked the other times about the attacking side, but I don't think it's due to the fact that Akan left.
To be honest, I think Diaz. I mean, he if he can adapt his play like how Papu Gomez did, he will be much better than Hakan. But the problem is, our system probably requires a different type of attacking mid because Atalanta play 3-4-1-2, and that attacking mid has less defensive duties than what our attacking mid requires.
I think overall, I was talking about this today. I was texting on Twitter. Overall, it's all about the team. We are a team that if we work together and we do the proper eye press, we manage to defend properly. If we don't do the eye press, we're gonna suffer anyway, no matter what type of attacking midfielder we have. But yeah, Diaz is not the only one should play in that position this season. We need another one because it's gonna be a lot of games, and Diaz, as much as he has a lot of quality, probably this one is gonna be the first season for him that is actually a proper, I would say it, a proper pro. You know what I mean? He's gonna do like at least 20, more than 20 games.
He's the main man.
He's the main man, especially in Serie A. So he needs someone to help him, and even Selemaker. We know Krunic and Kassi is not good enough for the next season. We were lucky last season. As I said, we overachieved with the player we have. We overachieved. But still, Akan leaving is not my main concern.
No, I don't think so either.
We just need a good one that actually can play instead of Diaz or before Diaz. Someone that exchanges with Diaz. Or if they don't do that, I wouldn't mind the 4-3-3. You know what I mean? But you need to go at least for a wing, for a good wing, at least on the right or on the left.
You mentioned high press, and remember at the beginning of the year and also the end of the previous season, we high pressed, but it was we could high press when we had guys like, Rebic and Liao, but when Zlatan is there, he can only high press for so long in a game. I feel like that's going to be the same situation with Giroud. It's not because they're not skillful enough; they just simply don't have the speed or the energy to high press at the rate Milan can high press.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you're right. We need to start the high press, not where the defense is, but at least on the midfield. We need to be a unit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So even if you don't have this, our striker doesn't have the energy or the pace to high press, but the unit is so close to each other and is close to the striker. So even if the striker goes and the ball goes through, there is straight away Diaz or a midfielder that can intervene or a winger. So we need to create volume in that side of the pitch and try to get the ball or make the opposition lose the ball,
right.
so we can actually
And
get the
that's
ball.
why
Yeah.
I brought up last time that we really shouldn't be playing with two CDMs, because when you're trying to high press, if we know our center forwards can't do it all the time, high pressing is you remember how many times Salamakers was caught out of position trying to high press like how we should, but because we had Kessie and Benasser fall back, the team couldn't high press as a unit, and that we would leave gaps all over the right side. And we usually had to bank on Calabria, which he came good every time it came to getting the ball back. But it's playing with two CDMs. You're not going to high press like that, or you can't do it all the time.
Yeah, but even when we play with Brahim Diaz, or anyway, when we play with someone else in that position, let's say Akan was in the last season, it feels like more that is like another midfielder more than an actual number 10. Just is that is
Yeah,
one of those midfielder that it can come back less. So even if you're playing with three midfielders, there is always the one that is more technical, that likes to go more forward, and he forgets about coming back or comes back less.
well, he can't. He's literally too slow to cover that gap, which is another reason why Salamakers was caught out, because Salamakers was forced to cover, was forced to overextend his pressing range, because Hakan could not cover his range of area effectively. So that was a big part. And I feel like once we had switched to Diaz, we weren't getting countered as hard, because Diaz at least had the recovery pace to get back more efficiently than Hakan did.
And another thing, Diaz, if you give him the ball, hardly is gonna lose the ball if you give it him to on the feet. You know what I mean? A proper pass.
Yeah.
Hardly is gonna miss the ball, and probably is gonna get a foul, or is gonna you know dribble and go further and become dangerous. So that's something that scares the opposition, and the opposition starts to back up more and more. So you have that you're more relaxed, especially with small teams in Italy. If you manage to
Yeah.
do that, they start to get scared and they just back up. And now you have the possession and you can find the way to find the goal.
That's a good point, because whenever I remember when Diaz, when we were, starting to play him more as the cam, I noticed that we were able to have Kessie go up a little bit more and help support, because with Hakan, he always passed sideways or backwards. A lot of his passes were sideways or backwards. So, of course, if you're going backwards, you're going to need the options to pass backwards. Whereas with Diaz, if he beat a one or two people, that creates space for players to get in behind that opposing midfield. And I felt like that really, really opened up Kessie
Yeah,
to be a little bit more free.
and I find the fact that Diaz, when he gets the ball, is on the right, on the left, or in the middle. he's so good at dribbling. So the opposition really thinks twice before intervene.
Right.
So I like it. I like it. It's a good solution. Some people I've seen these stats about Akan has better stats than Seedorf.
I heard that
So
too, and that makes no. I understand where they're getting the stats from, but when you take every free kick and every corner, you're gonna have better stats than other
exactly.
people. So
Or
you got to take it with a grain of salt and how he achieved those stats.
yeah, and people need to understand something that when Seedorf was playing at that time in the pitch, there was Pirlo that actually was doing assists and goals.
Yeah,
Kaká, Shevchenko. So we had a proper squad, and actually the number of goals and the number of assists were divided equally. Thank God, because that how a great team works when it's not dependent on one talent, but it's dependent on 5 or 6 talents, and that's the simple reason. And another thing is you have to check those assists and those goals what type of games were.
yeah,
Because if he does those goals and those assists in a derby against Juventus or in a semi-final of the Champions League, quarter-final of the Champions League, I mean, we're talking about against Real Madrid, Barcelona, whatever, Manchester United. We're talking about different level of goals.
right.
So
And
it's a normal thing.
on top of that, whenever I'm thinking of a good cam, like I don't know if you remembered, but it was the one of the games with Belgium, and De Bruyne had just entered the field, and he ended up getting an assist, I believe. It was either assist or it was just like a good pass. But guys like De Bruyne and like Iniesta, these guys make passes that you're not expecting them to make, and that is what creativity is. Hakan's passes were blatantly obvious as to where they were going to go.
Yeah.
Whereas these other guys, and I even saw this even in the first preseason game. I know Hagway didn't play, spectacular or anything, but there were a few passes that he tried to make that were defense splitting passes, and that is what you need your creative players to do. Of course, you got to have people moving off the ball, but it's the vision to see that is there, and Hakan just didn't display that like regularly at all.
No, it's I've seen Setup with my eyes. I Setup was my favorite player at that AC Milan. So I can tell you for sure, and I've seen with my eyes I can. It's not even close. Not even close. It's like it's another player. So Sedorf, not I don't know why people do that. I don't know why people I mean that's the proof that stats are not there is no point about stats. No reason to look at stats. Just stats, like this. You
Right.
need to watch the game. There is some comments here. They're talking about Tete,
Yeah,
this
I was
player.
about to bring that up as well. Uh, he's a young player, and Luke. I think Lucas is right on this. I think he
Wait, so you're
could.
agreeing with Lucas? You guys
Yeah,
are agreeing.
yeah, I know, but I actually think that
Minute
he.
13, 40. Okay, let me
I
put it
think
on
I
the
really think
comment.
that he could uh, improve the attack along with the Pierre guy as well. I was going to bring him up. Both those guys, they're tall, they're fast, and they're skillful. And for Cam, like, we lack height outside of Zlatan and Giroud. So it would be nice if our Cam could, provide that little bit of um, go aerial threat like on corners and stuff like that. So I think that's a good thing for those two young players.
Where is playing at the moment? Which team? Which league? It's anyone can give me that information because I don't know at all
I think it was
Tete.
Shakhtar Donetsk. I think so.
Okay,
I
so
think it
it's
was Shakhtar.
and Lucas likes a lot Daniele Maldini, by the way.
Well, Daniel Maldini, I think he needs to work on the the quickness of his gameplay. He is tall, but I think if he if he works on how quick he plays, he'll definitely improve.
It's hard. It's hard to understand because we don't know why Daniele Maldini is there. I mean, is he part of the squad, like a third choice, or is just because he's the son of Maldini, or is just because we need some players that come from the Primavera to sign our team in Champions League and place, in competitions. There is some rules, UEFA rules, so we need those youth players that actually make the number. So Daniele Maldini is happy to stay in the bench and not play. So there is a lot of reasons behind it. We don't know.
But again, that's like one of those problems where it's like, you just have to play them. I'm not saying, if the game is close, but, there were games where even at 2-0, you can clearly tell the other team is not going to score on us. So instead of bringing on a guy like Krunic, put in Maldini.
Yeah. Let's see a bit of comment here. Yes. Third choice, Cam. I mean,
and that's fine. He's young,
Yeah, and he's happy to be in that position. So to play less, be the third choice, train with the team. I don't know. But what about this new guy? They say it's almost done, Kaio Jorge.
He does look good, and if we do decide to get him, we need to get him now, because waiting until January is just wasting 6 months of his development that he needs to use to get used to Serie A. Well, why would you wait when we may need him the second half of the season, but then he's going to be brand new? Whereas if we can get him now and we'll have Zlatan and Giroud healthy, then he'll already be, somewhat used to it, to where if an emergency happens, he'll be ready the second half of the 6 months. I don't agree with getting a young player like that for the second half of the season.
Yeah, now Kaio Jorge is I think it's a good deal. Anyway, it's just 6 million. The agent wants 5. That's fine. So it's gonna cost around 11, 12 million for a 19 years old striker that plays for the under 21 of Brazil. I think. I don't think he's playing for the first team still. And he's already a pro. He's done 75 games as a pro, which is a lot for his age. If he understands what Pioli wants, and I think he's going to understand, because as a 19 years old striker, worst case scenario, you're gonna run a lot, create a lot of pressing a lot, and
that's what we need. It looks like he has decent speed, so if we need to play, a ball over the top, he might be able to latch onto it.
Yeah, I think it's a good deal. And let's say it doesn't work. Let's say the guy does 5 goals and is not playing a lot. I'm sure you can give it on loan or sell it for twice the money you paid. It's still a striker, a 19 years old striker. It's not a waste of money, never waste of money. But yeah, let's see. You guys, what? I had a discussion today on Twitter with some guys about Pobega. A lot of people say that there is 2 type of people that actually discuss the Pobega situation. Is we have to sell him, make some money, and buy a better midfielder or someone that can actually replace Kessie in January.
So that's the thing. Like if we're selling to buy someone better,
exactly, we're not gonna find. We're not gonna find someone better.
Right. And if you do, that someone better is not gonna be 20 million. that someone better is going to be 30 to 35 million. And that's what I don't get the whole strategy of even selling Liao or Hagway to try and get someone better. That someone better in the beginning was Damsgaard, but then we wait for the Euros, and his price went from 20 to 25 up to 40 to 45. You see, like, if you're gonna do something like that, you need to do it quickly. Like, you need to make that decision right then and there, and finalize it. You can't wait. The longer you wait, the smaller that window gets. So I prefer to keep Pobega because he's shown he has composure. And it's the same thing with Bresciani too. Whenever I watched him play, especially in those preseason games last year, he looked better. He looked better than Benasser to me. Of course, that's preseason, but he showed the characteristics that he can do the job. And that's the same thing with Pobega.
Yeah, I'm with that side of the river that actually thinks that he has all the quality to play in our system, because people are going to say, oh yeah, it was processed. Or listen, he played almost an entire season with Spezia in Serie A, and Spezia did, at least I think, if I'm not wrong, almost 20 goals more than Udinese. And the other guy, the Argentinian one, was sold for 35 million. I was playing with Udinese, and he had a great season. So Pobega had a good season with Spezia. I think he's going to play well for AC Milan if he stays. The only thing he needs to understand is the concept of the double pivot and the high press. So trying to move as a unit when we press, so we can get the ball and start our attacking situations. He's good. He's good. He's tall. I think he's physically strong. He's so young. He's 21 and already in the midfield. He's not scared. And he's playing with the national team, the youth, under 21. So I see him doing another 20 games this season and getting better and better. Right. We need to keep him. Simple as that.
You know, we keep coming back to the same thing every single time we watch the Italian national team, and all we see are former Milan youth players who we just simply didn't give them a chance to play. And it's like it's the same thing over and over and over again. And at some point, the management needs to decide, especially if our youth players are on the youth Italian team, clearly they're going to be playing 9 times. Like, I say 7 to 8 times out of 10, they're going to be promoted to the senior team as long as they continue to develop the way that they have been. So it's just the same old story, like every time. Like, you got to play them so that way they can get better.
See, I don't agree about this. The fact that people say Benasser is inconsistent, so Pobega over Benasser. I mean, calm down.
I'll say this: when Benasser, before he got injured, he was, everyone makes mistakes, so I ain't gonna say nothing about that. But when he came back from injury, he was playing horrible. So if that form comes in at the beginning of the season, then I definitely think Tonali and Pobega should be given the chance, as long as they're, show in practice that they're doing what's supposed to be done. But that's if Benasser, if that bad form continues, then you have to give other players a chance.
We need to realize that when the Champions League hits, the game before the Champions League, if it's a weaker team, you rest Benasser and you play Pobega or Tonali, and you play Benasser for the Champions League, and again you put Pobega the Sunday and you rest Kessie. So it's going to be a rotation, constant rotation, depending on who is playing. So everyone is going to play a bit. Of course, Kessie and Benasser are going to play more than anyone else in that position, but Pobega and Tonali are always kind of coming in from the bench, because that position, Kessie and Benasser always get a yellow during the game. and you
Yeah.
cannot risk a red card, so you go straight away with the typical change.
Well, Benasser is yellow card prone. I did
Yes,
notice that.
he is because he's tiny. He's not good. He's not good at winning the ball alone. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
he's a small person, so
And
he struggles.
that's what I liked about Tonali was Tonali had because that's I really don't think he's made for that double pivot as well, but he has good recovery abilities.
Yeah, the good thing about Benacer that he knows how to recover the ball when he's with the team, pressing with the team or covering with the team. When he's alone, 1v1, he's gonna struggle because sometimes the person is actually going for the 1v1. He's faster than him or taller than him, so it's a different situation. But he's still good anyway. I would say Benacer is the one that usually gets the first yellow card because he's always in that position of the pitch that is stopping some counter-attacking and stuff like that. On the other side, KC is more attacking, so he's never in that situation that he needs to stop a counter-attack, or not never, but less than Benacer. So
Right.
you need ready to go Pobega or Tonali in that position. And as I say, we're gonna play a lot with the three midfielders, and so I think Pobega is another option. So you can put Pobega in front of the defense as a regista, Benacer mid right, and Kessie mid left.
So what do you think about because during the preseason, our first preseason game, they had Gabia playing at right back, but it was so that they can transition into a three-man defense at times.
Yeah,
Why not just simply play a 3-4-3 or a 3-5-2 variation? Because we have the defenders to do it. And we certainly have fast enough players, or at least, yeah, depending on which formation you use, fast enough players for the wing, and we definitely have speedy players that we can play up top, and that would still allow us to play Kessie and Benasser in that double pivot in the middle of the field, so you would still have your defensive coverage.
I'll say that
Because we struggle against teams that play a 3-5-2.
our problem is another one that ours. We have a lot of players that can actually go to the bench after if you play that position. Because let's say you put Gabbia, you put Kier and Tomori, let's say, and you put Calabria on the right and Theo Hernandez on the left. I will assume, no?
Yeah.
So now you find yourself that how's it called? Selemakers, Leao or Rebic are out of the game. They cannot get in this position because if you play Zlatan as a striker, you're gonna play as a second striker, or you play, let's say, Rebic, or you play Leao. You cannot play both of them.
They don't play. They usually don't play anyways. Not at the same time when the full team is healthy.
But sometimes you can actually play Leao, Rebic, and Selemaker on front, or sometimes with this 3-4-3 or 3-5-2, you can play Diaz as a second striker as well. That actually runs around Ibra, and you have three midfielders. But I would say you can do that to
like I'm not
sometimes,
saying
not
yeah,
to be our.
I'm not saying to do it like starting off, but when you're losing a game, you don't need four defenders, especially when it's getting to the later parts of the game. You don't need four defenders. You need to be able to have bodies in attack and still, make sure you're not getting hit on the counter. Whenever we're losing games, especially if it's against a team that knows how to play as well, like the 4-2-3-1 struggles.
Yeah, we need to see. I think it's not bad. Yeah, there is this the 4 players of the academy or coming from the Italian academy. What is this? Breaking. Uh yeah, I think AC Milan needs to be prepared on changing formation because it's gonna happen during the season that you have some injuries that actually cannot
Right.
put the same formation. So
Right.
I
You
agree
can't
with
just have
you.
one.
If you have, let's say you are in a situation that you have injured, uh, I'm making an example. You are injured, uh, Ibra, Rebic, and Selemaker. Let's say you have these 3 injured. I prefer to change formation that actually put 2 players that are not good enough on the 4-2-3-1. You know what I mean? So I prefer to change formation and not play Casti or Krunic.
Right.
So I hope he's gonna consider this option or play a 4-3-3 and not play Casti and Krunic. Clearly,
Yeah.
Pioli, I think Pioli realized that at the end of the season. He realized that it's better to put the best players than actually stick with the same formation.
Right.
I think he was scared in the beginning during the season because he thought maybe I'm gonna bring some confusion to the young players and they don't know how to stay in the pitch. But I'm sure during the preseason now he's trying all the 3 options, which is a 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1, and a 3-5-2, because they are quite similar. You just move a piece and you come back to the 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1. So he's trying all of them, but I don't. As a starting, I would say the 4-2-3-1 is the best. It's
Right.
really if you have the right wings. I mean, if you have good wings on the right and the left, is a deadly formation for the opposition because
Yeah.
you have attacking player in every part of the pitch, and you have a lot of them. You dominate the half of the opposition.
Right. And that's another reason why I brought up like the 3-4-3, because like you said, if we have a fast right winger, that really helps the 4-2-3-1. But in a 3-4-3, your wingers technically don't have to be fast because they don't need to be in that final third as much. Like their lane stops where that right winger is. So it's just an option, just to have more bodies and to be able to create more chances. Um, One thing I do notice that some of these bigger teams like Bayern Munich and some of these other teams do, uh, they have players who can run in behind the defense and have like a chip ball over. So they'll pass and pass and pass. And then if you notice, you'll see a person kind of ghosting behind who's not even the forward, just like another person ghosting behind for a simple chip ball over the top. Um, I think that's something that we should probably work on as well.
Yeah, it's gonna. I hope this is the year of Leao
I hope so
because
too.
uh, and as I say always, you don't need crazy stuff from Leao. You just need him to understand the tactics and to execute it without asking himself is the right thing to do. You know, just being a good soldier. If he follows the tactics, he's gonna see himself in front of the goal and he's gonna score. He's gonna be quite, a great option this season. What's up, Antonio?
Hi, Liar. How's it going?
Man, it's going well. What's going on with this Kaio Jorge situation, man? Tell us a bit.
Sure. We talked a bit about him earlier, but it looks like things are progressing very well. Looks like personal terms are agreed. The figure isn't exact that we know, but the important thing is that they agreed to personal terms with him and his agents and commissions. So the next step would be to finalize the deal. And some sources are saying that Milan submitted a bid of around 6 to 7 million, and they asked for 10. So we're not 100% sure if the bid is like final at that price point, but Milan are really interested in him, so it could be closed like by the end of the month, maybe, or in the next week if it really progresses. I think it's a good chance it'll happen.
Do you think it's a good deal if it happened with 15 million, so 5 million for the agent and 10 million for Santos, or you recommend let's wait another 6 months and get it for free and give the 5 or 6 million to the agent and that's it? What is the best option if they don't move from the 10 million?
Yeah, I don't know if I would want to give the agents 5 million. Like, I don't think they're going to ask for that. That's a bit pricey because that'd be like more than half of the transfer fee itself. So I think a very small, like 1 to 2 million for the agents is the maximum Milan would pay them. It's not like they're dealing with Raiola, so it's not going to ask for too much. But I think Santos want 10 million. That's a reasonable, that's a good price for this player. Not going over 10 million is a good deal. So I think it's for the third striker, it's a good deal, and he's got a lot of potential.
Not only that, but look how much players normally cost coming out of Brazil recently. 10 mil is like pocket change, to be honest.
No, it's cheap. Yeah, I understand you guys, but the fact is that if you wait 4 months, basically, it's not we're talking about 6 months, but it's basically 4 months. If you wait 4 months, you don't have to pay that 10 million, and you pay whatever the commission of the agent is. I heard 5, maybe it's gonna be 2, whatever. Anyway, you save 10 million, and you can move those 10 million to a key player in another position. So my question is it worth it to pay the 10 million and have him in the bench the 23rd of August, or is it better to have those 20 million in your pocket and have him in the bench in January?
You guys talked about Dalot, right? Have you guys talked about him?
No, we didn't talk about him still.
Because really recently news came out from Fabrizio Romano saying that Milan are currently trying to loan him out for another year. So it's official. I talked about this earlier on in the podcast. I said it looks like Milan are experimenting with second right back. So it looks like Calhanoglu might be slotted as a center back or just a player who can play in both positions for emergencies. So I think Milan are serious about getting a second right back. And obviously Dalot is the first choice because he's already been with the team. So Man United, they're trying to figure out the deal right now, but it's progressing.
It's quite interesting because it made me think that Pioli, the plan of Pioli is to change players a lot this season, probably. I really believe he's going to change a lot of the players during the season. So we're not going to see any more Theo Hernandez playing every game. I think he's going to play less. I think even Calabria is going to play less. Kier is going to play less.
I don't know about Calabria. I think he'll play almost every game, kind of like how Kessie does, just because Calabria is just so good.
I know what you're saying, but if we're buying Dalot and we have Calhanoglu also, I think he has to rotate because we're playing we're playing 3 different competitions. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't see many players being able to play as many games as Kessie. Plus, Calabria is recovered. He just pretty much done recovering, but he just had another surgery and he had a couple surgeries this year. So I don't know if he can play as many games without getting injured. Like Kessie is it's just remarkable how many games he plays without getting injured. So,
yeah, I think what the previous season we had a lot of injury for that reason. That a lot of players they were playing a lot of games without resting. So they don't want to do this mistake anymore, and because the intensity of the Champions League is different, they think probably a bit of competition keeps the players on the toe. So Theo Hernandez with a bit of competition can perform better, and even having a decent change during the game, so you have fresh legs, but actually perform in the same way who were playing before, and we can see Dalot playing more forward. You never know.
Yep. Liar, I was going to ask, do you think it's possible to look up some highlights of some players that we are linked with today? Because I saw a few names, especially the young player. I don't know if there's good highlights about him, but I haven't gotten a chance to see Pierre. His last name's, I don't know how to pronounce it, but
Uh,
17-year
I
old.
looked some highlights up of him, and he looked good.
That's good.
He looked good.
yeah, we are kind of aiming for another 17 years old.
Yeah. This is for
He's a
Primavera.
midfielder.
Yep.
Is he good? Good in what sense?
Well, that's the thing. I haven't seen any of his highlights, but he looks very similar to Bondo. So,
Okay. So,
his name. He plays for Genk.
no, we're never
Or
gonna pay
Genk.
4 or 5 million for Dalot.
4 or 5 million loan fee.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
that would mean if we pay that, then that means the buy option must be reduced. So they must be asking for no more than 10 million to buy him next year.
Yeah, they want to do that because if we get another year loan for Dalot, next summer Dalot is basically 1 year contract. So what he's gonna do to Man United is gonna say, I'm not renewing. So I'm gonna leave for free next season, or you're gonna sell me for 5 million to AC Milan. So Manchester United don't want to be in that situation. They want to be like, okay, I'll get 5 million now, and maybe I'll get 10 in the summer, or forced to get 8. I think AC Milan knows that as well. Dalot knows that. So they're gonna be tough with Man United. They're gonna be like, okay, we're not gonna do that. Let's see. Maybe they do it. Maybe some deals go well. Maybe we get the Kaio Jorge for 6 million, so we move those 4 millions extra to Dalot. I think it's kind of a Tetris, the transfer market of AC Milan. Oh my God, there's so many
Yeah.
comments. I'm
The
so bad
only
at comments.
the main point I want to bring up though is Milan have put a lot of work into the defensive department. So you see, we've gotten a backup for Teo. We're looking at Dalot now. We're focusing on him. We signed Tomori, and the goalkeeper, if you want to count that, but as a defender. We only signed Giroud, so I'm really waiting for the attacking reinforcements to come in. I know Kaio Jorge is the next one, but we need wingers. We need another number 10 or a trequartista. So I'm waiting to see. I wish we would scout more young players that are forwards too. And I made a point earlier of saying that I think we're going to see some more players like Primavera level players that we start scouting, because right now we're only seeing like defensive midfielders, defenders. So we'll see what happens.
And speaking of Dalot, does that mean that we are for sure going to be using Kalulu as a backup center back then?
I would think so. And we also, of course, if there's a situation for where we need another right back, Kalulu can always play right back. But that means this can't be good for Caldara and any of those players who are being tested, because now we're gonna Romagnoli. It looks more likely. I would say right now that he's staying, unless we get a good offer for him and we sell him, because he's going to be a free agent next year, and Milan aren't going to be extending his contract. It looks like with Raiola, unless he takes a pay cut. But we have Romagnoli, Kaio, Tomori. If we throw in Gabbia as well, there's 4 center backs. And then I guess Kalulu would be the 5th choice center back and 3rd choice right back. So I don't know. Will Kalulu be loaned out? That's also another question that could be brought up because of this.
Right.
I hope he does not, because he's played good and he can play both roles. But
I think Pioli is gonna push on Kalulu and Gabbia next season. I think Romagnoli is one of those players that is going to leave at the end of August. So an offer is gonna come at the end, and AC Milan is gonna accept it. Whatever offer is gonna be, a 10 million offer, 5 million, 6 million, whatever it's gonna be, we're gonna accept it at the end. Or
who do you play then? let's say Calabria is going to be rested, and all the center backs are good, left back is good. Do you put Dalot or Kalulu, or who do y'all's preference?
Uh, Depend on the game, to be honest. Let's say we buy Ziyech, and we have Ziyech on the right, and Brahim Diaz in the middle, and on the left Leao, and as a striker Giroud. I will play Kalulu because I can be more covered on the right side. He's gonna be almost a center back. That actually, when Theo Hernandez goes up, he's gonna stay in the same line with Kier and Tomori, and Benacer is gonna wait, and Kessie is gonna be happy to go forward. So we're gonna have basically 4 players waiting and defending, and the other 6 pushing to attack and to keep the possession and create something in front. So yeah, that's what I think. If I have a more balanced team, I will play Dalot or someone that is attacking more in that side instead of Kalulu. So it depends on the opposition anyway.
Yeah, I would say that Dalot is more mature, of course. He's a bit older, so he's more like the safe choice. But I want to see more from Kalulu, so I hope he doesn't get lost in the roster. Because I did notice improvements. He was always fast, and he was always good at defense on the ground. He's good at anticipating, intercepting passes. But I noticed, like, since he plays right back, we didn't see much of him as a right back. And towards the second half of the year, I did see him attack more and be more like on the wing and, be a right back that goes up the field. Especially, I'm thinking back to the game against Genoa, I believe. Yeah, it was Genoa where he made a pass right to Rebic in the box and Rebic shot it over the crossbar like he was supposed to score. But Kalulu, that was like I noticed that he actually had the courage to like take on his man one-on-one and then go put a cross in. So I wanted to see more of that from him, but we'll see. He is playing in the Olympic team right now with France, so he's really warm, and he just played in Euro U21, so a lot of national team.
I think Kalulu needs to be on the squad and be in that situation that he is not forced actually to how can I say it, to perform, So the team doesn't rely on him and his performance. He's gonna cover some players when they're tired or when they need to rest or some injuries. But he needs to be calm, relaxed, train well, and understand the tactics, grow as a player around Tomori, Kier, Gabbia, all of these players. I think he's gonna be vital when Kier is gonna be a second choice because he's gonna get older and he's not going to perform. I think Kalulu is gonna step up, and Kalulu is fast. He has pace.
Yeah,
He's not fast as Tomori, but compared to other defenders in Serie A, is one of the fastest. So that's why Pioli is trying to change his position and make him a center back. But it takes time. It takes time to get that tactical note. And he's not too tall, so it's hard for him on the corners and stuff like that. But it's gonna be fine.
That's why, yeah, I like the scouting that we're doing because it looks like we're really getting fast players. Like Ballo Touré is also supposed to be really fast. If you see his highlights, and it's important. I think an important point is a lot of the times there's players that are just born with natural abilities, and you need to have and those abilities can't be taught, is what I'm saying. Pioli is a defender, and he can teach positioning. He can teach, like decision making, and that can be improved. But if you get so we can see Ballo Touré keep improving with us, and he already has natural ability, so that's cool. And same thing with Kalulu. So Tomori he has natural ability. He was already developed pretty well with Chelsea when we got him.
Yeah.
but he's still learning the different play styles. So I think he can only get better. But I do like his aggressive defending. We need somebody like that. So hopefully it doesn't change too much.
No, this
go ahead.
comment, I want to answer this comment. Kier is better than Tomori, especially in positioning and tactics, because he doesn't have the physical ability of Tomori, so he needs to think a lot and to understand, read the game earlier and be in the right position. Tomori, because he's so quick and he is physically strong, he doesn't need to read the game because he can cover his mistakes, but slowly is understanding. So it's a great balance. Gabbia is more similar like Kier, and Calhanoglu is similar to Tomori. He has great physical ability and he's learning the tactics because he's young. Gabbia being slower and a different type of physique, he's trying to get more clever and understand how to stay in the pitch. I think it's normal. When I was playing football, you can see the guys that are slower, that they are better at passing, better at positioning and tactics. The guys that are faster, maybe they lack on tactics, but they have that speed that actually gives them that advantage. It's a balance. And I'm really happy with the defense, goalkeeper, defense, and midfield. I think we are good. Really, we need to invest the rest of the 40 million we have on the attacking side. Because remember, guys,
it's 40 million.
Yeah, me and Roy, we did live the 100 million. How 100 Maldini is going to spend is 100 million, and the live was I think in March, April, something like that. If you consider we spent already 60 million, something like that, so we have another 40 million to spend, in my opinion.
I realized that's all we had left.
Hmm?
I didn't realize that's all we had left.
Yeah, I don't think they are going to spend more than 100 million. Depend on the deals, of course. Depend on I don't know where Antonio's gone. Probably he's coming back. So it depends on a lot of things. Is there interacting? What do you think about Gabbia?
To me, I know I'm in the comments with some of the guys in the chats, and they disagree with my thought process for Gabbia. But to me, I think Gabbia is at any point he can be ready to start. I'm not saying he's better than Cahier, but when both Romagnoli and Cahier were injured during various parts, and Gabbia stepped in, he rarely put a foot wrong. And to me, it's a very similar situation with Donnarumma and Diego Lopez. Diego Lopez is one of the best keepers. I'm not saying the best keeper, but he was a world-class keeper. But Donnarumma came in and he benched him. And I personally think that Gabbia could do the same thing if he was given the opportunity. Because Gabbia was playing until he got injured, and that's when he stopped playing. But if he stayed on the field and stayed healthy, I don't see why that you would change him out.
Yeah, I think Gabbia is good. And some people saying Gabbia is not good as Bastoni. Well, after 2 years, of course, Bastoni's been playing for 2 years. He's been lucky that people got injured and Conte trust him and put him in the pitch. So he played basically 2 seasons. If you give the opportunity to Gabbia to play 2 seasons, I think Gabbia is as good as Bastoni. Of course, different players. Not saying it's really hard to say, especially when you talk about defenders, who is better and who is better than who. They are so different. Can you say Van Dijk is better than Chiellini, for example? Yeah, of course. He has more pace and is younger, but still Chiellini does the job properly. Or right. Bonucci still is not an incredible defender, but still does the job properly if you put it in the right context, the right team. So defenders are that type of players that you cannot actually say, oh, that is better than that one.
Right.
It's like more about tactics and systems.
Because we Gabriel could be in a position to where, yeah, he's not, at the moment better than Cajer, but he's only like a step down. So what if, you put Gabriel in and he's not putting a foot wrong? Do you stop his development because Cajer is better? Or do you continue to play Gabriel because he's also getting the job done? It's just like with Donnarumma, like I said, when Lopez came back in, we, by that same logic that some of these guys are putting in here, we should just bench Donnarumma and put Lopez back in because he's actually established.
We need to get rid of some toxicity. We need to get rid of Romagnoli. So we know that if Tomori or Kier needs to rest, Gabi is ready to go and he's going to play next game or the game before. If Kier has a problem and is injured, Gabi steps in and plays. So that's why the only way for Gabi to grow is to get rid of Romagnoli, because if you have Gabi and Romagnoli, of course you're going to put Romagnoli. You're never going to put Gabbia because you rely on the experience of the player and all the things like that. But if you sell him and you get rid of him, you get rid of his wages, that's perfect. Gabbia is going to play 20 games a season, easy. He's going to play the Coppa Italia. He's going to play when the defenders have yellow cards and stuff like that. So it's no problem at all. No problem. I think he's gonna play more this season. Hopefully, he doesn't get injured. But yeah, some people are underestimating the value of Gabbia. I think Gabbia is a great player. Believe me, I saw him. The first part of the season. And
that's what they're clearly forgetting. When Gabi was playing and he was starting until he got injured. It's like someone said earlier, if the system's not broke, don't change it. So if Gabbia stayed healthy, would you change it even though he's working?
Oh, I will play Gabbia Sunday and Kier on Wednesday. I wouldn't play Kier on Sunday and Kier on Wednesday. Kier doesn't have the age to play straight 2 high-intensity games. You know what I mean? He needs to rest the day before. Maybe he can play the Sunday after because he has like a 5 days or 4 days, if I'm not wrong. But he needs to come at the game of Champions League rested. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the most. So Gabbia, if we're playing against Sampdoria or Sassuolo on Saturday and Tuesday or Wednesday in Champions League, I'll put Gabbia. I don't care. I think Gabbia is good enough to handle Sassuolo, to handle Sampdoria, even to handle Napoli or Lazio.
Yeah, no, I think so too.
I really believe it's a team game.
I've seen enough of Gabbia to realize what he can and can't do. And this is just me personally, I would prefer not to stop a player's progress who's demonstrated that he is good enough to play another person who's already established. Because in that same time frame, Gabbia could pass Cajer with that game time. I mean, we've already seen it happen.
I just want to say to Lucas, I know he's joking and we can handle jokes, but I don't think we should avoid this type of jokes. Just in my opinion. I don't think it's needed. At the end, we are in a public place, basically. Just is online. And it can be misunderstood and it can bring trouble, you never know. So let's avoid this type of jokes. I know you're joking and you're not serious and stuff like that, but in the future, just don't. Some stuff is better not to joke about, in my opinion. Anyway, so no, see, people saying to be loaned. It's not the right way to grow a player, man. Especially a player like Gabbia, seriously, training with Kier, playing those 20 games a season. It's important. It's more important actually going on loan and playing for a weak team that actually concedes a lot of goals because he has a bad midfield or a bad football system, and the the self-esteem of the player goes down. I think he needs to stay to AC Milan, grows with the group, and he's gonna play. Don't worry. And you get that season when Kier get injured for 2 months, and you play 2 months straight, and you improve a lot. So that's not a problem. And I'm happy to keep Gabi as a second choice. Don't worry, Lucas. Don't worry. I know you're joking. Just it's more like to all the chat as a message. It's nice to joke, but not with some things. So what Antonio is saying, man, it's easier for me to talk to you than read the comments.
Well, starting left winger, I would love for Leao to be the starting left winger, but I mean, he just needs to play like how he can play. If he played to his potential, at least 60 to 75% of each game, Rebic would rarely see the field unless he had to go play forward. If not, then Rebic would have to be my starting left winger. I guess if Zlatan's healthy, I'll take Zlatan, obviously. For Cam, I mean, Diaz was doing really good, so he deserves that chance to start as the Cam. And then as for right winger, I mean, all we really have is Salamakers. So
Is this Sabitzer so good? There are a lot of people are mentioning. How good is this guy?
He's good. He's good for club and country. That's what I was saying. I think he's on Leipzig, I think. That's what I was saying. Leipzig have an embarrassment of riches. And if we try to take advantage of some of these players who are not going to get the playing time, because that's three attacking mids they have, and Sabitzer and Kunku and Sabasalai. And I'm thinking Sabasalai might be the starting Cam for that team. So I feel like if we can poach one of these guys, that would be good. Like if we're willing to spend 40 million on Ziyech, we should be willing to spend 40 million on someone like Nkunku.
We have that trauma of the Bundesliga after Calhanoglu, to be fair. And I have that trauma as well. I know it's stupid because every person is different. But I have that trauma. I don't trust the Bundesliga, man. I think it's a great league. It's beautiful to watch. There is a lot of talent over there. But I wouldn't trust it 100% because Serie A is different. I would say Bundesliga, the talent there is in Bundesliga, I would say that they perform better in Premier League probably than in and I know Timo Werner and the others didn't do well, but I feel like they are physical, they run a lot, they like the high intensity. The game is open like the Premier League, so they can perform quite well in the Premier League. I think
it's the skills of certain players. So the skill and the speed. Lukaku, Hakimi, and Theo, and Leao too, whenever he's doing it, has already proved that Serie A's worst enemy is speed. There's nothing that you can do about it outside of already being in the right position to counter someone with speed. And Lukaku, we know he doesn't have anywhere near the ball skills as someone like Zlatan or even Giroud. But his speed and power, there's nothing that could be done. And the same thing with Theo, Leao, and Hakimi. When those guys decide that they're going to get by you, there's nothing that you can do outside of being positioned there or being fast yourself to stop them. And the Bundesliga has a bunch of fast, quick, and skillful players that would literally tear the Serie A up.
I'll, uh, I like the Ligue 1. Ligue 1 has a lot of talent. French people are culturally similar to Italians, or at least they get closer to Italian. And the league is a good mix. There is open, but still there is a bit of tactics, young players, and I feel the players are starving for a big stage. They want to go in a big team and show their ability. And I saw a documentary about the street football in France. It's such a big thing. Kids play football in the street, especially so there is quality. There is they're ready to perform a big stage. I don't remember the last time a French talent didn't perform outside French, or at least it didn't. How can I say? Uh, find the courage to play his game outside France. They always adapt pretty well to the league they go, and you can see players like Mahrez or Kante. They come from that league. They started from the bottom and up to the Premier League and winning everything. I see the talent in France does that. They come from the League Two, Ligue 1, and they grow slowly, tactically. They see it is a healthy growth. It doesn't come straight away from the youth. They go play with the grown-ups. They grow up there and they go to the Liga, and after they move to a big club. So I'm happy to get talent from the Liga. I'm not trusting the Bundesliga, or at least the other problem is Bundesliga is expensive compared to the Liga. Clearly, you pay a lot for a player if you go to Bundesliga. In Liga, you pay good players for really small amount of money. So yeah, Spain is dangerous as well because going back, we were talking with Roy a long time ago. Spain loves the quality, the technique, and possession, but Italy, even AC Milan, that actually wants to possess the ball. There is days that you need to fight and actually do the catenaccio and go in the counter attack. We finished top 4 this season because we defend deep against Atalanta and we went for the counter attack. That is basically our last card. And if you ask a Spanish player to do that, it's gonna take years to understand that cultural factor.
Yeah, I think if we get a Spanish player, it should literally just be for like the attacking mid. If it's for someone that's like heavy defending, I agree that we should stay away from like the defensive part. I mean, Theo's a different story because he's a wing back, but for like center backs, I wouldn't trust the center backs in Spain.
No, that's true. That's true. Listen, guys, about Berardi. I've seen Berardi at Wembley in the semi-final against Spain, and the guy has an incredible touch. The guy is pure talent. Trust me. I think it's expensive. I don't know if we're gonna ever close a deal like this. I don't think it's gonna happen because Sassuolo is not easy to deal with, and rightly so. They have a great financial situation. They have money. They say if you want a player, you have to pay me, and pay me well. So Berardi is a good player, trust me. And I heard Liverpool wants him. I don't know if it's gonna happen. Is just rumors or is a true thing? Is a sure thing? What do you? Anyone have any news? Yeah, I love this one, Roy. See, guys, Roy is not even showing up during the lives, man. He's opening his own channel. It's called Juventini TV. Oh man. Yeah, they don't have a TV right still. They are struggling a lot. They are in trouble. But on the other side, there is that some teams they have a rich owner, so they are kind of dealing with that. So yeah, Roy, Italy is full of talents, but they cost a lot, man.
Yeah.
Let's face it. Let's face it. In this, since the TV rights changed in Italy in 2016, if I'm not wrong, they changed the TV rights system. So basically now they are equally dividing 50% of the TV rights from everyone, and the other 50% is divided on who makes more points and position in the table and stuff like that. Since then, now a small club like Sassuolo, for example, or let's say Udinese, Sampdoria, they get 40, 50 million TV rights. Commercials and other stuff, another total with the stadiums, they got another 50 million. So they managed to get 100 million a season, and their cost is 50, 60 million, or even
Real
80
quick, I'm
million.
about to get off. I'm still gonna watch, but I might be gone for like maybe 45 minutes to an hour. If you guys are still here, I'll get back on.
Yeah, man, no worries, no worries. So, well, let me see what's going on here. So yeah, basically, it's really hard to buy Italian talents. What is this about the taxes? Yeah, yeah, that's another thing. Salaries, we pay full salaries. Pay the taxes. Roy, we don't pay taxes, man. In Italy, they don't like to pay taxes. No, I don't think Berardi's price went up 15 million after the Euros. I think we were talking about Berardi before the Euros. The price was around 30, 35 million, and still is that the price. So it's just we don't have the money, man. All the money we spend at the moment, at least 50% of the money we spent went for Tomori. So yeah, that's it. So what's gonna? Yeah, it's a dream signing. Oh, Ricardo, what are doing? So we can have. So realistic expectation, as we always say, is yeah, top four, and a great run in Champions League. Let's say go through the group stage. So yeah, that's the we're gonna achieve that. I think we're gonna achieve that because other teams are not buying a lot. Juventus is not still they are not sure what they're doing. And I'm actually curious because I'm one of those people that thinks that if Juventus get rid of Ronaldo, they're gonna play better football. But Ronaldo does 30 goals a season. So how is better football gonna be enough for Juventus? Or they need to score as well. So I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, Berardi is quality. I've seen him play. So Berardi is one of those players that I've watched him play in TV. He plays well. His stats are good. He's always achieving the goals he needs to achieve with his team. And most important, I've seen in the stadium, he has a great touch, and he won the Euros with Italy. If Mancini called him to play the Euros, it means something. It means the guy can deliver. So it's really hard to find a overrated Italian player. I don't remember the last time we had an overrated Italian player. Actually, most of the time they're underrated. But Roy, you need to give up this Berardi thing, man. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, man. And 50% Italians. Ah, that's a good question. I don't know. Tito, I really don't know. Because no. Both of them, no. Maybe one of them, but not both of them. And Leao can play as a striker as well. Can play on the left and on the right. He's really young. He's going for 22, 21, 22, I think. So, no. Auge clearly is not. I would say it's not adapting 100%, and purely doesn't see him as in a vital piece of the puzzle. So, yeah, but yeah, basically you pay less taxes, which is it helps a lot AC Milan or clubs like AC Milan. But and Italian players, the young Italian players, is really hard. It's really hard to understand. And there is another thing, Roy, that you underestimate, or who else wants Italian players at AC Milan, is that the fact that Juventus has a big name. So if there is a big Italian talent, they're always gonna go to Juventus, or at least try to get sold to Juventus. It's such a loser mentality, in my opinion. All Italian talents think Juventus is the place to go and to be, which is so dumb, in my opinion. Thank God, people from South, at least from Napoli, they love to play for Napoli, so they don't do that choice. Or people from Rome, they like to stay in Rome and Lazio. Thank God, Italy has those regions that actually don't give up the power of Juventus. And as you can see, Tonali was one of them that I just AC Milan supporter, so he refused any other team. What's going on here? Yeah, they develop quite slow. Vlahovic from Fiorentina. So I think going back to the striker situation, we're gonna spend a lot next season about the striker. I think this is the last season for Ibra. He's gonna retire after this one. So that's why we are consolidating all the defense in this transfer market window. So next season, in the summer, the whole budget is gonna be focused on getting a proper striker and maybe paying the loan of some players from Chelsea, like Ziyech. Yeah, Casti. Okay, let's. Some people are saying players to sell. Yes, Samu needs to go, but the way he was training this summer shows that he wants actually to give it a try this season. He really wants to show up. Okay, what we have here? We have Anwar here.
Hey there, how are you?
I'm good, man. What's up?
Doing great, man. Sorry I joined late, but I'm with my family. So let me just first say one thing. Happy to all our Muslim friends. And I think it's going to be either today or tomorrow. So happy celebration for the Eid.
But what is this?
Well, it's it's the major celebration for Muslim communities. Normally, they all join together as a family, and they eat meat and stuff like that. I'm not sure if you're a little bit familiar with this or not.
It's basically the Christmas of the.
Yeah, exactly.
It's basically something like that. Oh, I hope you're having a great time with your family and
Thank you, man.
safe. And I actually wish a great time to all the Muslims in the world. I hope they're having a great time with their families and with their loved, and everyone is safe.
Yes.
So Lucas is saying no. So I think, and he's complaining because I'm too slow with comments. Oh man, I'm sorry, Lucas. I'm really sorry. What can I do? I'm just that's not my thing. Comments is not my thing. And anyway, guys, there is not a lot happening apart from transfer market, that Kaio Jorge for today and stuff like that. So people are saying we should sell someone, not sell. So the talking is a bit, I don't know. But yeah, some people were saying, so let's go back to which are the players we should sell this summer.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you my players. We should sell Casti, we should sell Romagnoli, Caldara, and Conti. I think we can make around 15 million with Conti, Caldara, and Casti, and another 10 million with Romagnoli, so 25 million, and keep that money for the January window, the winter window. What do you think?
I'm thinking the same. Probably add some more players, maybe Krunic, or maybe I think we also need. I've seen like some reports saying that these guys are actually now being asked to find a new team. So I hope it's gonna come through, because we can make some bucks out of that and probably finance our next deal. But it all depends. If you sell all of these players and you end up missing on some key role position, maybe that can be bad. So I'm just hoping if they do sell, they replace with better quality.
Hey guys, what's up? Real fast. Laird, you're wrong. Milan always had Italian players for the national team. Always. Starting from the 70s, from the 60s, from 40. From the first World Cup Italy won, they had Milan players. All right, I gotta go.
No, wait. I never say Milan never had Italian players, man. It's just really hard now to get Italian players. They're all taken, man.
I read an article earlier this morning. It says that actually Milan pays less taxes when they get player outside Italy.
Yeah, that's fucked up. This is this is the definition of shooting yourself on the foot. Anyway, guys, thank you. Later.
I'll see you, man.
So take these, Lucas. See you later. You're awesome, man. I'm sorry, man. And Lucas, your comment are not gonna be read for at least 7 minutes. So take a break, get a coffee or a tea, and see you in 7 minutes. Yeah, actually, you're gonna get a yellow card. See you in 5 minutes. That's the new UEFA rule. You're going out of the pitch, man.
What do you think about the new signings, Lair? The guy on the left back.
He looks good. At least he has the physical abilities to attack.
Well, what I want from him mostly is to scare a little bit Theo about his position. I don't want Theo to feel so confident that no one is taking that position from him. I think that's bad for any kind of player, except if you have like a very experienced player and you know the kind of mentality he has. But for Theo, who's still young, I think he needs competition on that place.
Yeah, it needs competition, and let's see. Maybe this guy plays well, and we can sell Theo for 70, 80 million next season.
I think the next two deals are now the guy from CSKA Moscow, and I think also the midfielder from Nancy, the French guy.
Yeah, that's we're signing some 17 years olds. It's getting good, and sorry, I need to say, Lucas, that actually was joking, man. Just write some interesting comments, by the way, because okay, I have to put your comments here, but you need to write something interesting, by the way. And no, man, I think they are investing on the Primavera as well. So what's going on here basically is they have a budget for the Primavera, probably around 10 million. So they need to put some players in the Primavera, 3 or 4 every season. So they actually can build a great Primavera and get some decent results for the future. Because, as we know, there is that rule that we need to have. Oh, sorry, somebody is connecting. I didn't see it. So we need those players for the Champions League, in the future. So we need good players, actually, decent players.
Hey, what's up, guys? Glad to be here.
Oh man,
What's up, man?
first time here?
Yeah, I'm actually a big AC Milan fan from the Caribbean.
Oh man, your voice sounds like Tomori's voice. For a second, I said, "Oh my God, one of my idols is in the channel." Oh shit.
All right. Who of you guys can actually say the real name of Tomori?
I cannot say it, man. I'm like,
Same here.
so which part of the Caribbean?
I'm actually from the Jamaican side.
Oh my man,
Nice.
how's it going? What time is there, man? It's like,
Right now it's about 5:30 right now.
oh, that's good. That's how's the summer going? Is it summer there now? Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
it's summer here as well.
It's always summer there, maybe. Lucas, I said it before you, man. He sounds like Tomori. See? So, tell us, man, what do you want to say?
All right, so players that we need to get rid of. Castello, yeah, he got to go. He got to go. But I rather we basically would prefer to trade Romagnoli for like Luis Alberto. That would be a great addition instead of trying to sell him. Try to do like a trade with Lazio. Try to get Luis Alberto. That would be a good idea.
Well, there's some news also about Coutinho now, like a trade with Barcelona as well.
I don't know. If Coutinho wants to lower his salary, which he can do that because with the Decreto Crescita, which...
Well, he needs Champions League time, and he needs to play regularly so that he can be called up with the Brazilian team.
Oh yeah, for the World Cup. Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Man.
So either way, he has to take a cut because he's not in the plans of Koeman with Barcelona. So he's leaving for sure. Now it all depends on our ability as well to make these players be willing to cut their wages and come to Milan. I think they can, because it's a great opportunity as well. Milan is on the way or on the verge of becoming maybe the next champions in the next 2 years. So it's up to these players to see that future coming up.
Antonio, our transfer market guru, says that is completely fake news, man.
I don't know how fake that is, because either way, he's leaving. Even the reports coming from Barcelona, they don't say specifically Milan, but they say the guy is leaving for sure.
I agree with you on that side. He's leaving for sure. And but I heard that he has some market in Premier League because he already performed in Premier League. So there is some small teams in Premier League that is gonna give him the chance. I guess Benitez can give him an opportunity, but it's gonna be really hard for these players, man. They earn a lot of money. They need to get a decent cut and find a team and play. It's gonna be a mess, man. What do you guys think? Is Ronaldo going to PSG? Because I feel like that thing is going to happen, man. Because Mbappe
I
is
hope
not
he goes
good.
there. I really hope they buy everyone and still manage to lose the UCL.
Yeah.
That's my make-a-wish kind of thing. That's
To be
especially
honest,
with this,
yeah,
I hate Leonardo because he's trying to steal the Milan players. That guy has no heart for Milan.
Leonardo.
Yeah. He's doing everything to mess up our project. And I don't like the fact that he's always trying to take the best player from Milan. Just go look for a different team, man.
Listen, I think the dude did a massive favor to Inter because he gave 70 million to Inter. If he waits 1 month and a half, Inter is gonna give it to him for 50 million. I think
they were dumb.
An inside job for Inter.
Mm.
Because I've never seen something like that. 70 million for a fullback. Hakimi is good. I'm not saying it, but consider the financial situation of Inter. You can easily offer 50 million and tell them.
But what I don't understand is that Real Madrid they sold the guy who had a wonderful season with Dortmund for 40 million before COVID, and now Inter is selling him for twice the price in COVID, which does not make sense. Normally, Madrid should have sold him for that price. But thing is, I think Inter still they managed to do a great deal out of that. I don't think there is a right back that you can sell at that price besides Hakimi. So maybe Arnold, but Arnold has been, I don't know, he's not maintaining his level throughout the years. So yeah, I think the thing is, I agree also with Antonio. He said with the comment. No, sorry, it's Milan Diavolo. He said, I think PSG is trying to mess with everyone by saying "fu" to fair play, and they are doing a good job at it. To be honest, yes, that's the thing. There is no financial fair play for these teams because they sponsor themselves. They can avoid all penalties, which is not fair in a way. Because all in all, this PSG is never gonna make as much revenues as Juve or Inter. Even if they sell all the shirts, if they fill the stadium throughout the year, they will not meet the same revenues because Ligue 1 is not as followed by the fans compared to Calcio or any other league. So
I know the guy that owns PSG actually owns the TV rights of the league in Saudi Arabia.
He owns the Champions League TV rights as well.
Oh.
That's why they said we are against the Super League because he owns the Champions League TV rights.
I want to ask to our friends here that is in the chat, how did you become an AC Milan fan, man, from Jamaica?
Oh yeah, so I started watching AC Milan since I was a kid. Actually, my dad was in England at the time, and he was a big AC Milan fan. So okay. I basically grew up in the area of Seedorf and Ronaldinho area. So that's the area that I grew up with.
That's a good period to grow up, man.
Yeah, so I actually witnessed the first Scudetto in 2011 that they won.
Okay.
Nice.
There is a lot of Jamaican in London, man. In England, it's like a big community.
Yes, yes. Even Jamaican culture altogether is very present in London.
Yeah, they love football, man. That's insane.
I love Jamaican food as well.
They love football. They love football more than Europeans. That's good. That's actually good. So what is your favorite?
I just want to ask our friend, what's his name actually, Laird? Because I cannot see on the screen.
Oh, you can call me Trevon or Foster. Anyone works better.
Okay.
Right.
Foster. So no, I was asking, what is your favorite Jamaican player? And when I say Jamaican, I say a player that actually has even origin from Jamaica. Like Sterling, I think is originally from Jamaica as well.
Well, at the moment, I would say Leon Bailey. He's my favorite Jamaican player. The one that Bayern those schools. It would be a great sign if we actually got him as well. He's more attacking than what's his name again? On our wing, can't remember his name. Salamakers. Yeah, he's more attacking than Salamakers, so it'd be great to have him on our edition. I can guarantee you that he'll give us at least, 10 assists for the season or 15. Yeah.
Yeah, we need that position. We need different solution in different positions of the pitch. Anyway,
What did you think, guys, about Pobega's performance in the friendly?
Oh man, there is a lot of talks on about this thing, man, because everyone was at thinking, oh, let's sell him and now and buy a better player. Now everyone is thinking, let's keep him because it's good.
No, I'm still maintaining my position on that one there. I want Milan to keep the guy.
I don't
think
see a case where. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Defoster. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we should actually keep Pogega, honestly, because it's going to be to a point where it's going to be another Brian Cristante or Locatelli.
Yeah.
So,
and I think even Cristante is okay being a sub in Roma, right? Like you could have kept him in Milan and he could have been a great sub. But either way, we need midfielders in January because both Kessie and Ben Nasser are leaving. So we have to cover for at least a month and a half.
I think Pobega is good, and I was, as I said before, I was texting on Twitter, and I think the guy is perfect for our system. He can play on the midfield of 3 or midfield of 2. And
I think Pioli is trying different tactics, right, player? Because to be honest, I saw a different team playing on that friendly. Like the way they attacked, the way they defended, the way the midfield used to now is controlling the ball is quite different from last year, right?
Yeah, no, he's gonna play different formations in different situations. So he's ready for this season. He's working. He's preparing the team. So some people are saying PSG is a bubble waiting to explode. For sure, one thing about PSG is that the ownership, the day they're gonna get tired and they want to play another type of game, which is not football anymore, but something else, like happened to AC Milan with Berlusconi, when the owner is gonna be tired and say, I don't like to play anymore this game, they're going to destroy the club and it's going to come back to the reality they were before. Because I don't see a long project. I don't see a healthy project like they really believe in the football business. On the other side, Manchester City, there is a massive project. They have, I don't know how many football clubs they own, how many sport clubs they own.
I think they have around 7 football clubs altogether.
7?
They have one in Mumbai. They have one in India, 2 in MLS, I guess, or 1. They have another one in Australia. I mean, they went
South
over.
America.
But the thing is, what I don't understand is, City says they are against private leagues. However, their owners have one team in the EPL and all the other clubs in private leagues.
Well,
This whole thing.
But because it's not City's fault, the way they went and bought or opened teams in places where the private league works as a business, or at least that's the way they do it. But in Europe, for example, I'm not against the private league. I'm against the private league in Europe because in Europe you have, correct me if I'm not wrong, 30 different countries. You have
more than 30.
More than that, and you have so many different leagues, so many different cultures. Creating a closed private league is gonna fuck up completely the culture of
I think
football.
Even if they do that, they should do a division kind of ranking. They should keep that kind of, you need to be promoted or you can be relegated even if it's a private league.
Yeah, just make it so big, like with a lot of teams, that actually big clubs they are always in. So if you make it like that, actually the top 8 in Serie A get in, the top 8 in Premier League get in, the top 8 in Spain get in, the top 7 in Liga 1 get in, the top 7 in Bundesliga get in. Always big clubs is gonna be there, so they're never gonna miss the money of the Champions League, the so-called Champions League. So make it big, make it with 2 conferences that you actually need to go top 8 or top whatever, and your own league, big conference. 20 teams on one side, 20 teams on the other side. They play each other during the season. They do the playoff at the end and a final at the end of the season. The leagues, the domestic leagues, make it less teams, 16, 18, 16 teams, I think is the right one. and that's perfect. You play every 3 days. Everyone is happy. Sponsors are happy. So I think that's the way to go. Everyone is happy, but you need to keep the relegation. And so what's going here? Antonio, UEFA and PSG are too close. Well, there is always like this. There is always a year that UEFA is close with some clubs and more than others. I mean, UEFA was close with Juventus before, and they were close with Real Madrid
With
before.
Milan, even with Milan, when we had Boban as well, because
Yeah.
they managed to scrap some of the penalties. They reduced some of the other penalties. So Boban did some actual work. I'm just sad that he kind of had to leave, because in the end he was right. He told them that this is not Milan management supposed to be doing. They are doing things in the back door, and we don't know about what they're doing, and they're trying to change everything. And in the end, he was right, because they were trying to bring Ragnick. They were gonna fire Maldini, and like for me, he did what's right. He had I think he had the balls to go outside. He always had the balls to say whatever he thinks, and that's what I like about the guy, because he does not keep it because it's gonna shock the public or the fans. He will say it because it's the truth, and we have to deal with it because it's the truth. So for me, I just hope that somewhere in the future we can get to bring him back, because in the end he was right and the management was at fault. So I just hope that they realize that that guy did them a great favor 2 years ago by fixing so many pending issues with the financial fair play and the UEFA, and he brought the relationship much closer now. So even now you can see that they're not like investigating in details like they used to do the Milan finances. If you remember, like if you recall, after the Chinese ownership, they were going through every paper, every detail to try to find any discrepancy and use that against Milan. But I think now it's much more like they allow for a margin of maybe I don't know to actually go beyond. I think Milan now has invested more than 60 million in the Mercato. It's one of the leading teams that have been investing. Yet we did not buy like a big name player, but I think what Maldini is doing now, he's filling the positions, he's filling the roles. That's much more important for me, because if you do that and then you bring a star and you create the team around him, you have a champion team. You have a team that can actually win trophies, and he's doing that with a very limited budget, and I have all my hats off for that guy. To be honest, to be given like 15, 30 euros during the Mercato, and to manage to scrap away all these Biglia, Paqueta, whatever. Even people now are saying Paqueta. I saw what Paqueta did with Lyon. It's okay, but he managed to, in the big games, he messed up, and they did not qualify for the UCL. So in the end, did he live up to the standards? No. I had to say that, guys, but he's good, but he's not Milan material. We need to realize that if you want to fight for Champions League, there are some players that you need. You should think higher than that. You should even raise your expectations of these players, and that's the only way to do it.
No, I agree. And people, I don't know why people don't see the bigger picture. We did it. We did it. We are in Champions League. That was the main goal. With or without Paqueta, with or without Andre Silva. Is not, unfortunately, this is not a game. It's not Football Manager or FIFA that you get upset.
And also, like people say now that Andre Silva did a great season. Yes, because he's playing for Frankfurt. There is no pressure. The fans are happy if he scores 15 goals. They are super happy if he scores 30 goals. We are super mad if he misses a penalty, or like the pressure is very different from these teams. And we've been waiting for years to make it to UCL. So the pressure is even higher on these players because they come to Milan. They know that what is the target. The target is to make it to top four. Top four in Italy is not easy. It's probably the hardest compared. Maybe only Premier League is as hard as Italian league when it comes to finishing in top four. But if you look at the Spanish league, yes, the top three, they have a very difficult competition to win La Liga, but they always end up in top three. And I think we had this discussion before, Lair. Like, you always expect them to finish in top four. There is no surprise in that. There is always like Sevilla, Villarreal, Valence, any other team joining them as a top four. But you always know who finishes in the top three. In Italy, I think over the last 10 years, if you take away Juventus, I think that we had so many teams competing for UCL. Sometimes we had Roma, sometimes we had Lazio. One time we had Napoli. This year it's not Napoli, it's Milan coming back. Like it's a different league. It's a harsher league.
Is it Roy online? Roy, do you want to say anything, man?
I'm working in the background. I'm listening, and if I'll jump in if I want to say anything.
Oh, okay. Sorry, man. I thought
Guys, did you have a chance to go over the article that I sent you about UEFA making changes to the game?
Yeah, we talked about that the previous the 7 hours live stream we did. I think
did you do a 7 hours live stream, guys?
Yeah, it's our record. We are aiming for 9 hours.
We need to pin that on the channel.
Basically, our goal is to do a 9 hours live, so we can actually do a longer live than actually Inter in Champions League last season. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like, honestly, to be fair with you guys, I'm not sure what's your opinion. I didn't watch the live, guys, but for me, I've been always having a problem with players wasting time. The referee is taking too much time to either go to the VAR or to give the signal to shoot the free kick or the corner. And for me, like, I think even statistically there are some reports about that. Like every league, you can find even a study about the league and how much time is being wasted on the field. I think in European football, generally speaking, they play almost like 70 minutes. And the other 20 minutes or 25 minutes is either out of line, it's either the coach is having a fight with the referee. I mean, so much time is being lost because of that, and the clock does not stop. So for me, I think I agree only with that one rule. If the ball is out of line, you stop the watch. For me, I would be happy with that, and you can actually get more from the players and from the teams, and actually some teams will actually fight for a spot. I saw this during the Euro, and I was disgusted when I saw that Hungary in the death group, they were playing the better football than Germany, France, and Portugal. And these three teams actually wasted time against Hungary, and that's why they qualified. So I don't know. Like for me, that's that one rule. I agree with it. The others, I'm not too sure.
My only concern, as we know, they did the research, and basically that's the effective playing time is 1 hour. So the 45 minutes they play, almost 15 minutes is the ball is outside or is not. No one is playing the ball. Basically, the goalkeeper, the free kick, people talking with the referee. So throwing.
And also, you cannot waste time, especially like by the end of the game. That's when it's most important. You have 5 minutes.
Side, I want to say something. You never know how it's gonna be the behavior of the team, because the behavior of the team is gonna change. The tactic is gonna change. The way they manage the last 5 minutes is going to change. And I'll tell you something. Italians are really good at that. They're gonna find always a way. So I'm sorry, guys. You can actually change all the rules of the world, but we're always gonna win World Cups and Euros, and people are gonna get upset about it.
I don't like the 30-minute thing. It should stay 45. They can do the stops, but they should just keep it at 45.
But it's gonna last long, Roy.
But like when the ball is out of line, or you have
40.
But Roy, if you have a player
35.
like down on the field, no, just listen to me, Roy. Like, imagine it's Milan player. You have a player who's actually, I don't know, like Neymar or a diver who's on the field wasting 10 minutes, and you're losing, and you can actually score, and he's just on the field. Every time you touch him, he goes down, and the referee, when it comes back to additional time, he will only add 2 minutes, and play probably 1 minute, because the other minute is going to be again Neymar falling on the field. So is that fair for you?
So then 38.
It might
For me, like stopping the watch makes sense, because there you cannot escape it. Even if you fall down, the watch is stopped.
But Neymar,
like we go back to not wasting
agree.
time. There is no additional time to be added.
Well, we all agree that Neymar is taking that foul not to waste time, but to actually break the game, to break the action of and the intensity of the opposition. So even if you put that rule, still players are going to break the transition, the action, and the intensity of the game of the other team, and they're still gonna waste time, because even if, let's say, Belgium, Italy started to waste time the last 15 minutes. Now Italy wasn't wasting time staying in the floor for no.
But they had different tactics of wasting time. Like you will walk to the ball, then you want to throw the throw line, and you ask your friend to actually throw the ball. Your friend actually asks his friend to throw and we make a minute and a half out of that. But
I understand if you want to stop the time with the goalkeeper. So let's say we put the rule every time the ball goes out and the goalkeeper needs to put it in, we stop the time. We can do that.
You know why I'm saying this, Laird? Because I'm saying this in a much extreme fashion. When I watch African football, it's even worse. Like they play around 50 minutes, and the other minutes is just bullshit. Like it's not even food. It's not even sports. It's not athleticism. It's not even values. Like the values of sports is about competition and playing fair and whatever. But if you have a team wasting time, I don't know, like England, the way they wasted time against the Denmark, they asked the boys not to throw the ball after it's being kicked out, and even the fans used to hold the ball. Like for me, that's not fair. That's not fair competition. You're just pushing your way through, and you don't deserve to qualify. And I don't think that. Like if it happens to me, I'll be very mad, but I cannot be happy if I do that. Like I should be fair enough to say if my team does that, I should criticize them as well.
But I don't think changing that rule is gonna stop the wasting time. They're gonna find a way to waste the time.
It is, but Laird, like you stop the time. Like even in NFL, they do that now, or NBA. Like you can fall on the ground for 20 minutes. We don't care. The watch is stopped. When we go back to playing, we still have the same minutes left.
But listen to me. The opposition that wants to score a goal gets a corner kick. They're gonna go straight away and play. So there is no reason to stop the time there, because on the other side, it
is. No, it's gonna stop every time the ball is actually not played. Like
no, I don't like that. I don't like that, because now you have time to put advertising. Now you have time to break the game. Now you have the player that actually is tired and he's gonna take more time to kick the corner, so he's gonna breathe. The game is gonna slow down a lot. In this moment, the player doesn't have a reason to stay 3 minutes.
I think the thing is, I'm not sure. I didn't watch it, but they actually tried it out in the under 17 European Championship for clubs or whatever this year, and it actually worked out pretty well. Like the results from the reports that I read, and people who watched the game, they said
they are kids. They don't know.
But like I understand. Like when it comes to big games. Yeah, when it comes to big games, the seniors are different.
I'll tell you an example. Barcelona is losing against AC Milan, and it's 10 minutes at the end. Messi gets a free corner kick. What he does, he wants to breathe. But
what you do, Laird, here, like what you do, even in American football or American sports, you do them a time limit. You have like 5 seconds to play the ball. If you don't, the ball is to your opponent. Like you cannot rest whatever you want. Like they actually control how much time you have to actually play the ball. Like you have up to 6 seconds in NBA. If you don't play in 6 seconds, or if you don't shoot in 6 seconds, it's over. Like it's against you now.
No, I'll say this. Do you wanna fix the time wasting? The goalkeeper, maybe you can stop the time, so the actual goalkeeper doesn't have any reason to waste time. He needs to kick the ball quick because the time is stopped. So that's the only way. But free kicks, corners, and stuff like that, throwing is just gets mad. It gets mad. Seriously, the game is gonna
But like,
finish. Some games can finish even after 3 hours.
yeah, that's the thing. Like you don't control the time length of the game because the game does not stop. So it can be either 1 hour straight because the game did not stop at all, and they played the 30 minutes, then 30 minutes, and then the game is over. Or they had so many incidents during the game and they had to stop to watch so many times, and now it's up to 2 hours and a half or 3 hours, which can be also the case. I don't know. Like I don't know what to feel about that, to be honest. But I'm more positive than negative about these changes because I think that because I'm watching also the local football in Africa and it's so much worse. Like the way they it's sometimes it's even corrupted, and the way that people waste time, and it's so unfair. And you see that teams are deserving, but they don't get it because of this. Because it's not because of football; it's because of people are not playing fair. That's the thing. Like for me, I don't have a problem if you qualify by beating me with football and actual tactics and playing the ball. But if you're just wasting time and you qualify with the penalty and you're not playing the whole game, I don't know what to call it. But for me, that's unfair. I don't know. Like I've watched games like that, and I was so pissed at the referee because he did not control the game. Or for me, these kind of problems they can be solved with this. But
I think the referee.
one other rule that the other rule that I like, Laird, is the 2 minutes suspension. Like rather than like sometimes some occasions you don't know it's not a yellow card, it's not really a red card. Like you like some for me some fouls it's in between. You cannot give it a full red, you cannot give it just a yellow. You should give it something in between. For me, that suspension can be beneficial. Like you're playing too aggressive, you go off the field. If you come back and you're still this aggressive, then I give you the red card.
I don't know.
What do you think about that?
I 100%, 200%, 500% disagree with that rule. I think they should not do that because that is just going to give advantages to teams. That rule might change the game drastically, and I think I don't like that rule. That's too American. And also, Anwar, I want to say something.
It's not like American, to be honest with you,
This
Roy.
is
Like
way
like
too American.
no, but if you watch handball, or volleyball, you actually have that suspension, I think. And
yeah, okay, you have a suspension, but if you worked your ass off a full year, to get to a final, right, and then you do a foul that the referee deems a yellow card, and you're like, no, I don't think that's a yellow card, but the referee, his interpretation is a yellow card, and then you lose your central defender over a call that is 50-50, and then you give the opposition 5 minutes of advantage. Let's say it's the last 5 minutes of the game, and you were dominating that team. And
but either way, you could have given them a red card.
All of a sudden, no, I'm saying these calls that are between yellow and non-yellow, and then all of a sudden, all your work that you have done like goes to shit because of a yellow card that could have not been a yellow card. Look, in my opinion, they're trying to Americanize the game, not because of anything, but because they want to put commercials, they want to put fucking sponsors, they want to make money. This is what they're trying to do. No to that. No to that.
I just want to give you an example for you. Like the case of, I don't know, like Stylemakers when he got the red card straight away. Tonali when he got the red card straight away. For me, that could have been just a suspension. He did not deserve a red card. Or I don't know, like you have a player who's actually watching the ball coming off the sky. He does not look at the defender running towards him. He will raise his foot, then hits him on the face. It's unintentional. It's quite violent and aggressive, but it does not deserve a red card. Like he did not do that intentionally to hurt the player. He was actually looking for the ball. And a yellow card will not cut it because it's still violent and aggressive.
But that's the
I don't
point.
know,
That's the rule. The rule is you shouldn't be violent and aggressive, even if you don't
No,
mean
I
it.
understand, Laird.
You
Like,
need to
but
have
sometimes
composure.
it's intentional. But like for me, sometimes it's intentional. Sometimes it's not. I'll give you another example. The foul for Chiellini, the tactical foul on Saka.
Yeah.
That one, like some people would, like there is some ref who can actually even give that a red. Like
No,
some
Impossible.
red.
Impossible.
No,
Impossible.
Laird,
That's a
Impossible.
professional foul.
just listen to me. I'm not saying it's a red. I'm saying there are refs who can actually look at that and say this is a red. Some
Yeah,
refs
only
did that. They did that for less than that. Not
Yeah, but
even
that's
that.
only if it's the last defender. That won't. If there's more coverage, that will never be a red card by any sort of standard.
In that position
No,
of
no,
the field. Okay, yeah, you're saying that, but that ref would have made a terrible mistake.
I'll tell you an example.
That's the thing. Like a red, it's a terrible mistake. A yellow does not cut it for me, to be honest, because yeah, he was. It's against the play of football. Like you're actually just stopping the guy, and it's quite violent. Like he caught him by his throat. Like in a way, you're not playing football. You're just playing rough.
Anwar, I'll show you an example. Do you remember Pavel Nedved?
Yes.
Every tackle he was getting, it looks like a yellow card because he was flying around, suffering like somebody killed him. So if you get a player like Pavel Nedved, he's gonna manage to get 3 players of the opposition with a yellow card, and the other team is gonna play at least 5 or 6 minutes with 3 players more. It can happen. It can become a strategy for technical and good players to actually get on purpose specific players a yellow card.
Well, I guess this would. Sorry, I guess this would help the Italians because apparently the Italians are great actors. So,
Yes.
But you know, this also
They used to be.
This could help stop diving as well, because remember, referees are supposed to card players that dive. So if it's a blatant dive and the referee knows it's a blatant dive, then having, giving the person a yellow, or even if it's just like, a 5 to 8 minute, timeout, that's going to hurt the team.
I prefer.
That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes the situation does not deserve either yellow or red. It's a gray area. You cannot really say which one it is really. And you have refs who will not give anything at all. And you can see that even Serie A. Like so many times I was shocked by the calls by the refs. But for me, sometimes it's the interpretation which is wrong. Like the refs do not really understand the situation very well. And that comes back to their training and their understanding of the game as well. But for me, like there, all I'm saying is like if you like Sterling against Italy, he dived so many times in the box. He did not receive. Yes, he should have been carded. Then he should have been suspended for 10 minutes or 5 minutes.
I don't know.
Yeah,
know. Really?
That's how you stop diving. For sure. That's how you stop diving.
Because next he will not be diving. No one will be diving from England because they can lose another player for a suspension again. Like they will be playing with 9 players for 5 minutes, and you cannot allow that. So you have to play real football and play fair. Like for me, you're pushing the game more to fairness than unfairness.
Listen, what about actually the player that actually is not diving? It just falls down because he's running and he loses the tempo and
there's a difference because when a player just trips, you can tell when a player is looking for a dive because the first thing they do is turn and look at the referee. When a player slips and they know they slip, they always get back up and they are annoyed with themselves. That's the difference. And you can see that's a visual difference when someone is looking for the foul.
I feel like this rule is to cover the referees that actually are not good enough. So I don't want to create a rule because the referees are not good enough. That's the craziness of this rule. Because there is some gray areas that the referees can make a wrong decision. So let's put this rule so we are covered and it doesn't make a big mistake. I'll say no.
Laird, I saw here a comment from Mohammed. He said, bro, I'm from Africa, Libya, and I know exactly what you mean. Because I'm sure he watches also African football. And when you watch African football, the refs are not very great, so the calls are not always like 50% of the time they will be wrong. And when you play a bigger team, like if you play the Real Madrid, which is, I don't know, like I'm gonna compare it to the Ali of Egypt, and they are winning 1-0, they're playing in their home field. Now there is no ball on the field. The referee is afraid to even call the fouls, and you're just playing against a very rough team. They're doing faults all around the field, losing time, and you're not even playing football. Like you're not even watching football. You're just watching a mess. For me, that was also like I watched the Copa America, the whole games, and for me, it did not. It looked like football, but so many times it looked like taekwondo. Like the final, especially the tackles, they were crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
So many times, some players should have been suspended. Like you cannot give him a red card for his first foul because you're gonna mess up the final.
I
But
don't
you
agree
can
with the
give him a 5
suspension.
minutes.
So what
I don't
about
agree
this?
with that.
What about this? A little tweak to the suspension. What if, for maybe not for every yellow, you get like a 5-minute suspension, but if it is a dive, could they just use a different color to signify the difference? And
I think for the
that
dive
could be
is
a difference.
simple as that. The game finish, you do a kind of a VAR at the end of the game. You see that was a dive, so the guy was clearly trying to cheat the referee. So there is a suspension for the next game. Simple as that.
Yeah, but
The
that doesn't
suspension-
help at the moment, though. That
The
you can
tactic-
still win or lose from that.
No,
This is-
you don't get the penalty kick. You dived. We see in the VAR that you dive. End of the story. You check it better at the end of the game. You clearly try to cheat. Next game you're not playing. I'm sorry. End of the story.
I think the suspension rule would drastically change the game. It would drastically change the game.
Yeah, for sure.
ta-
I think it's gonna change the game drastically.
It would just
Not
keep
for the
players more
best.
honest.
No, not that. No, listen, guys. Listen. Fouls don't happen because people do them on purpose. Fouls happen because people are playing at 100 miles per hour and they're going all in, and they happen. It's not that people are trying not to, they
But that's what
will
we're talking
happen.
about, though. We're
Whether
talking
the-
about-
I agree
no, hold
halfway
on.
with that, Roy.
But all these fouls are still going to be yellow cards. Yellow card is not when you intentionally foul someone. A yellow card is when you foul someone maybe 3 times, or when you foul someone badly. But you're not doing that because you want to hurt him. You're doing that because you're playing 100 miles per hour and you missed it, or you missed tackled the thing. So and now you get that player. You take, okay, let's say Pirlo makes a foul. Now you lose your regista for 5 minutes. What happens if a goalkeeper makes a foul? Does he go out for 5 minutes and you play without a goal?
That's why I said a tweak needs to be done. I like Laird's idea as well. If you when they go back and see that you dove and it was a blatant dive, then the next game, either you don't get to play or you have to start from the bench, or the team is penalized by starting a man down. Something has to be done for certain things, like the everyday yellow card for fouls accumulated or like just an accidental miss. No, I don't think you can't give a penalty for that other than just a yellow card. But
And
the
this
rest
rule-
of the
Would you
it's
guys?
definitely-
Would you be happy if you watch the Milan game? Like, let's take for example, they play in Atletico Madrid. We end up with 3 players or 4 players injured, and they end up with 1 yellow card because
Yeah,
they
but
are
that-
intelligent
but that
enough
that doesn't
and
mean
smart
that-
enough to do. But these teams, they are smart enough to do fouls and not be called up on them. Like for me, Chiellini is one of the best players are doing that. He will do some crazy fouls sometimes. No, I'm not referring to the Saka incident, but generally speaking, throughout his career, he will do some crazy tackles. In the end, he's not receiving a single card.
But that's the problem of the referee not interpreting the rule that actually already exists in the proper way. If you put another rule, you create another gray area, bigger gray area, because now we are asking ourselves, is a yellow card to go 5 minutes out, or is not a yellow card at all, or is a red card? So you put another rule, you make a lot of more confusion. Now the rule is so simple. Basically, if you do a violent foul, but it's not so violent, or you do it on purpose and it's not a violent foul, you get a yellow card. Or if you interrupt a clear counterattack or something like that, you get a yellow card. If it's violent, really violent, you actually can injure the player, is a red card and stuff like that. Rules are so clear. The problem is the football as a sport, there is a million of situations can happen in a game that still didn't happen before in 100 years of history. That's the funny thing. Still, we can see a million different things happen that didn't happen in 100 years of history of football. So the combination is so high that actually the rule is never enough. We need always a new rule. The yellow card, 5 minutes out, I don't think it's going to solve the problem. It's going to make the game less physical. Technical players are going to find a way to get more yellow cards to other players. They're going to find different situations to put the other team one man down and try to get a goal. There's a lot of things that you
and you bring up a good point, Larry, you bring up a good point. Most of the people that get yellow cards are defenders. Yeah. So it is going to give an advantage to the strikers. Obviously, the guys that concede the yellow cards are the ones that cause other players to a yellow card are the dribblers. If you're dribbling and you dribble past a guy and he catches your leg, that's a yellow card. Yeah, this rule, no.
But you're also protecting the defenders, Roy. You're only looking at the half glass, because rather than giving him a red card straight away, because he was going to be on a 1-on-1, now I'm giving him a suspension of 5 minutes and he can come back and help his...
No. But a yellow card can just be just a 1-on-1 in a situation where it wouldn't be a red card, just a regular yellow card. Right.
That's the thing. Like for me, because it depends on the referees. Some referees will not even give anything. Like it depends on how the referee is interpreting. Also, how he sees the red card and how he sees the yellow card.
I mean, that's always going to be up to the referee. But that's when VAR comes in. When it comes to red cards, that's when you have VAR. But in terms of yellow cards, that's always going to be up to the referee's interpretation. Because we got to remember, not too long ago, some of these tackles that we have seen would be considered as perfect tackles back, 15 years ago. But now, it doesn't matter if you win the ball. If you touch the player, it's a foul, and you can still get a yellow card.
Yeah.
So I feel like yellow cards, like the suspension, should just be stuck to like diving, and not to like basic yellow cards like professional fouls or slightly late tackles.
I'm happy with that. Like for me, the suspension should be given to specific. Like they should set the rules for the suspension and specify maybe if you do this and this and that, then that's a suspension.
So in this final of the European final, Italy got 5 yellow cards. So that would mean 5 times 5. That is 25 minutes of playing in disadvantage.
No. But Roy, I think you're misunderstanding here, because you're replacing the yellow cards with suspension. That's not the case. You still have the yellow cards, but rather than giving a red card right after, you're giving him a suspension. Then you give him a red card. Like you're actually introducing a new level.
Red card.
I think that's too much.
I see what you're saying.
Hey, real quick. Milan Diavolo, one his comment read, it said if you dive in the opponent's penalty box and it was considered an actual dive, then it looks like he's trying to say that the other team should get the penalty.
I don't know how fair that is, by the way.
Like if you dive to get a penalty and you were shown to have been diving, then the defending team should be awarded a penalty.
Again, I'll give you another situation. You're losing 1-0. It's the last minutes. You still try to dive. You don't care if the ref. You're still gonna try to get a 1-1 penalty. So I don't know. Or let's talk about the Sterling penalty kick he got with Denmark. That was a clear dive. He just put his left leg wider so he get a touch.
Right.
So you cannot accuse him for diving. You can still tell him it's not a penalty, but you cannot tell him it's a diving. So he's keep trying. Sterling always does that.
In that situation, he was already going down.
Exactly.
And he technically you can't say he was diving. It was more if he was already off balance.
Yeah.
Than a dive.
He saw it falling before contact. Like,
but that's not a dive though.
But still, like,
him
for me,
his feet.
But for me, that's intention for a like you're looking for the penalty. You're not trying to play football.
Well, you got to remember, if he's already off balance and already falling down, and someone happens to brush up against him, that's still contact, but it doesn't mean he was looking for it.
Yeah. For me, that was not, the whole sequence should have been called off because there was another ball on the field. I don't know, like the
whole thing was wrong. The referee,
the whole thing was wrong, and I think for that action, because he did not go to VAR, because he knew if he went to VAR it would have been called off. But I think he was making it up for the first penalty. He did not actually signal.
That wasn't a penalty either.
I think for Harry Kane, it was more. There was more contact with Harry Kane than with Sterling.
But
I would rather give that a penalty.
But you got to remember, on that one is different because the guy got his foot in front of Harry Kane, and Harry Kane's follow through is what made the contact.
But I think Harry Kane reached the ball first. That's the thing. Like, if you reach the ball first and he managed to scrap away your foot, is still contact in the box.
Right.
Like, if it was Milan, you would be calling for a pen.
But who's made the actual contact? Harry Kane's foot, while moving forward, made contact with the defender who got his foot in front of his. So that's
the thing. Like, that's when it comes to interpretation, because some refs will actually call that penalty right away.
We've literally seen that with Milan. It happened to us at least 2 or 3 times this year, and they did.
I mean, with Milan, we've seen even worse than that. Like, we've seen Romagnoli just push the guy a little bit, and he fell down, and that's the penalty.
Yeah, but just in that, and just the Harry Kane interpretation, I'm saying that happened at least 3 times, to where our defender got in front of the person, and they kicked us, and they gave us the foul. That's how that's supposed to be seen. And then for the Sterling, the penalty for Sterling, the reason why the referee couldn't go to VAR is because there was contact. And I think that's what the commentators are saying, that once their contact was made, it was pretty much out of their hands, because it wasn't obvious decision.
I thought it was 80% penalty.
Harry Kane, I would agree to the same. Like, for me, that looked like more of a penalty than the Sterling one. For me, the Sterling one was outstanding to see that called up.
Anyway. Oh no, I meant the Sterling one too.
You meant the Sterling one is 80% a penalty.
The Sterling one was a soft penalty. I will get really upset to lose a semi-final for a penalty like this. I will go.
Especially there is another ball in the field, and Sterling is actually using that ball to go around the defender.
I will see how England is gonna react if Immobile get a penalty like this in a final. How the English supporters are going to react.
Hey guys,
they still called Italy divers while they had Maguire diving against Berardi. Like, did you see how Maguire was actually covering his face? Even Berardi cannot reach that high with his foot.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Remember, guys, I want to show you something, guys. We need to re-get our 1995 Champions League that belonged to us.
By the way.
Look at
guys,
this.
I just received my Kier.
Shirt. I read something about this. I literally
look at where Dudek is.
But you know that Dudek did this all the time. Like, he would actually step forward and catch the ball. It's not only him; it's also Casillas. Many goalkeepers used to do that. Like, they would step they would have 2 steps forward, then jump.
That's not.
Anyway,
I mean, guys, just to give you an update, me and some friends, we played the fantasy competition, and I was like 20 friends of mine. We were all betting. We all added to the pot like $20 each. I was the only one who put Italy as the winners, and the prize was you get whatever shirt you want, and I got the Kier shirt from Denmark. So I'm just happy to receive that now, and I'm happy with my bet because I'm the only one who bet on Italy.
How much did you
make?
How much did you make?
No, actually, I didn't get the money. We just agreed that the winner will get the shirt he wants, and whatever price it is, we'll do it.
Yes,
just happy
we
I'm
need
getting here. I just want. What do you think, guys, about the next captain for Milan? Because I don't think it's gonna be Romagnoli.
No, they gave it to him.
No, I think they're gonna be either selling him or either way he's not gonna be a starter. That's my guess.
No, I think if he plays, he's going to be the captain.
Yeah.
When he doesn't play, I believe he'll probably go to either Calabria or Kessi or Kier. Maybe we're going to do Kier.
I think for me it's gonna be either Ibra or Kier.
Or Ibra,
But
right? Because Ibra has a lot of games.
I think even Ibra is putting too much pressure on the field. Like, even being a captain, he can go to the ref and intimidate him.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys.
But to be honest with you guys, I don't want to see Kessie as a captain. I want Kessie to focus only on the ball and only to play ball.
Right. I agree with that.
Now I want to see
I think-
the opinion of the people about this, the replacement of Calhanoglu. I think we all agree that the replacement is Diaz, basically. The team.
I think the replacement now is Vlahovic from CSKA Moscow. They said it's a 30 million deal with the obligation to buy.
I think Diaz, he got the number 10, man. Clearly,
He got the number 10 because he's the one who worked for it. But I think the player they're gonna bring is. I don't think that Diaz is gonna be the starter for that position either way. I'm not. I don't think so. I don't think so, guys.
I think it's gonna start. I think he's gonna be the starter.
Yeah, he'll start. Even if we get Vlahovic, Diaz will most likely start first. He knows the.
Are you happy, guys, with having Diaz covering that position only? Or were you expecting someone else?
Oh yeah, they're gonna buy some. They're gonna bring someone else, but that someone else is not gonna be.
The problem with your guys' assessment of all of this is that you guys think that Calhanoglu was pure utter shit. That's just not the reality of the matter. Calhanoglu is an excellent football player, and what he can do as far as containment, Diaz cannot do. So whatever Pioli does and how he uses Diaz, he will not use Diaz the same way Calhanoglu uses Diaz. It doesn't matter if you guys think Calhanoglu is shit. You guys can think that all day you want. But the coach of the hold on. The coach of the Turkish national team doesn't think that. Inter doesn't think that. Milan didn't think that, except they didn't want to give him all that money. Pioli wanted Calhanoglu because Calhanoglu is a great player. Diaz Diaz cannot contain like Calhanoglu, guys. Put that in your heads.
Roy,
actually, Hakan was giving the ball away to the other teams. Did you watch the Juventus game? He was helping Rabiot and Archer in the midfield.
No, he played
we discussed this. You had left, but we discussed this once the stream came back on. Hakan has these stats because he was the only cam we had. He was the one that was taking all the free kicks and all the corners, and we had no real sub for him. Therefore,
100%
all the time.
100% wrong.
When you look at him play, the majority of his passes are sideways or back. Rarely does he beat one or two people and make a defense-splitting pass that makes you say, wow. He rarely does that. He rarely does it. The stats prove it. The stats prove that. That's
wrong. His stats prove that he's top 5 in Europe.
Yeah, because he's not on the team. It's the same thing with Berardi.
How come, Messi takes all the free kicks. How come he didn't get the same stats?
Do you see the assist that Messi gets?
Oh, okay.
Do you see the vision
because
he has? Bro,
actually Messi had more than 30 goals and more than 20 assists. Calhanoglu played almost every game. He had 11 goals contribution, as much as Diaz, who was a sub. And that's enough to tell you everything about. And this is his best season in Milan. This is actually his best stat with Milan. That's not enough. That's not even enough for Parma.
Listen.
And then for
Diaz cannot do. what Calhanoglu does in the system that Pioli plays.
Do you want to
Okay?
bet,
He cannot
Roy?
do that. I want to
You
bet
wanna
him.
bet it?
Yes.
Listen,
Yes.
when did you see Hakan actually getting the ball and doing all these things you do? Just send me one thing that when I look at
this
that and
is
I say,
Anwar,
Yeah.
listen, football is not ESPN top 10 highlights. It's 90
no,
minutes.
I'm not speaking about highlights. I'm speaking about the whole game. Like when I watch the whole game from Hakan, all I see is more bad than actual good, especially with the top teams. When we play Benevento, he will play like Zidane and show off his skills. But when we play with high pressure against Juventus, and you have two midfielders coming back to him to get the ball, he can't even turn right. The guy can't even turn. And you call that a 10? He cannot. A cam should be able to turn.
He can't
be able to block the ball. No, the guy cannot even turn. That's a huge issue. He can't turn.
No, guys, listen. You guys are looking at him just as if he's supposed to be a Roberto Baggio, you know? But that's not how Pioli was using him. Pioli was using him to come back and contain, play like a mezzala. Which means what? Now, how Diaz cannot do that. Diaz cannot, but he wasn't used as the creative force.
Yes, he was.
But Roy,
no, he wasn't.
I would agree with you.
About his stats. His stats is supposed to be
it was 50-50. It was 50-50. His job was
I would agree with you. If it was Nedved, I would agree with you. But Hakan is not that kind of player. He does not help the defender. He does not help the midfield.
Yes, he does.
For me, the way I look at Hakan and the way I look at his football, and I'm comparing him even to the worst 10s we had over the 10 years, like Keisuke Honda, all these kind of camps. And I see him as the worst one of these guys. I think even Keisuke Honda was playing technically better. He was adding much more to the offensive play of Milan than Hakan did. And Hakan is actually now playing with a better team. And the confirmation of what you're saying about... Roy, the confirmation of what we're saying is going to be with Inter next year. You're going to look at Hakan and you're going to be so happy he joined Inter because he's going to mess up their whole...
Hold on. I don't care that he left. Okay, for me, whatever, he left. But the mistake you guys are making is thinking that Hakan was this shit player when he's not.
He was.
And Diaz does not fucking play that kind of game. Diaz is a second striker. Diaz is an attacking midfield. Listen, it's not about when Diaz has the ball. It's when Diaz doesn't have the ball. That's why Hakan. That's why Pioli always put Hakan in front of Diaz because when we don't have the ball, you need your players to cover. Guys, football is 90 minutes. 50% of the time is with the ball. Other 50% of the time is without the ball.
We always had more possession, so it was more along the lines of 60 to 70% that we had the ball, and Hakan still did nothing. When he doesn't have
nothing, this is not true. What do you mean nothing? His pass, he played with the team. He made the team work.
His passing is good because he passes sideways and backwards.
That's
why his passing is good. I'd have 1,000%.
I'm not going to stay here and say I'm not going to be here and say that Hakan is Pele. I'm not saying that. But Diaz and Hakan are two different players.
But he was not great either, Roy. You have to agree with that. He was not a great player. He's a good player, but that's not enough for Milan or any top team. I don't see him playing for Madrid. I don't see him playing for Bayern. I don't see him playing for Juve. I don't see him playing for any other team.
Juve was interested in him. Juve was
Juve is interested now, but Juve back in the time with Dybala and the strong team, they never looked at Hakan. They never even thought about him because they know how shit he was. But now they have money problems. The guy is for free.
Guys, nobody says this in the world of football. Only fans say that players are shit.
He had
nobody says that.
6 good months out of 3 or 4 years.
You think Maldini? You think when Maldini looks at Calhanoglu, he says, "This is a shit player. He sucks. Fuck this guy."
No, Roy, you're taking the narrative towards your direction now. Because if you're gonna say this about Hakan and Pioli, then I can say the same about Castillejo and Krunic. All I heard all season long, bravo Samu, bravo Krunic. Can we say they are excellent players?
Because we're doing a good job.
No, they're not. They're not Milan players.
They
Man.
are doing a good job. Guys, listen. I don't know. Okay, look, I coach a lot of teams. I've coached a lot of teams, okay? I've coached a lot of teams. All players have their role. They all have their role. Now, just because a player doesn't make because a player doesn't make the top 10 ESPN freaking highlights doesn't mean that player was shit.
Right.
If I have a player that doesn't touch the ball but does his containment perfectly, I'm happy.
No, Roy.
Let me
All
let me
I'm
say
thinking
this.
is that. Can I just say this one point, and I'll allow you guys to say whatever you want. I think that we got Hakan because we actually watched the highlights. We did not watch the full 90 minutes of the player. We bought him because we watched these crazy free kicks, these crazy set pieces, and we thought, oh, this guy is actually really good and it's excellent. Then he got to Milan, and then you have high-pressure games. The guy, you can see that his technical and skill abilities are very limited. And for me, to be honest with you guys, I never saw him as a Milan player. I was always disappointed throughout the season. He will play half a season good, the other half is shit.
Guys, this is just
and I'm being fair enough to say that he played actually half a season good. Because even that half good, you have games where he would actually disappear.
Look, Roy, you have to remember this too. You said you have to look at it not just when the player is on the ball, but when he's off the ball.
Yeah,
if
off the ball, he's
that much of a danger off the ball, then why is he not man marked? Why does it take one person to stop Hakan? With Diaz, you need to surround Diaz.
Are you telling me? Hold on, Nathan. Are you telling me that when teams last season, when they were, guys, listen to what you guys are saying. You're telling me that when teams are going to play against Milan last season, and the coach was showing everybody the possible formation, the coach was saying, okay, so this is what Ibra will do, this is what Leao will do, but Hakan, fuck him, he's shit. Don't worry about him. Fuck this guy. You'll mess up.
It's
What are you talking about?
It's not about what the coach is saying. It's about what is being displayed on the field. The coach isn't going to say that. It's about what is displayed on the field. And Hakan is walking all the time. He can't beat anybody. His passes are
Hakan is an exceptional football player.
His passing.
For me, I think Hakan is very childish as well. Like, I don't even like his mentality. He didn't give him the raise he wants. He will walk on the field. He has a dispute with his wife. The guy is not playing well. Fuck that. I don't want him. To be honest with you, Roy, this is the kind of mentality that it's not deserving of me.
I'm not like a Hakan fan. I don't care that he's gone. Okay.
No, but you're saying he's a great player.
But you should.
No, he's an exceptional player. He's not a great player. He's an exceptional.
Exceptional is
not.
That's a synonym.
For me, he is average and sometimes below average.
Roy, can I say something? Because you guys talked a lot. I want to say mine. So Hakan is so average that I'm so happy that he went to Inter Milan, man. I'm genuinely happy.
I'm happy he went there.
If I see him, I'm gonna hug him and tell him, "Thank you, you went to Inter Milan," because he's such a bad player. He's gonna ruin the team. Believe me, you're gonna see that happen. You're gonna see Lukaku and Lautaro shouting at him. He doesn't have a tempo. He doesn't know the right. I've seen it with my eyes. I've seen it with my eyes. I've seen it for an entire season.
Okay.
I was criticizing the guy even when we were winning 24 games in a row, whatever. I was saying Diaz is better. I want to see Diaz more.
Okay, Diaz is better with his feet.
He's better with everything, man. He's better without the ball, with the ball.
No way.
Oh, he's technically better. His passing is better. For me, I agree with Lair on this one, right? It's not hate on Hakan.
When we're losing the game, he asks for the ball. He shows up. It's better in all the levels.
Diaz is a better number 10 offensively.
No. Personality. Let's talk about personality. When we were
personality.
When we were actually struggling with Cagliari, Diaz was asking the ball. Hakan was hiding in the pitch.
Yeah,
liar.
He's our Kaká right now. In this moment of the season, he's the player that should solve our season. He's not doing it. That's it.
Diaz against Cagliari. 1 second, Nathan, when you go. Sorry. 1 second. Diaz against Diaz against Cagliari was asked, hey, play on the right now. Make yourself in the center. and make sure you cover right. 5 minutes of Diaz on the right. Cagliari almost scored a goal coming from the right
because he's not
Diaz,
a winger.
Because Diaz
also the Cagliari game, Roy.
No. Because Diaz can't cover. He can't cover. You guys gotta put that in your head.
Look, Roy. We discussed this. We discussed this.
Forget about the covering, man. Not the covering. All the Cagliari team is on the midfield.
Covering is 70% of the game.
Okay, so you gotta have players in that.
No. I want to clarify this situation here. Diaz is in a position that you need to give the ball. That's why we struggle, because in the middle was Hakan that was not good at transitioning from the midfield to the attacking. Because Diaz was
in that same game,
no ball came to Diaz.
Why did he sub him out? Why did he sub him out? Why did they sub him out after 5 minutes?
He actually subbed out. He subbed out Hakan in the game against Cagliari. If you remember correctly, I think 60 minutes.
Yeah, why did they sub out Diaz?
He subbed out Hakan. He subbed out Hakan in that game, Lair.
Doesn't mean
he actually.
Look, you got to remember too, Roy. Pioli has a habit of benching players once they have like one bad game. If it's not one of his favorites and it's not someone who was in with the team, he has a habit of benching them. He did it to Diaz and he did it to Hagway.
Nathan, I was there and I was saying, hey, let's try to put Diaz on the right. Let's see what happens.
But he's not a winger. He's not. I already went over this.
Okay. So Pioli, the guy that sees him every day in training, put him on the right against Cagliari. And it was clear that Diaz does not have the lungs.
Roy,
he does not have the tactical knowledge.
He's not a winger.
Roy. I think we need to set some adjustments because Pioli is not Mourinho or.
No, but
we know what.
The situation.
But he's speaking as if whatever Pioli does is the correct way.
Stay in that game against Cagliari. Cagliari is in the box. So Diaz playing on the right is not a wing. He's an attack solution to actually create some chances. He's not a wing. We are all in the half
but
side
you still
of
have
Cagliari.
to cover there.
So it's not a typical situation. It's an atypical situation. So Diaz is there to go on the 1v1 and get a free kick, get a penalty, or make an assist. Hakan is in the middle. I want to finish now. Hakan is in the middle. He's basically the pivot, the playmaker. He needs to take the ball from the left, bring it on the right, from the defenders go into attacking. He's not doing that. He didn't do that. He didn't shoot from outside. He didn't dribble. He didn't get a free kick. He didn't create any chance against Cagliari.
You guys are the one saying that Hakan is shit. Hakan is this. Guys, the reason why we scored. The reason why we scored 2 goals against Atalanta is because Hakan played 2 great plays. But you guys don't want to see that because of the propaganda.
Those are basic.
No, that's right. If you give the Atalanta game to Hakan, we have a major.
He missed the shot and he got a penalty. He missed the shot. A player like him who was 7 minutes.
You see, that's because you're negative about it. Even if Hakan scored an overhead kick, you would have said he scored it because
he needs to
score. Just to make my point clear, I've been saying this about Hakan since the first day he joined Milan, even before he played his first game with Milan. I would tell people this guy is only highlights, and when he plays, you actually see how shit he can be. And I'm not referring to him being shit as no, he is, because you expect the 10 of your team to have the most technical abilities, to be the most feasible with the ball, turning around, making these openings, even trying just the smallest things, even just shooting outside the box. The guy does not do any of these things, only if he plays Benevento.
When Diaz was put in the middle, when Diaz was put as a cam, especially towards the end of the season, look at all the trouble he was causing the defenders. Diaz is not capable, Hakan is not capable of doing that.
Nathan,
he's not. I agree with that. I don't think he ever did.
No, listen to me. Diaz was put in the middle, but Calhanoglu was put on the left, right? He was put on the left.
Still did nothing.
Why did Calhanoglu stay on the pitch? Why didn't he take Diaz out for Rebic?
We don't have an actual choice.
I'll tell you why. Roy, I'll tell you why. Because Pioli was thinking in that moment that he is the most important player. Thank God he's gone, because he's not the most important player. He's not.
Okay, so Pioli is an idiot. So Pioli's
Yes, he can be an idiot. He's human, Roy. He can do mistakes as well.
So why don't you guys go coach Milan then?
But it's not.
No, I'm not saying I should be the coach, but I have the right to criticize his work.
Go to Milan.
I'd love to
Give him
coach
your
Milan.
CV. Give him your CV.
No.
Give him your CV and coach Milan.
Roy,
No, this is not what we're
Everybody's
saying.
stupid,
This is not what we're saying. This is not what we're saying. We have every right as Milan fans to criticize Pioli's work. I don't think that his work was perfect. He was on the run for the Campionato. He messed it up for some reasons. The management messed it up as well. And we have the right to criticize that. I don't agree with having someone on the pitch when Hauge is scoring goals. I don't agree with many things that Pioli did. I didn't agree with having Romagnoli playing when we had Tomori on the bench, and we lost some points because Pioli did not have the balls to actually bench Romagnoli.
Remember
when
the
time
Inter
was
game?
due.
The Inter game?
Yeah.
And he said Romagnoli was better physically suited than Tomori to stop.
That's
Lukaku.
so much bullshit,
guys,
man.
guys, in hindsight, we're all geniuses.
We said that when
In
the
hindsight,
news
we're all
broke out.
geniuses.
When the news
But we have the
broke
right to
out,
criticize,
you knew
Roy.
that was wrong.
No, listen.
As soon as he
you
said
guys,
Romagnoli
if you
is better,
guys,
Then as soon as he said Romagnoli is better suited to stop Lukaku than Tomori, I knew and that was at the beginning of the week. Like, bro, no way. Only
you
a fool
guys
would say
are
something
but
like that.
Roy,
crazy.
some things
You
that
guys
Pioli
are
did, we have
crazy
to disagree
to
with
think-
them.
You guys are
No, but-
crazy to think that Diaz can contain the same way as Hakan.
No,
You
I don't think that Diaz is going to be a starter to begin with.
be better. You don't need to
in
contain.
a psych ward.
If you keep the ball better, listen, we need to contain because Calhanoglu is bad at positioning, at keeping the ball and creating chances.
Ma cosa
But if you keep the
dici?
ball
What?
and you create chance, yes, it is, man. He loves the ball. We go in the counter attack, the ball stays behind him because he doesn't know to control it. I can show you 3 times.
Hey Roy, let me ask you: where do you start defending first?
Where do you start defending?
Where do you
first?
start defending first?
What are you implying the offense?
Yes, your first
So
your
the
first
striker, right?
defense is your offensive players. Hakan is he's too slow to cover that
Wrong,
area. No. Listen. Hakan is too slow to help press, and when he gets bypassed, he is too slow to help the defense. So then when he finally tracks back on defense, he is too slow to go transition from defense to offense. That is a fact. Diaz does that.
Wrong.
Better.
Okay, so do you think that Ibra is wrong as
100%.
well, Roy?
Right.
When Ibra turned around to Hakan and told him, "What the fuck are you doing?"
But that was
What do you
one
think that
instant.
Ibra was
That
doing
was that was a situational thing, guys. Come on.
No, that's a
about
build-up
90
situation,
minutes.
Roy. No, Roy, you should understand that situation better because Ibra has been meaning to say that to Hakan probably since the first minute he walked on the pitch. But he waited that long because we were in so much pressure. We're actually now wasting the Campionato and we're fighting for fourth spot.
I am
And
not
then
saying
he will turn around to Hakan and tell him straight away to his face, "What the fuck are you doing? You're supposed to be the 10. You're supposed to create chances, not to destroy them."
Okay, let me say this. Okay, let me say this loud and clear. All right. If we played, let's say, without Hakan, but we had Diaz there, okay, we would have conceded maybe 15 more goals.
No, you act as if Hakan was making goal line saves. Hakan,
I think you're very mistaken, Roy, about what Hakan added to the team.
It's not about goal lines. It's about containment. You said you start to defend from the. Calhanoglu is great at that. He is great at that.
Oh, come on, man. You are making it like he's a new Rijkaard, man. Great at
My cousin Rijkaard.
He's very far from
we're
that.
talking about an international player.
You know what I'm saying?
You guys are telling me that an under 21 who is not even he's a starter sometimes is better than
No, he's actually a generational player.
Yeah.
Roy.
Come on,
He's
guys.
actually
Please,
21.
Please, guys.
No,
Let's get rid.
Roy, he's
Let's
actually
get rid.
21 and he played for City and he was sold for 30 million to Real Madrid and now he's playing as a number 10 for AC Milan. Hakan is 29 almost and he's supposed to be at his prime ability. And now you have Diaz who's actually subbing off and he has as much stats as Hakan, as much goal contribution as Hakan.
with less game time.
No, but you guys
Yeah,
are
with
you
less
guys
gameplay.
are only looking again. You guys are only looking at the top 10 ESPN highlights. I want to respond to this guy. Yes, or even Roy Donat. Listen to me, Yanko. Okay, I don't need a fucking manual to know how to talk. There's no instruction book to know how to talk about Milan. Okay, I don't give a fuck about the propaganda. All right. For me to be a Milan fan, I have to talk shit about Juve. For me to be a Milan fan, I have to talk shit about Gigio. I have to talk shit about John. Fuck that manual instruction that you guys want to fucking adhere by. Okay, Mr. Yanko. I am a fucking Milan fan before you were born.
Roy, you'll see the difference.
But
You'll
you're
see the difference when these is a full year.
Who is a quality player, who is not.
You'll see the difference when we get when we have a Cam who is quick and fast and it can dribble like Diaz or Vlasic. You will see the difference in offense.
Or even if we had Ziyech or we had Tadic or anyone who actually is better with his feet and his choices mentally. Like whenever he looks at something, he knows what to do. He knows which pass he's supposed to do. With Hakan, how many times did you see Hakan making the wrong pass? Making the wrong build-up play, making the wrong decision to shoot.
Or a negative pass that slows the play down.
Almost never.
How can you say that, Roy?
Hakan makes
it's either we're not watching the same Milan games or you're watching Hakan from a different perspective at all. Like even with Turkey, how many times did you see even Hakan do whatever you're saying now? Like contributing to the defensive play. Did you see that with Turkey? Did you see how many goals they conceded? Where is the defensive play coming from that?
If both players could play like Calhanoglu, they wouldn't have conceded any goals. Guys, listen to me. Guys, listen to me.
I don't think
I remember doing a podcast about Turkey, and I think I can't remember if it was one of you guys were telling me how fucking great the defenders of Turkey were. They were fucking shit.
Not me. Not me. But all I'm saying is that Hakan was missing so big in Turkey's game. Even Yilmaz, everyone offensively was trying something. And you look at Hakan, he's the worst of them. And you have guys who's actually 34. You have the number 10 from Lille. You have guys playing in Turkey, and they're all playing better than him. How can you even explain that? If the guy was this good, should not Bayern come get him? And he's actually plays. He played in Bundesliga. I knows German football and whatever. Like, why would this team not even make an offer for him? The guy was actually going to Qatar. And you're telling me he's an exceptional player? An exceptional player does not go to Qatar at 29.
He is an
at 29. He should be fighting for a Ballon d'Or if he's exceptional.
He's not 29. He's not 29.
No, but whatever his age is.
Let's try.
He's 28 or 27. This is his prime as a number 10. This is his prime as a footballer.
You guys are underestimating Hakan. I'm not saying he's Pelé. I'm not saying he's this great player either. But you guys are just shitting on this player. Unrealistically, you're not looking at the whole 90 minutes of the game. You're not looking at how he was used.
I am, Roy.
Okay, but Roy, you're only looking at when he doesn't have the ball in defense. We are concerned about offense. Our problem was not scoring or was not defending. Our problem was scoring goals and being creative, and that is the most important aspect as the Cam is can he create and can he score? And Hakan was horrible at that.
Yeah, Roy, and I would add more to that, Roy, because you say defensively he was adding so much.
We were the worst team in the last 30 meters. We were the worst team.
He had an unlucky season. Do you guys know?
Three unlucky seasons.
Do you guys know that Hakan this season was the player that hit the most crossbars and posts out of everybody in the Serie A?
Yeah, because he's not great.
That's a matter of inches. He could have had 15 goals this season.
He should be scoring them, Roy. He should not be hitting the post 15 times or 20 times.
Hey, guys, I gotta go. I gotta get a call. Later.
Is he still here? Oh, guys, crazy stuff is going on.
I think the chat agrees with us on Hakan. They all.
Even Hakan agrees with us, man. Even Hakan.
But we have to clarify this. It's not out of hate. We don't give a fuck if he went to Inter.
He's at Inter Milan. I'm really happy because the world is gonna realize.
And you got to remember that in Pioli's system, the offense has to be athletic. Athleticism in our system, because he, especially for the cam, he requires him to go back and forward. You cannot be slow and clumsy as the cam in this system. Like, it doesn't work.
That's the thing.
It doesn't work.
And if you look like his contribution against the top six, let's think about Inter. What did he add against Juve? He had 1 assist because he was shooting every set piece. Against Napoli, the guy is not there. Against Lazio, not there. Roma, not there. Atalanta, not there. When do you need?
It's a joke. We were waiting for something to happen from our fullbacks because our number 10 was so bad.
And that's the point.
We are blaming Leao, 21 years old, that is actually a kid. And Hakan is actually an excellent player. Oh, come on. I'm so happy he's gone, man.
But for me, if you're shitting on Leao, who's actually 21, playing 3 different roles in the defensive play, where he should be playing on the left flank, and now he's filling Ibra's shoes to try to get these headers and aerial duels, and he gets some of them, and he still gets shit on. And you're waiting for Hakan, who's, I don't know, injured, or he had his wife cheated on him, or whatever problem he had. And he's not even there, and you tell me he's exceptional? No, fuck that. I will never agree to that.
And then let's clarify this too. Diaz is not a winger. He's never been a winger. The only way he can be a winger is if we play a 4-3-3, because that wing system is different from a 4-2-3-1.
I agree with that. Like, for me, it should be similar to Spain team. Like, they have this overflow of midfielders, and then you can play Diaz as a winger, because you have more players on your midfield than your opponent team, and then you can make use of that winger having Diaz with these technical abilities to go and have maybe the right back or the left back flanking the defender. Then you can make use of that situation. But if you play him on a counter-attack kind of style, and you want him to be this fast guy who will take the ball and run like Pulisic or whatever winger we need in that type of play, I don't think that Diaz is a winger that you need in that type of play. But as a cam, as a build-up play, as a possession type of play, he is perfect because he can actually rotate. I've seen so many good things from his technical prowess, like so many times he will be 1 against 2 players sometimes, and he can actually dribble them. I don't see Hakan dribbling 2 players. I never saw him do that.
And the thing too is, even if Hakan did dribble 2 players, and Castillejo and Salamakers kind of falls into this as well, when you see these best players dribble past someone, those same players do not catch them again.
Yeah,
they don't catch them. Once Diaz beats a player, that player is done. They're completely out of the equation, and that is.
And how many times did you see that? Like, how many times did you see that Diaz actually beating a one-on-one player? So many times. I've seen him actually making that more successful than losing the ball. Sometimes Hakan will lose the ball by himself. There is not even a player against him. Like, just him trying to control the ball. He can't do that. And for me, that's a major problem. If you have your cam like that, and that's the player you're always looking for. Like, it's the Zidane of the team. You're trying always to reach him because he can open up the spaces and whatever. But for me, I never saw that. Maybe I saw that against weaker teams when we played the team where Hauge used to play, or Benevento, he would score, or I don't know, Spezia, or I don't need that, to be honest. I can have I'd rather play Daniel Maldini and have him progress against Spezia and even have a draw and win against Inter than actually have Hakan playing that good. I don't care about these games, and I think that we need. I don't think that Diaz will be a starter, to be fair with you guys. I think they gave him the number 10 because he worked really hard for it, and he showed his intention to stay at Milan and not going back to Real Madrid. But I think the replacement we're getting is either going to be Vlahovic or maybe Ziyech or another player.
Yeah,
but I hope
if we get them.
I mean, I think there are because if we make the sales, it depends on the sales. If we sell Castillejo or Conti, Caldara, or 2 other players, maybe you can go for even 2 more signings or 3 more signings. So it depends. Now we need to sell because we've invested 60 plus million in the Mercato so far. I don't think we still have more budget to buy now. But also we have a long list of players now. Like if you add up all the players, you need to get rid of some of these players because you have too many right backs. You have Kalulu, you have Calabria, Conti, and now they're trying even to negotiate for Dalot. So I see at least one of them leaving, or even Kalulu being loaned out. And I don't mind having Kalulu being loaned out.
Kalulu's not going anywhere.
But Nathan, what I want is Kalulu to play 90 minutes every week. I want him to have the same progression that Pobega had with Spezia, for example.
Yeah, but
I think that would be very, very beneficial for him and for us.
But he's not gonna at some point. There is a fine line between getting to play every week, but if you're playing on a very weak team, then your progression is only going to take you so far. Like Kalulu,
I think he needs playing time.
Better staying with us for sure.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that, Nate. I think he needs playing time because he is at that level. He can actually play in Serie A with a good team. And I don't know, for me, if you loan him out to Sassuolo or a team like in the top 10, that would be really great for him and for us as well.
But when's he? But let's say we did that and we loaned him to Sassuolo and he just has a crazy good year, and he comes back to Milan. He's still not going to start over Calabria, so he's still not going to play 90 minutes every day.
That's the thing, Nathan. You're creating competition. I think this team needs that. We don't need certitude in these players. Like we try to give that to Hakan, we try to give that to Gigio. It does not work out. So you need to create. Like Nesta, I remember I was reading an article about Nesta last year. He said that when he won the Champions League with Milan, he thought he's going to be the starter for the next 10 years. And then Galliani bought Jaap Stam from Lazio. And now you have to work twice the as much as before, even if you're Champions League winner with Milan, because you don't know if you're going to be a starter or not. So I want that kind of competition in Milan, and I think when you do that, have that kind of competition, it's much easier for you to reach the trophies. Because either way, if your starter is not playing well, you know that your sub can do something better.
I want Kalulu to stay because we're gonna play a lot of games. We need a lot of players. So and he's gonna play 20 games for AC Milan this season. In a way.
But if we bring Dalot, and now we have Dalot, Calabria, and who else? And Conte and Kalulu.
Yeah, but
Conte, Caldara is gonna go. They're going on loan.
It depends. Now the problem we have with Conte, I don't think he has much in his contract left. So maybe teams would try to stall that and use it to their own benefit.
No,
and even last year, only Parma was interested.
For another year, for sure. The thing is, Kalulu is going to be a center back. He's not a right back. Clearly, Pioli and the management team wants him to play as a center back, and he's a good player as a center back. So,
I think he can be better as a right back. To be honest with you, Lair, I think his dribbling is great, and his speed is also great. So maybe he can work on his passing and long balls. But he has what he needs as a right back as well. I'm not sure as a central back he needs to build up more his reading of the game and maybe his intelligence, like either go intercept or wait, or like these kind of choices they make. Small details matter. Like if you remember the I think Lazio game where Immobile was running behind him, he played 90 minutes really great. And then he had one moment where he was not focused, and that's when Immobile scored. And but for me,
that is a mistake, even an experience.
Yeah, for sure. But you can see why he did. Like for me, that kind of focus comes with experience, playing in that position. Like when you play that position, like for many years, you can actually adjust for these kind of situations. But either way, I think Kalulu, I see him as a great prospect. I just don't want him to be left out on the bench and not being used enough.
No, I think he needs to play at San Siro. He needs to play with that pressure. He needs to understand. A defender needs to understand what is the pressure and big games. I don't think it's gonna help him. He's already good. He has the physical and technical ability to play at the center level. He needs just to get used with the pressure.
Yeah. Do you know, guys, when's the next game?
I think they
The
just
friendly one?
added a game for this weekend.
Saturday?
I think it was supposed to be Juventus, right?
I don't know.
And I'm not sure who it was
Chat,
supposed
can you
to be,
please,
but
guys, hint to us when the next game is?
I'm pretty sure they put something out today saying that we're going to be playing on Saturday.
That'll be interesting. I don't know. I want to see more of Daniel Maldini as well. I think playing him as a cam is good. I just want to see him playing more minutes. If he's not going to be used, loan him out. Don't keep him just there for nothing.
And see, that's why I had brought up maybe like a week or so ago that Milan needs to get like an under 23 team or under 21 team or something and have them play in Serie C or Serie B. So that way these players can develop further instead of just sitting around.
But Nathan, like we can do what Real Madrid is doing. Like they were loaning out Hakimi, they were loaning out Carvajal. He played 2 wonderful seasons with I think Bayer Leverkusen or Dortmund, and he was the best right back in the Bundesliga for 2 years straight. Then they called him back, and now he was a starter for the next 10 years for Madrid. Same goes for Theo. They loaned him out, they brought him back, but then they made the signings and they said they decided to sell Theo. But like most of these Real Madrid players are almost all the time being loaned out to these Spanish clubs. Like they're either playing for Getafe, Sevilla, or any other team. And I see them developing well. Either way, they're making bucks. Like it's either we're going to use him, he's going to be brought back, or he has a good season and we can sell him like they did with Roma. They sold him the striker. I can't even remember his name. But like you make money out of that, and most of the profits they do. Like people say, they invest a lot, but they should look also at the sales they do, because at the end of the year they buy. I don't know, like they're gonna buy Mbappe for 200 million, but they finance that with all these players they're gonna sell to these, I don't know, Sevilla, Roma, and all these teams, just with 20 million, 15 million, 30 million, 25 million. And if you add up all these sales, it's almost 150. Or like, for me, it's even a profit strategy. It's not only a footballing strategy. Like, it's not only covering your missing pieces, but also looking forward to the future. Either he comes back and plays for us if he has the level, or we sell him for bucks.
But the problem with Milan is that we got into this. I mean, hopefully this changes because we're starting to do the buyback. But we always loan players out with options to buy and without buybacks. And then on top of that, when you compare the youth players like from Madrid and Barcelona, everyone knows that those youth academy players are really good. And just like with the EPL, all their youth players.
But can't you say now the same about Milan? Like after looking at Locatelli, Cristante, Gigio, Cutrone.
Yeah, but you got to remember the players in Italy, they develop slower compared to the players like in France, Germany, and Spain. Those players, they develop really quickly, and that's why those players always command, 30 plus.
Maybe
million.
in the past, I would agree with that statement, Nathan. But now, if I'm looking at the Italian squad right now, most of the players are young.
Yeah, but look, how much did we sell Locatelli
No,
for?
they're not so young. They're 23, 24. That is too late.
No, but if you compare them to England, if you compare them to France, if you compare them, I don't know, to all the other nations.
Those young players were already going for 30 million because those countries have a reputation of those players developing into those types of players really quickly. Like, look, how much do we sell Locatelli, Cristante, Cutrone,
I think
Pessina?
we
How
sold
much do
them
they go
both for 15 million each. I think
So
around
that's-
this. Like
okay.
it's gonna be around
So-
this.
So that's how much we sell our players, 15 or so million. Barcelona's 18-year-old is going to sell for 25 to 30 million.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
But
So-
like they loan him out at such a young age. Like I saw this guy Mariano.
It's a good team.
Now
but that's
they
the
don't even
difference.
use him in Real Madrid. But
But
back
that's the-
when he was loaned out to Lyon, he was very young, and Lyon was even trying to purchase him for like 35 or 40.
Yes,
And that's what Real Madrid was asking for.
but that's the difference. If we tried to loan Locatelli out when he was 16 or 17 years old, he's not going to even like a medium table team. Like the difference is like in Spain and England and Germany, though from the big teams, those players get loaned out to other big teams, at least mid-table to big teams. Milan players are not getting loaned out to those. Like Colombo got loaned out to a Serie B or a Serie C team. Like it's
But
not,
like you look now at Pobega, he was loaned out to Spezia. He
right,
had a
he's one of the
wonderful
few
year,
players, though.
and now
He's one
he
of
is
the few
worth like
players.
25, 30 million, which
Right.
is, I believe, you can do that for the other players. Like if you
Right.
did that with Pobega, you can now do that. I would agree with you with all you said. Like yes, Italy was like, even if you look at the difference between Serie A and Serie B and Serie C, there is a huge difference of level between the three leagues. But if you look, I don't know, at EPL or the Spanish league, the difference is there, but it's not, the gap is not as big when you compare it to Italy.
Oh no, that's not true. Have you seen the second league in England? Oh my god!
No, but if you speak about championship, you can actually loan a player there. Like I watched Leeds, I watched the games from the championship. I think they are better than Serie B. I think the teams there, they are better. The players, they have more quality,
Not
and they have much
technically.
more experience.
No way. Technically, not even close.
What do you mean technically?
Technically, like the way the players keep the ball, the way the players pass the ball.
Like
No,
Serie
but
G
the EPL changed a lot, Roy.
No, yeah,
like
the
you
EPL
cannot.
did. The championship
No, but-
is horrible. I played against them. Like in college, I went to England and I played against these second division teams. They are horrible. They are horrible. There's no ball retention. It's literally kick and rush.
I don't know. Like, can you say that now about Bielsa or all these coaches coming from these international soccer?
Yeah, think
I don't
about
know,
that.
like,
Look, is he an English coach?
Look, guys.
No, not the English
school-
coach, but the coaches now in England. Most of them, they're not British or English, to be fair.
But it's
Yeah,
not
and
about
for
the
me-
coaches. I'm talking about the
No,
players.
but for me, they changed the game there. Like they changed.
The EPL, yes, but not the lower leagues. It's not. It's horrible. The Italian, the Spanish, and the German lower teams, the way they play is still more similar to how the top flight league plays.
From a technical perspective, like England doesn't come close to Italy, and Spain is. I'm not saying England are the best. Italy is the best. Spain is superior. Brazil is superior, etc. But from an English perspective, the English players, just from when they're grown, from the beginning of when they play, they're just not going to have the same swag on the ball. Now, whether or not if they're more competitive, I don't know. I think the championship is more competitive.
All I'm saying is that, like, for me, when I look at Serie B, I'd rather have Cutrone go player in championship than Serie B. If I'm looking at it and I want my player to get much more, I'd rather have Colombo join, I don't know, West Ham or whatever. I don't even know who's playing there now. But like, I'd rather have him play there and he has like 3 games a week or 2 games a week than playing in Serie B. And the level is such, like, there is such a gap between for me, it's when I look at Serie B teams and Serie A teams, like it's almost a third division and first division. Like even the second division is not really there.
Yeah, but you have to consider that even other teams like Man City, Chelsea are sending their loans. So
those teams
Anwar.
prefer to go for the
Mhm.
youth of the Premier League teams that actually go for Colombo or Cristante or whatever. So it's really hard to send a player on loan. I think it's easier to actually have your own club, another club, 23 years old, under 23 in third division in Italy, or even in second division in Spain, where you can actually send 2 or 3
Or
players on
even
loan.
I don't mind France. Like I'd rather have Colombo join, I don't know, like a French club where there is no pressure. He can play a lot of games. Some games are very hard. Some games are very easy. But he
you
can
need
learn.
to buy a club.
Listen, guys.
You need to own a club.
Italian players suck at going outside of Italy. They need to stay in Italy. That's why we're going to learn how to play. You put these players outside of Italy. It's going to take them forever to learn the language. We're going to miss their mom. We're going to miss all this shit. Italian players are just not built to play outside of Italy. They need to stay in Italy.
I just want to say something that before this summer, everyone was saying that Italy plays just catenaccio. So football is changing and Italians are changing as well.
Not. Yeah. But
So
like even they used to say the same about like the Premier League. They say it's all like physical, long balls and whatever. But for me, like with Mourinho, with all these coaches who came along the last 20 years, I think they changed the face of the Premier League altogether. Now, if you play there, it's physical, it's tactical, and it's very technical. If you play Man City, it's almost you're playing Barcelona back in the time. It's a lot of possession, a lot of short passes. I don't know, like this for me changed a lot, and I just want our youth players, if either we're gonna keep them or sell them, or if we have any plans for them, I just want them to make the right choices when you let them go. If you're gonna just let Colombo go to a Serie B or Serie C, I'd rather keep him in Milan.
Colombo
and
needs
train
to go
with Ibra or Giroud. It's better for him than actually go play in Serie B.
Colombo needs to stay in the Serie A and play for the teams that are fighting for relegation. That's what he needs to do.
Like he needs a similar experience to Pobega. Pobega is a very successful experience. They should take that as example.
But you just said it right there too, Roy. You just said, Colombo needs to stay and play for, a team that's fighting for relegation. But when Manchester City and Madrid and Barca send their players out, they're not going to teams fighting for relegation. They're going to better teams.
They're coming to Milan.
It depends, Nathan. Some actually go to relegation teams. Yeah, and some come to Milan.
Yeah, that's my point though. Look at how much money they cost though.
Yes, I mean,
Diaz is not going to cost us 20. Diaz is not going to cost us 15 million. He's going to cost us 20 to 25 million. That's the point I'm trying to make.
But you forgot a simple point. That the point is that depends on the talent of the player. Pobega is a good player, man. He's actually so good that Spezia says, I want the player because he can be useful for me to don't get relegated from Serie A. He's actually a good player. Tonali with the Brescia, he's a good player. So these are good players. Not all the 22 players that comes from the Primavera are so good.
But we know this, right? Like we in the Italian league knows this. But the rest of these people go on off media and reputation.
No, it's like the Primavera, the what Italian club wants from the Primavera is to build 22 decent players, which 2 of them they're gonna come to the first team. 5 of them you can actually trade to get a better player. So let's say you want Scamacca from Sassuolo, you give 2 Primavera players that actually are good and 20 million, and you get Scamacca. And a few of them are going on loan, but you're never gonna do what Real Madrid does, because Real Madrid is a bigger beast than AC Milan at the moment. And they actually behave in a completely different way. They actually go and buy a proper player and they put it on the youth system. That is a proper player. Brahim Diaz is a proper player and he was playing for the youth. They bought him 30 million. He was staying with the first team, and in some weekends he was playing for the Cantera. Even Barcelona, they have proper players. Delofeu, he's a proper player. they go and buy 11, 15 players for the youth, for the academy. And that's what AC Milan is doing with the left back and these two guys from France, 17 years old. They're building an academy.
They did this with Kalulu as well. Like,
but they're not going to make 100 million with these kids. They can make a 20, 30 million and buy another player, or actually exchange it for another player, or keep it in the first team to get out of loan. Colombo is in that middle, is in that gray area where is still not good enough to go on loan in Serie A, but he can be that good. So you need to be careful and find the right place to loan him.
Look, and you're saying the right thing, guys. You got to be watch out. Look, I'm all about the youth. I'm always complaining about how Milan has been sucking with the youth and all that. But Colombo is still a teenager, yeah? He's still a teenager. He's 18, all right? In the Serie A, if you're 18, you're not playing. Let's just be real, okay? Unless you're the best of the best, like Gigio Donnarumma, he's a Messi of goalkeepers. Okay, he's 16, he can play in the Serie A. But if you're not the Messi of whatever you play, you're not going to play as a teenager.
I know that. He's from City. I know he's from Manchester City. But when Real Madrid bought him, he was training with the first team, and in the weekend he was playing with the youth because he didn't find the space to play with the first team. I know he comes from the City in the same period of Phil Foden and Jadon Sancho. I know that. Sorry, Roy.
If you want Colombo to play minutes, you either put him in the last team of the Serie A or you put him in the better teams of the Serie B. Because an 18-year-old is not going to get any space in almost no teams of the Serie A, unless you're very special, unless you're very, very special. Now, Pobega is not a teenager. He's what, 21 going to 22, I think? Is that right? Can someone
I think so.
Correct?
Yeah, going for 22.
Probably.
So now Pobega going to Spezia at 20, that's good. That makes sense. Colombo still 18. I would kind of hold the brakes on Colombo a little bit.
Yeah, but let me ask this. Let's say Colombo was on Barcelona. Barcelona is known for their youth academy. I guarantee you Colombo will be able to find a better team than a relegation team.
Yeah.
As an 18-year-old?
Yes.
In Italy? No. I'm
saying for Barcelona, because their academy is known for this, for producing players, I guarantee you he would be able to go to another team and his buyout would be higher than just 15 million.
It's not
going in the right direction for sure by getting players that other teams already know about.
Have you played against teenagers? Like, I've played against teenagers that play in the PSG academy. Guys, teenagers are fucking little toys, man. You can fucking play around these guys. Teenagers are not, unless you're super special. Unless you're super special, you're not going to play in the big leagues, okay? You need to be super special as a teenager to play in these big teams.
But I'm not saying that they got to go to a big team. I'm just saying that they're not going to a relegation team.
Yeah, like they can go to Sociedad or, I don't know, like a mid-table team.
That is because
and actually
the brand,
get
not
game
because
time.
the quality of the players. Let's face it, it's the brand. Barcelona is a brand. So if you come, when people
it's
think
also reputation, right?
But
okay,
that doesn't matter. It doesn't make the player better. So
you're right. It doesn't. But their reputation says otherwise.
But we are going to talk now of branding, how we brand AC Milan. So we're actually a shit player from the youth academy. We can sell it for 15 million. That's not even finding a good player. That's just branding AC Milan, so we can sell a player for 15 million.
But that's how it is.
That is the brand. Auge, it is not a
That's
different
modern
player
football.
and we are
But that's
selling
how
it for
football's
50
being
million.
run right now. Is by PR, getting your name out there, branding, social media, all that.
We have another problem here. We have a different problem. Our problem is that we need from our academy system 2 players that comes straight away on our first team, and 4 players that go on loan, and 3 or 4 of them we can actually sell them in exchange to get some functional players. So that we need that type of academy.
Right.
And
that's
that
why I
type
said
of academy
we need to invest a lot in the academy as well.
Not branding.
I think that Barcelona is two things: a good example, but also a bad example. If you're 18 years old and you're playing professionally in Barcelona, you're not going to go to Sociedad. You're not going to go here. You're going to go to Barcelona B, that is playing in the B League. So they've created a system for themselves in which they can give these players experience. Milan is fucking sleeping.
That's what
That's
I'm
the
saying.
truth.
You're
right.
That's what we were trying to say, Roy.
That's what I'm saying. Like we need
to change this.
We need to have a B team.
I agree.
And we're doing
Okay.
the right thing by getting younger.
We cannot buy a
players.
striker. How are we gonna buy another team?
Yeah, but you're not paying them that much, man. You're not paying them that much. It's a B team. It's literally a development team for your first team.
It costs. You need the staff. You need the
It's
pitch.
worth it. It's worth it. It's worth
Yeah,
I
it.
know. In this moment of our history, we cannot do that. It's
Yeah,
simple
but
as
it
that.
doesn't cost that much. It literally pays for
It costs,
itself.
it costs 60 million. It costs
Well,
60 million. You buy
instead
Okay,
of
look, Thiago Alcantara. We know how good he is, right? He came up through the youth ranks at Barcelona, and he was deemed not good enough. And what team did he go to? Bayern Munich. That pays for itself right there. Instead of getting 15 million, Barcelona or Bayern Munich gets the better deal out of it, and then Bayern Munich can sell him to Liverpool, and they get more money.
Not even Thiago, Nathan. Like if you just look at Munir, you remember Munir with Barcelona?
Yeah,
The guy played 7 games, he scored 6 goals or 5 goals. They sold him for 25 or 30 million to Sevilla.
Like that's the difference. Like
we had Cutrone who played more game time. He scored more goals, more critical goals, and yet we sold him for 15 million to a British team. It was a shit deal.
Like that's the whole
a British team. You can always scrap more money from them.
The whole infrastructure of the youth team up till they get to the senior team has to completely change because it's not.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
If we want to use our youth team to make money, then you got to change the whole system.
Even the deals we made, like Locatelli, you don't even include a buyback clause. Like why? Why wouldn't you do that?
Because Leonardo
sell him
did
for
the deal.
less and include that clause. Like 15 million is still cheap. So sell him for 12, include a clause. If you ever think you need the player back, you can buy him back for 20 or 25, and you have the first option as a team who can actually include that clause. So whatever teams are offering to Sassuolo, they cannot sell him. They have to respect the clause and sell him back to Milan. And then you can sell him again for 50 million. Like you can include the clause, get him for 20 million, and sell him back for higher. The same
you guys don't understand the thing. For me, it's not a concern, man. Selling Locatelli 15 million is good, is fine. It's not a problem. My concern is that the last top player that came out, the youth system of AC Milan is Paolo Maldini.
It's not Laird. I mean, Gigi is now they all won the Euro.
I'm talking about someone that runs in the pitch, man.
That's not a good comparison because Maldini went down as the best defender.
Barcelona came up with Guardiola, with Xavi, Iniesta, Piqué, Messi. We all know Piqué, Messi, Puyol. I can give you a list if you want. I'm asking for one every 15 years.
Let me ask you this.
But Laird, just to explain one thing about Nathan, can I just explain this one thing about La Masia? Because La Masia did not always have this. Like they had one generation of really great players. And afterwards, it was not that good. Like they had Munir, they had all Bojan Krikic or whatever. We got him as well from to Milan. Like
I'm asking one every 20 years. I know,
but Barcelona they had 11 players in 1 year. Like it's like an incident. You cannot really work that. Like even if you try in a different team, it's really hard to have 11 players brought up from your youth sector and to be
they have a system.
But the system is not working anymore, Roy. Like the system in Barcelona is not as before. Like they don't invest as much in La Masia. They'd rather now buy players than actually bring them
when they
from
going downhill. Is when they started buying players and not using La Masia.
Sorry, you guys are missing the point I'm saying. The point I'm saying, we don't have good enough youth system to bring one player that actually is worth it to make
to make it the first team for AC Milan. One every 20 years. I'm not asking one every year.
I don't
One
agree.
every
Wait, I don't
10
agree.
years.
I don't agree with that, Laird. I don't.
But that's
I
the
don't agree.
thing. If you want to have a good players like that, we already said at 16, 17, 18, you're not going to get those type of chances unless you're one generational player in 20 years, right?
Exactly.
Yes?
I want one.
Wait.
I want them to work and get one.
Okay, that's fine. But
We had one. We lost
that
them.
one player, that one generational player out of 20 years is not going to make up the entire team. So you got to have.
No, that gives you an advantage. A generational player lasts you 12 years. He has a value of 100 million.
That's a
so
legendary
it makes you
player.
save
We
100
just
million.
lost one. We just lost one.
Oh, Roy, no one gives a shit about a goalkeeper, man. Seriously, no
That's
one
not
gives a
true.
shit. Seriously, man. Everyone,
look, let me ask you
Atalanta
this.
did the same hour points without Donnarumma. Inter won the Scudetto without Donnarumma. No one gives a shit about goalkeepers, man.
Let
Not
me ask
true.
you this.
We need a good goalkeeper. We don't need a generational one. That's the
Look,
thing.
Exactly.
if
We
Cutrone-
get good goalkeepers every year from the Primavera. I'm talking about a right wing. Why we need to spend 60 million for a right wing? Why the youth system of AC Milan in 10 years doesn't bring up a right
because you have
wing?
to change the system. Look how they train. All these other teams, their youth teams played the same way as the senior team.
Yeah.
No, you need to scout the best players in the
The
world.
problem is
but
this.
the system too.
No, you
Guys,
need to
let
buy players. You need
Let
to
me
buy
tell you.
16 years old, 2-3 million a player. That's
Let
the
me
thing.
tell you.
But that's true. That's true also, Laird. Like if you look at Barcelona specifically, they can bring up next year like a player you never know and be put in that system and he's gonna fit perfectly right. But if you move him from Barcelona and throw him in Milan at that age in a different system, he's not gonna look that great at all. He's gonna look very lost, no idea what to do and whatever. But all I'm saying, like, but it's not just the system, but it helps. It helps with the hype. When you look at the player performance so well in the system, it's easier to ask for 30 million. It's easier to ask for 25 million because he's playing in Barcelona in that system and he's doing well. So for you, you have the upper hand. However, when you're Milan, you don't have really a clear system. Your youth player, they don't even have the chance to show their capabilities. And we don't even loan them where they can actually show their capabilities. Like, even if you wanted to sell Colombo, why do you loan him to a team where no one is going to watch the game? At least loan him out to League One.
I'll make it simple to you. I'll make it simple to you. What I think. Erling Haaland is 20 years old, no?
Yeah.
5 years ago, he was 15 years old. And he was playing in an academy, in a youth team somewhere in the world. I don't know even where.
Yeah.
You go and buy him at the age of 14, 15, and he plays for the youth system of AC Milan. And at the age of 18, he goes to the first squad.
Yeah.
Simple as that. You buy Pedri at the age of 14, 16, and you put it in the Primavera AC Milan.
Yeah, but we don't give ourselves that opportunity because the youth players.
Wait, at the age of what?
14, 15.
16. Like,
But guys, you guys are forgetting something. That in Serie A, one of the big problems of Serie A, that you have this gap between 20 and 23 that unless it's very difficult to break in. That's what
the B team.
That's why Milan needs to figure out a way to go around that. We need to grow the players, not from the youth, because the youth is fine. It's once they become 20, then you have these 3 years. These are the 3 most crucial years, right? These are the make or break years, 21, 22, 23. Yeah. And if that's when we can put these players in Sassuolo, we can put these players at Verona, we can put these Sampdoria, Genoa. Then when they're 22, 23, bring them back. That's it. Simple.
But you got.
I'm talking about a player you don't need to send a loan because he's so good that he's ready for the first team.
Yeah, but we don't.
But you know, guys, that Haaland was actually offered to Milan at 16, and Milan refused.
No, that's not true. I don't believe these things, man.
It is actually.
Milan is not in the position to refuse players, man.
No, but he was offered at 16. He was no one back then, and Milan did not see the potential in the guy. I mean,
believe that. I believe
it
that.
could happen.
Right.
Guys,
Let me
guys,
ask you this.
in Italy, sorry, Nathan, real fast. In Italy, they said Messi wasn't good enough.
No,
They said
that's what I don't
Ronaldo-
believe about Erling
they
Haaland,
said-
man. He's a
they
tall
said
guy, a
Ronaldo-
striker. Straight away, they send it. They buy 16 years old. That's not even true, man. Or Erling Haaland.
I believe that. I believe that.
Nah, man. They say a lot of things, man. They talk a lot. They want to just.
Let me ask you this: if Cutrone, when he was at AC Milan, from the bench, he was getting double-digit goals.
Yeah.
If he was on Manchester City or Barcelona and he had those same stats, do you think that they're going to sell him for the price that we sold him?
No, they would have sold him for 100 million.
Exactly.
Yeah. He had the same
Exactly.
stats as Rashford or Martial back in with
But
Milan.
also because in England, there's crazy people enough to buy them for 100 million.
But still, you sold Cutrone to a British team. You sold it to in the end, you went to that market and you still sold him for very cheap.
Listen, I have an idea about Cutrone. I'm gonna check right now if it's what I think. Who is his agent? Is it George Mendes?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow.
So that's why he's
shit.
playing in England, because that team is owned by George Mendes and his friend. That's why he's playing in England. It's not
Honestly,
because somebody will pay him.
Second team. That's Portugal.
My honest opinion about Cutrone is that Cutrone is not an exceptional footballer. What he's exceptional at is his personality, his character. And I think what brought that out was his love for the shirt. And when he played for Milan, he played with 200%, 300%. That's why he scored those important goals. You put Cutrone in another environment, I don't think he can reproduce what he did for Milan. Technically,
But still, Roy, all we're saying is that some players are much worse than Cutrone, and still they are sold for much higher prices. I just think that Milan is not setting the price right when it comes to selling. I think we can make more bucks. And also the strategy when it comes to the youth sector, I don't think it has been fixed yet. And I hope that Maldini now puts that as a frontal key aspect to change in the future, because that builds up the whole system for your team. Like you're actually safeguarding the team from losing the fourth sport, because even if you lacking in a position, you can make up the sales in one mercato and go buy a new team, and you don't lose that fourth spot. But if you don't have that option, then guys, we need to wait for 2 years and then we can reinvest. No, these are not the solutions we need in Milan. These are not the solutions for champions. These are the solutions for mid-table teams who are trying to fight for fourth spot. And I don't see that ambition making us go any further. It's either is gonna come with one of these strategies. In modern football, it's either you do this with the youth sector and that will finance your whole mercato, or you use them to build your own team, or you actually have sponsors to buy players, and that's it. That's how you win in modern football. There is no third way.
And look, if you have a B team, and you remember we talked about the injuries that we had last year. If we had a B team, and let's say you had guys like Robot or Colombo, and they were killing it in the B team.
Yeah.
Then if we have injuries, bad injuries midway through either the first or the second half of the season, you can pull those players and you don't have to worry about waiting to the transfer market to make adjustments.
Yeah. And even if you need rotation, you can fill that rotation part using these players. Now we have, I always come back to Pobega because for me it's the only case I have so far. But if we had more players like Pobega, we wouldn't be worried about rotation or go buy a left back from Monaco. You actually have that kind of player in your team. You don't go and try to find it, and you waste now almost 60 million on just filling the positions. You're not actually making it better. You're not. For me, the quality did not improve with this mercato. I don't see the improvement. I see more of a tactical choice. Yeah, we're gonna fill where we miss, and we're not really improving what we miss. So I don't know. Is there a second team in Italy like Juve or Inter? Do they have that, or they have a Primavera like us?
Juventus has a Juventus B in third division, if I'm not wrong.
And you got to
And
remember
I
too,
think
because Roy, you mentioned, that there's that time period between like 20, 21 to 23. If we have players that age, and then we also have players who are like 17 or 18 training with them, their level is going to raise faster. Their development is going to be faster. Therefore, they're going to be ready quicker when they get to age 21. If you start that process now, everything improves quicker for the Italian youth players, or not just Italian, but just the youth players in general in Italy. It all
and they
speeds
don't
up.
need to be exceptional. They just need to be good enough
Right.
to play in the first
Exceptional
division.
is what? Legendary, or like, one generational player. That's like a legendary player almost. But you still can have world-class players, but not be generational players. Like De Bruyne is a generational player.
You know who's going to become a world? You know who's going to become a world-class player? Pobega.
I thought Calhanoglu, man.
No. Calhanoglu is going to be an exceptional player, a great player to have in your team. Pobega is going to become a world-class player, a player that will win big games with Italy, that will beat Germany, will beat Spain, will beat, he'll also lose games. And guys, I just want to say something.
It depends on the player as well, Roy. Like now, at this age, it's not really a question of a coaching or your it's mostly due to your mental work and how you want to present yourself in this industry of football. It's either you're gonna go and look for the sponsors and money and finances, or you're gonna look for the titles and so on and work for it. So it depends also on how the players they build themselves. Like for me, Neymar is probably more technical than any other player, but when you look at his mental aspect and how he approaches the games, you can see he's not gonna become the next Ballon d'Or because he's missing that kind of push. He's missing that kind of focus when it comes. He's so lost between all the other distractions, and I don't want Milan players to become that. The only good part is that we have Maldini supervising all of this. Maldini does not fuck around with this. Like, he is so disciplined. He does not take shit for granted. And if you play dumb with him, he will kick you out like he did with Gigi. So it's either we do this the right way or you're not part of the project, which is great because now you're setting the standards.
I think Gigio, he's not going to get better in France.
That's not true.
I don't think so, bro.
I don't think he's going to get better in France.
Why not? Why not?
Because the competition's not as good. Look at Neymar. Neymar was better on Barcelona because there was.
I don't think that Neymar has become any better, right?
He has not improved at all in France.
Neymar, I think he was better in Barcelona.
Listen, guys. I know, and also going back to what we were saying before about the championship, let's not put Serie A in this huge pedestal. Okay, Serie A is garbage. Serie A is garbage right now. It is garbage. It is garbage.
That's why Calhanoglu is not a good player, man. That's what
Premier League is 20 times better than the Serie A. La Liga is 10 times better than the Serie A. Liga 1 is better than the Serie A, right? So let's not put Serie A on this big pedestal because every time I see a fucking Serie A team playing in Europe, they get destroyed. If Serie A was so fucking good, why does Roma lose 7-1 every time they play against? Why does Juventus lose against fucking Porto, Ajax? Why does Inter come last in a fucking group with shit teams?
Because that's just how it is.
But Roy, we
because they're not AC Milan. That's why they do that.
Yeah. It's only AC Milan who does great in Europe. So the other teams throughout history, they've been shit. So it's nothing is new there.
That is not true. That is not true.
The biggest league in the world, AC Milan was the only one winning Champions Leagues.
Roy, actually, Inter used to lose to Valencia in Champions League when they had Adriano and Ibrahimovic. And we used to rank to finish 4th and win the Champions League. That's it. That's the reality of it.
Anwarinho, let me say something. that when Milan was under Ancelotti, both Inter and Juventus were making it to the semifinals, were making it to the finals. Those were great teams. No,
but they
that's
don't win
because
it.
Milan is.
They waited for 50 years. But they waited for 50 years. Juventus is still waiting for 26 years. That's my age.
Yeah, if AC Milan had the quality of players that Inter and Juventus had when they got to those finals and semifinals, Milan would have done better.
Yeah.
Milan
because we had the right approach to play in European football. We were always try to play offensive football. Milan was always different than the other Italian teams in their approach.
I know, but those Italian teams were still amongst the best in Europe. We're still beating.
Yeah, but
I mean,
playing
how many times did I see Juventus not destroy, but beat Real Madrid, the Real Madrid of the Galacticos? You know, same as Milan.
They lost to Madrid. That's the thing.
They lost to Madrid now because since the Serie A has been shit.
They lost to Madrid in 2000, I think, as well. And they didn't have a strong team, Madrid, back in the time.
No,
Juventus was so strong. Like all I'm saying is that the approach of Juve or Inter to European football has always been built on catenaccio and playing defensively.
In 2003, when Milan and Juve played the final, Juventus beat Real Madrid to get into that final. I remember that game. They beat Real Madrid to get into that
Real
final.
Madrid has been beating Juventus more times than Juventus beat Real Madrid throughout the Champions League history.
Today, 7th of July, you can put fucking QPR will beat most Italian teams. QPR will destroy Lazio 7-0. QPR will destroy Roma 12-0.
What changed your opinion? Because last time we had this discussion, Roy, you told me actually we were ranking the leagues, and you told me Italian leagues was the best.
No.
Yeah, but Roy, every league has a transition.
I'm the one that thinks Serie A is the hardest league in the world.
Layer? Sorry, Ben.
For me, Serie A is 5th. For me, the first is
the hardest league in the world. There is a reason why young players struggle and they need to grow mentally and tactically to actually succeed in Serie A. In other leagues, they actually succeed earlier because the league is easier to approach. There is less tactical restriction.
I agree with that. That is true.
Just to end up the bench, Roy, like how many times because I think Juventus has just been unlucky. They played so many finals and they only won 2 of them. But
7.
They lost 7 of them and they could have 9 Champions League by now. So when you look at it all in all, they still made it, but it's just a question of winning it. I think we've just Juve beat Real Madrid in the semi-final, but Real Madrid won them back in 2 finals in 2000 and just last year. And Barcelona went against Juventus again in the final.
2000 it wasn't against Madrid.
Yeah, but Roy,
it was against Real Madrid. The Real Madrid did not play actual football in that final. They were defending the whole game. Juventus team had a very strong team. They had Zidane, they had Baggio, and Madrid they had Mihailovic and McManaman and Seedorf, and the team did not look so great back in the day. They didn't even win the La Liga. I think La Liga was won by Deportivo that year.
Right. Until recently, up until maybe the past 2 or 3 years, you would never pick an EPL team to beat Juventus or Inter Milan.
No, Inter, the worst. Even the worst EPL team could be Inter. Juventus a little bit more difficult.
EPL has only been they've only been doing good in Europe for like the past 2 or 3 years. The previous years before that is true. The previous years before that, it was the Spanish, and before them, it was the Italians. The EPL
does the EPL have more Champions League than Italy?
Because they have more money.
Yeah. And those teams, it's just Liverpool and Manchester United.
Listen. Teams. I'm not talking about the quality of football, and I agree with you, Laird. It's more difficult in Serie A. That is true. But when it comes to mentality, the courage, and just go-getters, right?
They didn't have a lot of courage in
Serie A-
the final of Europe against Italy.
No, from a national perspective, it's different story. Different story.
But I can tell you from a Champions League perspective, it's a different story. AC Milan has the courage and goes and wins it.
No, AC Milan, yes. Okay.
So
I agree with you.
I don't think you can evaluate the value of a league just how the teams performed in Champions League.
I value the value of league based on the average of all the teams, not just one team. Okay.
Serie A had the most goals this season in all the major leagues. The top four, the teams that went top four, 79, 76, 75, 70.
There are three.
I think
you
that
had
only now.
Guys,
Can I just
you guys
add
are
to
crazy.
this
You guys
before?
are crazy.
I just want to say that Italian football has been dead for the last 10 years, to be honest. And
I agree with that. Yeah.
Even more,
every league
like
has
only
transition.
Milan was creating some kind of competition. Juve before Conte, they were. No, but I'm saying even in Champions League, only Milan, Inter with Mourinho for 1 year. But if you look at EPL, I would say beginning 2000, they started showing big time in Champions League, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like every semi-final, there is at least one British team there.
Guys,
Like-
listen. Let's put something in perspective, okay? You said, okay, Serie A the most goals, the Euros, Serie A, Italy won the Serie A, and most players from Serie A scored goals in the Euro. But let's look at this perspective. England had two finalists in the Champions League, one finalist in the Europa League, and a finalist in Europe.
And
Yeah,
before
that's
that, we had
just
Spain dominating.
recent success, though. That's recent success.
No, but Nathan, it's not only recent. If you look at 2008, it was a British final. It was Man United
Yeah,
against
but
Chelsea.
those are pockets, though. I mean, like
No, but
sustained periods of
2005
dominance.
we played
Guys.
Liverpool. 2007 we played Liverpool again. 2019, so many times they reached the semifinals and finals.
Yeah,
It's
but
not a
we're
question
talking
of
about
luck.
We're
a
talking
question
about
of
the top
continuity.
teams, though. We're talking about the whole league itself.
It is true
sustained
because
dominance.
you have how many teams did actually reach the final from England? You have Man City, Chelsea, Arsenal, Man United, Spurs, and how many teams? Is that 5 or 6?
But that's still
They actually reached the final.
One team.
You're forgetting Liverpool. You're forgetting Liverpool.
And
But we're not
Liverpool.
talking
So
about
that's
just the
6
top
teams
teams.
actually reaching the final, and throughout for 20 years. I don't think that any other league you will find 6 teams reaching finals.
That is
Champions League.
unheard of. In Italy, that would be unheard of.
All I'm saying is
Unheard of.
that I think England and Spain have been dominating for the last 20 years when it comes to European football.
Yeah.
And I'm leaning more towards
100%.
Spain because they won, I don't know how many Ballon d'Ors, how many Champions Leagues, how many European leagues,
Yeah,
and
Barcelona,
even
Real
the
Madrid.
Euros.
But
Yeah,
guys,
not only Real Madrid. Even if you look at Europa League, they were dominating. Like
but
they
your
won
point, guys, doesn't
15
work.
cups
I'm
out of the
sorry,
20
man,
last.
but your point
Also
doesn't work.
Germany. Don't forget
You
Germany.
cannot tell me that the league is good because Messi and Ronaldo play to 2 clubs and that's it. And the rest.
No, it's not only
is,
Messi and Ronaldo.
Yeah,
Laird.
it is.
I'm
It's
speaking-
desert. The other one
No,
is
no,
desert.
no,
They
no.
don't do shit.
But what about
I don't care
Atletico
about the Europa
Madrid?
League, man. The Europa
But
League is
you-
a UEFA thing to
No,
get
but
some
what about-
sponsorships. I don't
No,
care
but
about it. It's not a
Laird-
real competition. No one is gonna convince me about that. It's
What
not a
about
real
Atletico
competition.
Madrid? They played two UCL finals. What about Valencia? They played 2 UCL finals. What about Deportivo? They won 2 Ligas back to back with Madrid having Ronaldo and Barcelona having Romario.
But I can tell you the same for the Serie A. I can tell you the Parma, Lazio, and Inter won the UEFA. AC Milan won. I don't know. Played
No,
7
but
finals
Sevilla
in the
won it
90s.
5
What are you talking
times.
about?
We were
If
babies with
Parma
that.
won it once. The thing is, Parma won it once, and they
But
had a
because-
crazy team. Well, Sevilla, they don't have a crazy team. They have good players, and they still win it almost every year. Like
I'm-
that's different. If you look at Parma back in the day, they had Batistuta, Veron.
Why we don't
Gianluigi
try to
Buffon.
focus on the last 10 years and try to
No,
analyze?
I'm speaking about the last 20 years, Laird. I'm not.
But
only
we can
speaking
speak about
that.
the last 30 years and that's it. Serie A wins to all of the leagues.
No,
What is
No,
that?
it's not true. It's not true. That's not true.
If football changes a lot, if you go, let's focus on the 10 years. The 10 years, the domination is because, first of all, Real Madrid and Barcelona happen to have two talents that actually, and the infinite money, they were allowed to invest whatever money they wanted. That's another situation. On the other side, the Premier League football, they had all the money of the broadcasters. I'm not saying it's wrong. Good for them. They managed to create the Premier League, the marketing and the PR. So it's good for them. But you're not going to tell me there is football knowledge because that. No, because the Italian managers won more Premier League than any other country in the world. Antonio Conte, Ancelotti, Mancini, Ranieri, in the last 10 years, man.
But you're talking about knowledge.
They come from the Serie A. That is football knowledge coming from the Serie A. La Decima, Real Madrid comes from Ancelotti. That is football knowledge coming from Serie A.
That is elitism. That is elitism.
All I'm saying is that for the last 10 years,
these managers are not trained in Premier League or in La Liga or Bundesliga. They are trained in the hardest league in the world, which is Serie A.
So like, you agree with me?
The results? Okay, guys, were you happy with the results of Italian clubs for the last 10 years in European championships?
That's for the money they have? Yes, I'm happy.
No.
With what? What are you happy with?
Atalanta, the budget Atalanta has to invest is basically.
No, I'm not speaking about budget. I'm speaking, are you happy with the results?
The only club that did anything in Europe in these last 10 years was Juventus.
Well, I'm explaining why. AC Milan didn't have a management in the last 7 years. Now we have a manager. We have an ownership right now in 2 years. And we are going back in Champions League. Tell me in 5 years how many good results AC Milan is going to have. It's going to be more than what Chelsea and Manchester United achieved.
Laird, you're discussing
just
circumstances.
Having an ownership,
every team has
we're going to do better than them.
No, but Laird, the fact is Italy has been disappearing for the last 10 years. Only you they would putting up a competition to this team.
It's not the league that had disappeared. It's Inter and AC Milan never had a proper ownership in the last 7 years. That is a fact.
Does not mean
one can
that
go
the other
against
teams has to be bad. Like, all I'm saying is, if Inter and Milan are not doing great, then compared to England, you have Tottenham who's actually going for the final. We have Man City now who's actually competing for that final. And United is doing shit. But it does not mean that England is not playing anymore.
Who is the Italian club that actually had that injection of money Man City had in the last 10 years?
No, we're not comparing with Man City, but we can tell that.
Try to inject that money to AC Milan for 10 years in a row, and let me know how many Champions League we're going to win.
But over the last 10 years, but over the last 10 years, Milan and Juventus and Inter have been spending a lot as well.
Look at this.
No, but even Milan has spent a lot.
How you explain
spent 300 million.
For example, Arsenal investing crazy and not even making it.
But Arsenal did make it at one point. They made it with Wenger and they lost it to Barcelona.
One time. Basically, their best success is our worst season.
But they have 6 clubs going to the final. That's all I'm saying. Like,
because they have the money. That's what I'm telling you. Because they have the money. Because it's all the merit goes to the guys that run the Premier League as a league in the marketing side.
But we had that money as well.
Not actually the football.
No, but with the Chinese ownership.
English players are not good enough. It's the marketing and the PR that brings the money to them that can actually bring talent from outside and all the best managers to actually try to win it in Europe. With their own talent, they don't go so far. If Ancelotti, Conte, and these managers, Guardiola, don't go there and manage, they don't win shit in Europe.
But same for Italy. But same for Milan. Like, if we
Italy,
rely only...
No, Ancelotti came from Italy. We got him.
Yeah, but Kaká did not. Shevchenko did not. Van Basten did not. Rijkaard did not.
I'm talking about football knowledge. Forget about the
players. But it is knowledge as well. Like, if you have a player of that quality, it's easier to reach the Champions League final. All I'm saying is that we had the chance to invest. We had big bucks, and we made the bad decision to invest in so many bad players that we ended up selling all together, and we only kept Kessie out of all of them.
We who a scam of ownership. I'm telling you, we are behind.
No, but
because we
they
had
invested
ownership.
300 million layered. Like, you cannot tell me 300 million is still a scam. It's
No.
real money, but it was wasted throughout very, very bad
It's
choices.
a scam. It's a scam. If you give a 6 million contract to Donnarumma at the age of 18, it's a scam. That's money thrown away. If you
But
you
still,
throw away,
Donnarumma deserves
if you
that
buy,
money
if you
now
buy
because he
22
won the
million
Euro.
Villa, he's a scam, man. He's not valued
Marcus,
at 20 million.
Not
Clearly,
Costa.
the
He's
person
valued
is
at 30
working.
million.
He's a scam. All the players we bought, they were scam. 42 million for Bonucci from Juventus is a
But
scam.
that's our problem, Laird. It's not the problem of
Basically, not having an ownership and having a scam as an ownership, no matter what money you put in, the people are working for, they are not doing their job properly. But now, every
why
time
can't
AC
you say
Milan
that
has a
about
proper
United?
ownership, was
But
competing.
Laird, I have a problem with your logic. Is you only apply this to Milan? Why can't you say this about United? They have a scam of an ownership.
Tell me the last time a
their
Premier
owners
League
are what?
manager, a
They
major
own
Premier
Chevy.
League manager had a
But
scam as
still,
an
like,
ownership.
it's the same logic. He's telling me they invested money, but it's still scam. Same happening with United. They invest money, but they don't want anything. They just invest in the wrong players.
No, they were listen. Buying Falcao, buying Di Maria, buying Schweinsteiger. They are not wrong players, man. That's when the football knowledge comes in, and they are not good enough. I'm sorry, man. That is a proof. If you give those players to AC Milan, I'll tell you that the result is different. The football knowledge is different.
All I'm saying, Laird,
if you have to a Serie A club, is a different result.
But all I'm saying is that if you have Pogba and you have a really good midfield with Bruno Fernandes, why do you go and buy Van de Beek with 80 million? That's not the player you need. You need a different kind of player. You need actually a defender because you're messing up with Maguire and whoever. Why do you buy Maguire for 80 million? All I'm saying is that they have management, they have ownership, they have the money, but they're struggling with putting the money in the right place. Milan used to be in the similar position. I believe we had the money, but we just invested in the wrong players. We invested in Ricardo Rodriguez, we invested in Hakan, we invested in Biglia, we gave him a 5 million contract. For me, these are all bad deals. And in the end, Maldini had to struggle to get rid of these players.
But
some went for free.
All this discussion started thinking that Serie A is an awful league, is a bad league. I'm trying to explain you.
I'm not saying it's a bad league. I'm saying
it's not performing in Champions League because two major clubs in Serie A, Inter and AC Milan, had a scam as an ownership. These ownership disappeared. The Chinese and the Malaysian one, Filipino, whatever it was, these people disappear. They didn't have the money to run the club. They had to give their club to hedge fund. Something like that. It didn't happen in England. If it happened, the club disappears. We struggle a lot on that side. If we have an ownership that actually is sensible, we can achieve great results. Because the league is really tough and is good enough to train these teams and to get them and win the Champions League.
But it is also a fact, Laird, that over the last 10 years, Italy has not been fighting for UCL. That's all I'm saying.
But that's what I'm telling you.
We're not discussing if you look at the reasons, even if you look at England now and you tell me United is doing shit, there are reasons why. Like, that's all I'm telling you. There are circumstances.
But it's not an ownership that actually doesn't care for the team. The ownership is investing.
It is. They have big problems with their ownership. If you watched over the last 6 months, they had big debates about the ownership in Man United, and that's only one issue.
Though that's
in their mind. They think an ownership that actually is investing 100 million a year is a better ownership. This is in their mind, in the Premier League, how you call it. They think Abramovich is not investing enough to buy Erling Haaland is a problem, an ownership problem. I am thinking as an AC Milan, hopefully getting Brahim Diaz for 2 years deal is a great achievement. That's different standards. But clearly, if you analyze the ownership of Manchester United is a perfect ownership. They are doing revenues. They are making money. The stadium is there. They buy players. They put the manager in condition to actually perform, and still they don't perform.
But you know what the difference is too? Is because I'll tell you right now, those EPL teams, Madrid and Barcelona, their debts are massive, like close to well over 600 million for some of those teams. But the difference is they are able to operate on an improving debt, and that happens with the owners. Like, there's no way those clubs bring in that much to where they can continue to spend 400 million in 1 year. That comes with the sponsors and things like that. Because if you look at Manchester United, PSG, like those teams, their owners have big corporations. They're sponsoring Manchester United and PSG. Milan, the owners that we've had so far since Berlusconi, they don't have companies that can act as sponsors for the club.
Do you think Elliot does not have this kind of solution?
No, Elliot does.
I think they do.
But their company is
They
not
don't
going to
want to
sponsor
operate.
Milan. Elliot's name is not going to be on AC Milan's jersey. PSG's owners and Manchester United owner, their companies are on their jersey. That's a direct sponsor. That's a direct
all
sponsor.
I'm saying is that, do you think that Milan can invest more with the ownership we have actually with the present one?
But it's not that. It's the owners. The owner is a billionaire. Like, our owners are billionaires. Let's get that. Like, they're not millionaires; they're billionaires.
They are one of the richest hedge funds in the world.
But look, the difference is they are not sponsoring the club. We are using money that Milan actually earns. Those teams like PSG, there's no way that they earned all that money to buy Neymar and Mbappe and Di Maria. That club by itself, no. That money is being given to them. And we are not able to do that because our owner is technically not sponsoring. They're not using their business to sponsor Milan. Look at Juventus. Juventus got 400 million from who? Jeep, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a direct sponsor. We do not have. It'd be the same thing if BMW gave us 400 million.
But we don't own BMW, so we're never gonna get those
exactly. Money. But if BMW owned Milan, that is the equivalent of Juventus getting that 400 million.
Bayern Munich does the same. Bayern Munich is owned partially from Mercedes-Benz and partially from Adidas as well, which are sponsors of the club, and they inject money when Bayern Munich needs them.
Exactly. If Milan are going to think about doing anything like that, it has to be to an owner that owns another business that can act as a sponsor, because that business is always going to have money no matter what happens. BMW, if we're owned by them, BMW's never going out of business. They make billions upon billions every single year. So what's 400 million to them? Their owners probably wipe their ass for $400 million every day when they go to the restroom. You see, that's.
But let's look at the example for me. When I look at EPL teams, I always try to look at some of the examples that I like. The first one is Tottenham. They built a team from sales of Bale and Modric and all these players, and they managed to get a very competitive team for the next 6 or 7 years. And then you have Liverpool, who were in a worse position than Milan some years ago.
No, they're in the same position as Milan.
No,
all I'm saying, the exact same thing what happened to Liverpool, 100%.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that in EPL they were not even qualifying for Europa League. Like they were not even there.
You're right.
And then
who came in to make Liverpool better?
Nathan, just let me finish. All I'm saying is that they had Coutinho, Suarez. They sold they brought in Klopp, who told them, okay, to rebuild this team, we need funds, we need to buy these players, but first we need to sell. So he sold Coutinho for 150, and then he sold Suarez for whatever price that was. And he used all that money to build the team he actually made in 3 years, and won the Europa League, played one final, and in the third year won the UCL. So the build-up does not really take that much long. It can be done in 3 years.
No, it's been done in more than that.
No, but for Liverpool case, it was done in 3 years later. It was not done before that. They changed the whole team. They changed the whole perspective of the club and how to approach football, generally speaking.
I just want to make it. I want to try to make it to you in a perspective that Liverpool, it's been
Like, they don't have these sponsors. All I'm saying, they don't have
no.
this
I'm
kind
just
of.
explaining what happened to Liverpool. In 30 years, they didn't win a Premier League, and they won just the Champions League and few FA Cup or whatever. A thing like this, it cannot be accepted to the AC Milan supporters. It's not acceptable. Imagine
I
now.
understand.
So they achieved. You're telling me they achieved basically this thing. It took them 30 years.
No, but I'm not speaking about the 30 years where they had Gerrard. I'm speaking about when they had Henderson, Coutinho, Sturridge. They had this team who was very. It looks quite similar to Milan, even in terms of qualities.
But look how much they could sell their players for. Milan cannot sell our players for that much. Even our captain, Milan is undervaluing our captain, Romagnoli.
Yeah.
Like,
I think Romagnoli should be sold for more. You should not be valuing him for 20 million at all.
Exactly. Like, that's.
But Liverpool can sell that Coutinho for 150 million because the TV right is 130 million. So Liverpool actually has the power to say no to an offer of 100 million. AC Milan, because he's earning 70 million TV rights, doesn't have that power. So if an offer of 70 million comes, you accept it. It's all about how much money you have in your bank. It makes you stronger on the transaction. We're never gonna wait for 150 million. We're gonna sell earlier because we earn less. And that's not fault of AC Milan. And it's not because Liverpool is good at doing that. It's the Premier League, the FA, whatever they call it, that actually built an unstoppable machine, a proper Super League. They built the Super League in terms of marketing and PR.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you got to remember too,
just back in 2000, they were not the most favorite league to watch.
Yeah, but even
people
they
still watch Serie A or La Liga.
Even then, EPL has been claiming they're the best league since I've been alive. That's all I've ever heard, year after year. So of course, if you're a sponsor, and you're trying to decide who's the best league, and all you hear over and over and over again is the EPL is the best league in the world. Like if you don't know anything about football, and you're just a person trying to invest, and you type in who's the best league in the world, it's all you're gonna see is England this, England that. So of course you're gonna go, okay, I'm gonna go invest my money in England because they're saying they're the best. In Italy, Spain, and Germany, these teams don't run their mouth like that.
Bro, we already got that trophy, man, in 2007. We went there and we took it from them. So I just want to add something else about this war, about the leagues and everything.
Lost connection.
Same for me.
Sorry, guys. I
think I lost connection as well.
We're back, yeah? I just want to say something. There is a work behind. For example, the commentator, when a great attacking action happened, this is the Premier League, the best league in the world. These people are trained to say that.
Yeah.
The broadcast is telling them how to emphasize the action, the game, even the cameraman, and how the work is done, the editing, the cutting, everything is behind. Do you think, now I'm talking crazy, do you think is a coincidence that Jadon Sancho played his first game at the Euros from the first minute after he was announced a Man United player and not before? Or the fact
I think there's room for that, because clubs they get very sensitive about their transfer, especially during a tournament.
Yeah, why you call him? You know the transfer is gonna go keep going all the summer. Just get another player.
I mean,
And that's why
Yeah.
you're not supposed to wait. If you want that player, do not wait for the Euros. If there's a major tournament in the summer, you're never supposed to wait. If that's a player that you want, and you know that player is called up to the team, to the national team, if you wait and that player, just like with Damsgaard, happens to have a good tournament, their value now increases 20 million.
I think we did that with Ben Nasser. Imagine if we bought Ben Nasser after the African Cup, where he was voted best player of the tournament.
Yep.
Anyway, guys,
then you need to
I'm
pay
gonna leave.
twice, 3 times the price.
Yep.
Guys, I'm gonna leave as well. I have to wake up quite early tomorrow. It's the Eid here in Morocco, so probably I'll just have a few hours of sleep. But guys, I hope if maybe are we doing a watch along on Saturday, or maybe after the game?
We can do something after the games, the game, or
Yeah, let's do something right after the game, and we can discuss the game all together. Maybe
If you
the
guys-
news aspect.
If you guys want to do a watch along, do it. I
I don't
can't.
mind.
Light
I-
can't,
I have
and
to
I
check
think
if I'm free.
and Antonio
not-
said he can't.
If not, definitely we're gonna have a live to talk about the game to see, because it's the second game. So let's see Brahim Diaz what he's gonna do.
Yeah. I want to see what's the. I want to see mostly the rotation. I want to see what other players can actually fit our squad.
I want to see Pobega.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Like Pobega, for me, I want to see more of him because I want him to play more with Milan.
And I heard you guys say something about Gabbia as Gabbia in that position there. You know, because I think, Laird, you said it even earlier. Milan plays with 3 in the back now, and they allow the right fullback to. Gabbia being a third right back player there, like Kalula, you were suggesting could do. That's not a bad thing to have if Milan is going to keep on playing this tactic. So I'm curious if they're going to do that again.
All right. Well, guys, take care, everyone, and
All right, later,
thank
everyone.
you for sticking along with us with the live.
No problem.
Okay, guys, when we're gonna do the 24 hours live, man?
God.
Well, we need
Let's do it like
rotations.
a talk sport. So basically, we start at 10
We
a.m.
need to win something, Laird. We need to win a
We
title.
need rotations. We need rotations.
Yeah, of course, rotation. Like every 3-4 hours, somebody comes in and other comes out. We need to do like a 24 hours Rossoneri live, and like a big party to celebrate. I don't know, maybe the start of Serie A. We can celebrate the start of Serie A.
Or maybe our first Champions League win.
Oh yeah,
Or Champions League game. We'll do 24 hours before the game into the watch
ooh,
along.
that's gonna be like we need a day off basically.
We get Lucas can do the night shift.
Yeah, man. Oh, Lucas is always brave, like those keyboard lions, but he's never coming on the live. And
That's better. That's better.
come on, Lucas, sassy bitch in the chat, but not
think
brave
everyone
enough to
should
come
join.
in the live.
I think everyone should join. Like, a difference of opinion is good. Like, it doesn't matter
Yeah,
if you
it's
agree
always
or not.
valued.
Just, it's good to
I
throw out
mean-
different ideas. Sometimes you don't
Yeah,
think
for
of something
sure.
that someone else has. So, it's
I
fine.
mean, after Roy saying that Calhanoglu is an excellent player, now you can say anything. Basically.
Exceptional.
Exceptional. Okay. Yeah, Lucas.
And I'm
Bring
right
on
about it too.
your Portuguese accent, man.
I'm right about it too.
Yeah, Lucas, you need to come next time. It's all love between us Milan fans. So,
Yeah, guys. Well, everyone, take care. I'm gonna head off. Bye, everyone.
All right, later, my man.
Hey, Nathan, did you put your private chat here?
Yeah, just guys, check the private chat on the stream.
Yeah.
All right, guys. See you.
For the next
Okay.
time. too,
All right,
man.
later.
What is saying, Lucas?
Private chat.
Well, I'll pay a new pair of headphones. Let's just come in, man. We'll send it. Just give me. I'll give you like an Amazon code. Just buy at £10 pair of headphones.
You know, people that type a lot of stuff online tend to not be like that in person.
Yeah, they're worse in person, I heard.
Right. Now, but Lucas is officially the most knowledgeable AC Milan fan that the universe has ever created. Nobody can take that away from him, okay?
Shame on you, universe.
Yeah.
Oh, well done. Tell him, man. So next live, we want at least 5 different people come in and out. And I want an unpopular opinion, like Roy did today about Calhanoglu. Yeah, next show is gonna be all unpopular opinion. That's gonna be.
War. I like war, guys. We gotta go to war, man. You know, we gotta go to war. I want to hear people disagree. I want people shout at each other, curse each other. You know, that's the way it should be done. But only if it's legitimate. Only if it's legitimate. You know?
Right.
Only if it's legitimate.
I agree. If you have something to say, back it up with like an actual like foundation or some reasoning. I agree.
Yusuf said last time I joined them. Oh yeah, I remember Yusuf. Yeah. What's up, Yusuf? I remember Yusuf. Yusuf joined us a few weeks ago. You know who joined us on? Okay, guys. So every Friday we do the Milan Forum. The Milan Forum. You know who joined us last time? Rohit. Rohit is a guy that writes for Sempre Milan. He's really good. A bag of information.
Oh yeah, the guy was talking about financial fair play and business.
Yep, that's it. Yeah, he
Really
does. He's a writer for Sempre Milan website, so he's a lot of information.
Okay, Sempre Milan is doing a great job. I follow them.
Yusuf, did you kill those lizards?
I think we should do the 24-hour live with the Sempre Milan guys. That's the only way to do it. They are like 4, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Jan, what happened to Jan?
John is with them, no? I have to tell him to join us.
And then there's Paul.
Yeah, we missed some people here, man. Where are these people?
Paul said that I have to. No, why did you kill it, Yusuf? Why did you kill the lizards? Like, those are living beings. Why did you kill living beings?
Oh man, it's so hot. I'm going to sleep. That's it. I'm done with today. I'm done with AC Milan today, man.
All right, my man. I can stay a little bit longer, Nathan, if you want to stay a little bit longer.
Yeah, guys.
I'll stay as long as you keep it up.
Ciao, bello.
Ciao.
All right, Nathan, what do you want to talk about?
So we've already talked about who we want as, as far as the attacking mid, right winger, and forwards. Who do you guys think should be our backups in case it doesn't happen?
What do you mean backups? Like, so if we don't get Berardi, who should we get?
Right.
If we don't get Berardi, we should probably get. Okay, let's start with the right wing.
Okay.
If we don't get Berardi, I think I'll answer that in a minute. If we don't get Berardi, Bernardeschi. I think we should go for Bernardeschi. I think if we don't get Berardi, we should go for Bernardeschi. Because their names are similar, and Bernardeschi is a fantastic player as well. Roy, why is your video off? Because I'm working as I'm doing this, guys. I'm doing some work here. Authentic Italian pasta. The most beautiful pasta is pasta alle vongole. Pasta alle vongole. Buonissimo. Pasta pomodoro. Pasta Alfredo is a bullshit invention that they invented here in America. There's no such thing as pasta Alfredo. Pomodoro bolognese. Okay. What about you? Who would be your second back in? Who would be your first?
Well, first before I answer, I'd have to ask. So, would Berardi cost what? 50 million? 40 million?
Berardi?
Yeah. Because we need to keep it. Because we all have like a fantasy pick, but we need to keep it within a price range.
No, but listen, this thing about the prices are kind of BS, all right? The reason why is because they can make agreements where they can pay, like look at Chiesa. They didn't pay for Chiesa. This is worth 60 million, but they didn't pay for it. They can make these agreements at the end of August where you pay for 10 here, 10 there, 20 there. They've been doing this all the time.
Deferred payments.
Deferred payment. They've been doing this always. So as far as too much money, I don't think that's even a case. Unless it's like these players that cost 80, 70 million, 100 million. But these players that are in the 40 million range, like Berardi, these are doable.
Okay. For me, I think I would like Ikone. And I think, yeah, from Lille. I think he would be good. And he has goals in him. He's, skillful and fast. But also, we could probably get him for a decent price as well because with the whole problem that's going on in France.
Yeah, Ikone's good.
And we have good history with Lille, so I feel like it wouldn't be that big of a hassle.
Yeah, Ikone is a good option for sure. If not, so that's your first pick. Who's your second pick?
My second pick, for a winger, my second pick would have to be Doku.
Doku plays another wing though. We're talking about the right wing.
He's a right winger.
But he played in the left with Belgium. That game against Italy, he played on the left.
No, his first game was on the right wing.
Doku is a player that, for me, looks good. He looks fast. He's got personality. He's got character.
Lucas says Tete. I don't know if I said
a little bit young. I think Doku might be a little bit younger. I would sign Tete. Yeah.
Tete is a good option.
Okay.
And linked with Everton. I thought Everton, Youssef, I thought Everton was a center forward.
That we were linked to Everton from Brazil. He plays right wing.
I thought he was a center forward. I could be wrong.
No, I don't know. I don't think so.
He's good though.
50 million for an absolute bum, man. Lucas is just crazy. He's just crazy.
You gotta remember, Lucas. We gotta remember these people that we are asking for. They're going to be immediate upgrades from what we have. So even if you don't like Berardi, you got to admit he's better than what we currently have for right wing. So it's going to be an upgrade.
I mean, if you have Berardi and Salamakers on that wing, and you can also use Berardi in different roles. You can also use Salamakers on different roles. Guys, that's like a Champions League guarantee, guys. Guarantee,
Right. Because we're only 3 players off from really being, deadly in the Champions League and in Serie A.
Yeah, the attacking midfielder I would go for the most would be Isco.
Oh,
really-
wait a minute. I made a mistake. I was for whatever reason I got Richarlison on Everton mixed.
Lucas,
the team
Italians
mixed
know
up.
what the fuck we're talking about, all right, my man? Italians aren't the last ones arrived. If Italians think Berardi is good, it's because Berardi is good.
No, Lucas, he reminded me. I got my players mixed up. Everton, the right winger who plays on Benfica now is really good.
Youssef says, my dream is Griezmann, even if it was a dry loan or someone like Felix.
But
Griezmann is interesting. He would be an interesting player.
What about Anthony and Neres from Ajax?
Who?
Anthony and Neres. They're both Brazilian and they play on Ajax.
Don't know. I don't know them. I mean, to be honest, I don't even know this Tete guy. I don't even know him.
Well, the thing is with Tete, I'm pretty sure he plays on Shakhtar, but the Shakhtar and Ajax, those teams are notorious for producing pure ballers.
Yeah, no, I know they do, but also a lot of players from Ajax, they go into other situations, they don't do that well. Okay, I mean, there are very few. I mean, think of Italy and the last players that came from Ajax to Italy. There's not many that came and succeeded. At Ajax, there's a whole system, there's a philosophy, there's a natural flow of things. There's everybody, I don't know, things just seem to flow better there. But you take these players from Ajax, put them in other teams, like Ziyech, for example, like Kluivert, for example. Okay, Delete is a generational superstar kind of guy. So also Delete, he's been making a lot of mistakes. He's the reason why Holland got kicked out. That's not what I think about Ajax, to be honest.
Okay. So we're going. I guess we can go to the cam position now.
Yeah,
and,
my dream.
I mean, we have people are saying Vlasic, and someone was talking about Hage, but you can start off with your signing who you would like.
I would love Isco. That would be my number one signing for that cam position. Would be Isco, the Spaniard. I think he is an exceptional player. He's the kind of player that was born to play for AC Milan. So that's who I would go for.
Okay, but how do you think he will perform when it comes to defending?
He can defend that because he comes from. First of all, he's older. He's not 21 like Diaz. He's much older. Like he's getting close to his 30s. I think he's 29 or something.
I think so.
He knows how. Yeah, he knows how to contain. He's won it all over and over again. So he's a responsible player. He can put the national team on his back. He's done that. Yeah, Isco would be a great player for AC Milan. Vlasic looks very good. Vlasic is not that older than Diaz, bro. So
he's young.
He's 23. He's 23. Now the other player for attacking midfield, yeah, it's just those two, I guess. That's the only two I can think of.
I think I would go with man. Well, I remember for a time we were linked with Ricky Puig from Barcelona.
Okay, I remember that name.
Yeah, he's man, that kid is so good. And yeah, he's gonna be one of the next big things along with Pedri for sure. I think my second would be Nkunku.
I like Nkunku. He looked good.
And I think my third would be Vlasic. Because I like just watching from Croatia, I feel like Vlasic brings a lot of energy. That's like when I look at him, he brings a lot.
I liked what I saw. I mean, all I've seen is highlight reel. I liked his numbers. So yeah, all three of those players I think are good. But I do think Isco is better than all three of these players. I really do think that. I do think Isco is better than all of these other players.
Yeah, Isco has bigger game. He's more big game experience. There we go. Big game experience.
Yeah. Okay, so what about Dele Alli? Dele Alli didn't even make the national team. What can you say about Dele Alli?
I don't care for him. That's just another overhyped EPL player for me.
Oh, okay. Let's. Yeah, honestly, I can't respond about Dele Alli. I've seen him play. I honestly think that English players struggle outside of England, and I think it's a risk, kind of like how Italian players struggle outside of Italy. I think it's very rare to see English players come out of England and do well, especially if they're young. Tomori is kind of an exception, and also English players, why the hell would they want to leave England for Italy? I mean, that's another thing.
The weather, the girls, the food.
Yeah, but quality of life in England, I think, is better. So let's listen to what Mr. Lucas has, the most knowledgeable AC Milan fan in the universe. Here we go. Questions that cannot be answered. How is Roy a football coach? Which dumb person hired Roy as a football coach? How did Roy become a football coach? How many times has Roy been fired? First of all, I've never been fired. And I have been hired many times. I'm a football coach because I love the game, and I see the game. I'm very good at building teams, at transmitting my ideas tactically. I'm very good. I know how to make players become very tactical, and I know how to make players bond together. I am very confident when I talk to my players. I make and the first thing I teach my players is this: suffer. You got to learn how to suffer. Okay, that is the first thing. I don't care how good you are with the ball on your feet. If you don't know how to suffer, you're useless. You mean nothing. So these are some of the traits, and then the most important reason, Mr. Lucas, is because I have passion for the sport. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. I feel like Dele Alli would fit in our formation. Didn't play a fortune. I don't know too much about Dele Alli. Do you say you watch a lot of international football, right?
Yeah. He was good when he was a bit younger, but I personally don't care for him.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I forgot, because speaking of Tottenham, I would love to have Son.
Who?
Son.
Oh yeah, he's good. I mean, that guy is top.
That guy is amazing.
Like, that is a top player. I mean, that player would be very difficult to get. I think he would be. I think if he would come to Milan, he would own that left wing, and nobody will take away that spot from him. Yeah, okay, he's a top player. Yeah. What about Van Beek? A lot of people talk about Van Beek. What is your opinion on Van Beek?
He's actually good, but I think it's just another one of those situations where he just doesn't fit. He just doesn't fit the EPL.
Okay. Another player that honestly I don't know. What's up, Eastbourne? How you doing, my friend? Yeah, players here saying Van der Beek. Then here we have Zlobodzai, whatever his name is.
Sabasalai. I don't know if I said that correctly. He plays on Leipzig, and in fact, he scored a goal in their preseason game. We're not getting him. we had our chance to get him like 2 years ago. We had a chance to get him last year, and we had our chance to get him in January, and we never went with it. He was going to be a for sure thing if we had gone with Ragnick instead of Pioli.
I'm very happy that Ragnick did not come to AC Milan, guys. I'm very happy that did not happen. Very happy. Quick thing, guys, I want to say that I'm reading here. Tonali had a nice little interview with the Gazzetta dello Sport, and he says, Milan, we will fight for the Scudetto. Okay, so if Tonali says that Milan will be fighting for the Scudetto, that means that is the message that is coming across in the locker room, in the training camp. So that's interesting. Interesting news there. Something that maybe we can extract and see where they're coming from, how they're approaching the next season. Tonali officially says that we're fighting for the Scudetto, and he says, I want to get back my blue shirt, the Azzurri shirt. So Tonali is ready for the challenge. I like that. Good news.
Yeah, I hope so, because we have, we all have very high hopes for him. So hopefully, it'd be fantastic if he was able to take over Benasser's spot.
That's going to be tough for him to get Benasser's spot, but he can be there, be an option.
Yeah.
And another thing that the Gazzetta dello Sport here wrote, which is excellent news for us, a big article on Pobega, meaning that basically they're saying Pobega is very intriguing, and he could stay. Pioli is looking at the second choice players, and Gazzetta dello Sport. We were talking about media impact, right? And how the media raises the stock of players. So now here the media is giving space for Pobega. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, that is good news, and that hopefully that's a kind of like a wake up call for some of the guys in the management, and this includes Maldini as well, because he should know that coming from the U team, if you have what it takes, you should be given the chance to play. And instead of us going out and buying, a player that might not work out, it makes no sense when we have Pobega, who has clearly shown that he can play. So
yeah,
why waste the money when we already have it?
I agree. Here, let's see. Lucas says, Nathan, do you know who Ari and even are? Oh, and Aaron. You know who Ari is, right?
You said who Ari is?
Yeah.
I'm not following.
Ari is the owner of this channel. He is the guy that does the reviews.
Oh, no. See, when I first came, I came in much later. So, like, when I first started joining you guys, I didn't really know too much. I was just, watching some of the streams.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Ari is the owner of the channel. Ari makes amazing reviews. He is a super passionate AC Milan fan. He is a diehard ultra AC Milan fan. So yeah, you'll meet him. Ari right now doesn't really care too much, let's say, for the lives and all this. Ari is more interested in the games, in doing the watch-alongs, and then doing the reviews. That's really what his passion is. But as far as going here live and talking about Milan all day, he's not really into that.
Okay. And ACM, I guess he's talking about Sabitzer. Maybe that's who he's talking about.
Sabitzer, yeah.
I think he's also on Leipzig, and he's part of the three attacking mids that they have, because they have Szoboszlai, Sabitzer, and Nkunku. And which is what I was saying before, that we might be able to poach somebody from Leipzig, and it could be one of those attacking midfielders, because they have 3 good attacking midfielders. Same thing for forwards too. They have 3 good forwards now, and one of them's not going to be happy. So I feel like we could take advantage of that situation.
Okay. All right. Good analysis. I can't really say much about Sabitzer because I don't follow that league. Here it says, Lucas, why did you dislike the video? I know for a fact it was not Lucas, but I do know who it is. The guy that dislikes our videos is Paul Anthony, the guy with the Ferrari logo. He's always pissed off at me. He's always talking crap, but it's okay, man. I like the guy. He hate watches. I like hate watchers. Very cool. Have you guys spoken about Duoma? I watched some of his videos. I know you can't judge based on that alone, but wow, this kid is amazing. Yeah, it looks like Milan is all in for this kid, but these players, Baron Wando, Duomo, these players, they're not coming from the first team. You're not going to see these players for 2 or 3 years. Okay, these players are coming in because the youth system is going to be participating in the Champions League. And I think Milan is not working as if this is a one-off. What Maldini has said, he wants Milan to stay in the Champions League for the next 10 years, be a big name in the Champions League. So they need to build for that.
That's true. That's true.
Yusuf, this is Lucas and Yusuf having a nice feud. I have to be family friendly to this Yusuf kid. I think he has 1 year left on his contract, are not willing to renew. Okay. I think he was talking about
Sabitzer.
Sabitzer, boss. He's captain, perfect cam, attack the fan. Pioli likes those kind of players. So, Roy, between you, Ari, Light, and Aaron, who's better at football? Honestly, I don't know, but Aaron did play for the Austria's youth national team, so probably Aaron. But I don't know how Light plays. I don't know how Ari plays. But my style of football is I'm super technical, very tactical. You can't push me off the ball. I'm just too strong. I score lots of goals. I don't really have many weaknesses. Maybe my weakness is that I don't take athleticism too seriously. But I would give that to Aaron based on his CV. And what about Nathan? Nathan, you said you played a lot, right?
Yeah, I'm a forward, and I can play winger. I am a fast player, but I do base my game off of Inzaghi, just because there's no point in using all of your energy when you can beat the offsides trap and use a third of it to get to goal.
I like that. I like the way you think. I like that, man. That's a very important. This is the thing about football. People talk about football, talk about technique, and all that. Yeah, technique is very important. But really, the most important thing in football is not your foot. It's your heart, yes, but your brain. Your brain is the most important thing, guys. So basically, to be a complete footballer, you need 3 things. Good feet, a super heart, and a super brain. You don't need super feet. You need good feet. Because let me tell you something. Let's look at Gattuso. You can get 50 million people in the beaches of Ipanema and Rio de Janeiro that are better than Gattuso playing at caressing the ball. But none of them, not one of them, has the heart he has, nor the brain he has. So those 2 elements, heart and brain, are really the most important things. Then the feet come next.
I agree.
How was your technique?
It was good. Maybe not so much of my left foot. I kind of developed that a bit later. But yeah, I wasn't the type to try and dribble past 3 and 4 people. But yeah, if I need to trap the ball or switch the field, that's not a problem. I do prefer one touch. So I prefer, because in Texas it's more Hispanic people. So, and I enjoy that because I can play one touch with them. Like, I don't like to hold the ball longer than like 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, the best thing in football is being able to play football in like in an orchestra, right? And where everybody feeds off of each other, and every once in a while you'll have a solo, right? But it's really about how good you are at playing with your teammates and how good you are at making your teammates better with your movement, with your positioning. So playing that one touch, 2-touch football is important for that. Roy, I bet $200 that you're still a virgin. Are you betting that with me? $200? How do I prove I'm not? Or how do I prove it? And so what? What if I am still a virgin? What is the problem? Lucas. So football, man, it's all about heart, brain, your ability to play in an orchestra, your ability to be a team player, right? You got to understand that the objective is the team's objective. There's no such thing as personal objectives. The main objective has to be the team objective. Then come the personal objectives. And then, guys, the most important thing in the world when it comes to football, the reason why Italy is really good, not the best, but one of the best, is because you got to learn how to suffer. Suffering. If you do not know how to suffer, you're never going to win anything, okay? You have to love. Cannavaro said it. Cannavaro said this: if you don't love fatigue and suffering, then forget about it. Play video games. Play video games.
Yep, I definitely agree. You learn more from suffering than you do from winning.
Well, I want to kind of push back on that. You learn more from suffering. You learn more, I think, my personal opinion, and maybe if you don't agree with me, we can go back and forth. My personal opinion is that you learn more from winning by suffering.
No, that's a good modification of that saying. I agree with that. I can definitely agree with that.
Yusuf says Virginia rocks, so you're still a virgin. Virgins are cool, Lucas. Yusuf Roy's 38 years old. It's just finding a rossonera, someone to share the AC Milan passion with, someone to watch the games with at San Siro. You guys saw the news about Sigurdsson, the Everton player. He's still being investigated by the police and suspended by. I did see something about that. It looks like he had a little bit. He looks like that he was instigated. No, he was accused of pedophilia. Man. Jeez.
Oh, so they revealed the name of that person then.
Roy, I'm sorry. There's no way that someone as handsome as you hasn't found a partner yet. Lucas, how do you know I don't have a partner? Okay, so let's see. Anything other news that we can talk about? Pjanic might be going back to Juve.
He's also linked with. Wasn't he also linked with Milan too?
Lucas is willing to be your partner, Roy. I know that you have a partner. Say what? Say what again?
I was saying, wasn't
Yeah.
Pjanic, wasn't he linked with Milan too?
Right. Right, he was linked with AC Milan. And guys, I mean, I know Eastbourne is not a big fan of this, but guys, having Pjanic and Coutinho at Milan, are you kidding me? The level of AC Milan increases by 2. You know, like those are 2 big players that if they come to Milan, then everything changes.
Yeah, because especially with the Coutinho, we bring, then we bring interest from Brazil, more interest. Because remember, one of the problems with Lucas Paqueta when he came was, he felt homesick, this and that. And sometimes having players from your home country there really does make a difference. Like when Pato, was here, we had Ronaldinho, we had Robinho, Thiago Silva was here. It's just players to help them adjust.
Yes, but even their technical abilities would bring a lot. We're talking about Pjanic is a great regista. I mean, he's had, I don't know, Juventus Juventus gave him the same treatment we gave Romagnoli, right? We put Romagnoli, well, I didn't, but they put Romagnoli's head on a pike, right? They did the same thing with Pjanic at Juve last year, which was stupid. So then he was pushed out of the team, and he had a shit season at Barcelona. But in Italy, Pjanic would perform in Italy. You bring Pjanic, you put him in that camera, I'll be a good player to have.
Another thing too about this is that good players attract good players. A lot of reasons, outside of the coach or the team or like the name of the team itself, is that players want to play with the big name players. So having Coutinho would definitely help.
Yeah, of course. Now, who gets, I don't know how much they get paid. They probably have big salaries. But yeah. All right, let's see what else we got here.
I think
Youssef is dating Melissa Safta, apparently.
I think Lucas brought it up earlier. What do you think about some of the other teams in Italy? Like who do you think we should be worried about, or who do you think is improving?
My philosophy is you don't worry about anybody. Nobody is scary. Nobody should put any fear in you. So Milan should be Milan, no matter who we have in front of us. So, Inter. Now, looking at technically, tactically, I think the teams that are going to give us the most problems are Atalanta, because I think Atalanta with Milan is the only team that has stayed compact, that hasn't had a change. They have their system. Hopefully they keep their players, and their players aren't old either. So I think Atalanta has actually a very good chance of winning the Scudetto. Juventus is going to be a bitch, guys. Juventus is going to be a bitch, and I want to say something about that because you guys totally misunderstood me very good. But Juventus is going to be a bitch because Allegri is a top world-class manager. They have Chiesa, who is the best player right now in the world of football, hands down. They have great defenders. Their midfielder, if they can fix their midfield, then they're going to be a really difficult team to beat. Inter, I think, has lost something. Conte was the guy that made the difference. Conte is a special coach, and Inzaghi is not Conte. I don't know if they can keep the same momentum, and they have to change something. Something is going to change. I don't know if they can keep the same momentum. I don't think it's going to be the same, because when it was Allegri, then Conte, then Allegri, right, in Juventus. Thing is that The thing is that when that change happened between Conte and Allegri, Juventus did not cut down, right? They kept on buying better players. So this time here, Inter has gotten a coach with a less impressive CV, and they're selling players. So I think Inter is not going to be that much of a problem. Lazio, Sarri is exceptional, so Lazio is going to be a very tough opponent. Sarri is better than Sarri, actually. So Lazio is going to be tough, but they don't have the personnel to be super competitive. They can make some damage. They can cause some damage. Mourinho's Roma can be very interesting. I think Roma in general, I think that is a team with the shittiest mentality in football. Like, they're the most disgusting team I've ever seen in the history of this sport. There is no shittier team than AS Roma. But I really hope Mourinho brings them some good mentality. Roma likes to play offensive football. Historically, traditionally, Roma is an offensive team. Mourinho is the complete opposite. I don't know how that's going to work with the fans. So there could be problems there. But Mourinho said, and I think it's true, he said that Roma is a long-term project. That in 3 years they might win something. They're not going to win anything now, but they're going to be there. They're going to be there, and we're going to face Roma real soon, actually. So Roma is going to be a tough cookie to beat. And then we have blah 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 blah. And then we have Milan. I think Milan is actually in a great position. I think Milan right now has found its magic, thanks to the legend Capitan Maldini. And our system looks good. Our players look good. Now, this is where you guys are going to disagree with me. I think losing Donnarumma is going to become a big problem. All right, Donnarumma is a huge player. People don't get it because people love to watch ESPN Top 10 highlights. But Donnarumma is not just there to make the saves. His presence, his voice, the ability of his timing with the ball. So that's Milan has definitely gotten weaker there.
Well, Roy, I'll say this because I watched Leo all last year. Mike he's not the same level as Donnarumma, but with the goalkeeping training that Milan provides, he will get very close. His timing and reactions are top notch for sure. And this is not from like the highlights. Like, this is like from me watching. He makes those close quarter saves. He's probably more athletic than Donnarumma. Donnarumma's height plays a big factor, but Donnarumma is very quick as well. But I think Mike's gonna do really well. Like, Donnarumma is, a generational talent for not just Italy, but for the world. And I think Mike he's not far off from Donnarumma. Like, he really isn't. Like, he's gonna save us a lot as well.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. But there's going to be a big difference. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see about that. I already know there's going to be a big difference. But anyway, Milan is in a great position because if they can continue from where they stopped last season, now again, you guys disagree that Hakan wasn't central to that, the way Milan played. I disagree with that. But if they can find a replacement there to tie in everything together, and then if they continue, but the most important thing that Milan has is its mentality right now. This mentality, this fearless mentality of playing football, playing ball on the ground, finding each other, passing the ball. If they continue to do this, I think in the Champions League will go far. I call it right now. Knock on wood. Milan is going to the semifinals, and let's see what happens after that. In the Serie A, we can finish in the top 3 for sure.
Well, I'll agree. We are in a good position, but if we can improve the cam position and right wing, then yes, I believe that we will crush many teams, and even the top teams in England, Spain, and Germany will find Milan extremely hard to compete against. Our left wing is good right now. It's not like outstanding, but our left wing does provide assists and goals. So you don't have to. It's not as drastic to fix yet. But if we can get the cam position and right wing figured out, and hopefully add Kaio Jorge this summer, then yeah, we at that point we'll have squad depth, and not just squad depth, but the squad overall technique and ability will be higher.
Yeah, and I think that will happen. End of August, we'll have all the players we need. The one thing that I'm maybe a little bit worried of is Ibra, because I do think that Ibra is very central to the way we have been playing. If he can get himself to be fit and they can manage his body, they can manage it the way how many times they play him a week and all that shit. Like, they don't need to play him for 90 minutes every single game, Like, I hope that with the players that they get now, we don't need to have them play for 90 minutes against fucking Verona, against Sassuolo, all these teams. And I hope he is mature enough to understand that, because he's very hot-headed, a very difficult player to manage.
Right.
So let's hope that he is going to be fit, because he makes a ton of difference, man. He makes a ton of difference. Giroud sucks, guys. Let's be honest. Giroud sucks. Okay, Giroud is not going to do what he does.
I'm not happy about Giroud either. Like, I'm not happy at all. I feel like if we get Kaio Jorge, I feel like he needs to be our. Honestly, I would have Kaio Jorge. If he's not the second option, he needs to be the first option. I feel like the faster he'll be able to learn and everything. But the reason why I say he should be either first or second is just so that way we can prolong Zlatan, because we're going to need Zlatan in the big, Champions League games.
Well, but if Kaio Jorge comes, Dave, and he has to win that second spot,
Yeah, I know. This is just wishful thinking on my part. But, we have Giroud, so, I'm going to cheer for him even if I don't like him. And yeah, hopefully it works out.
And guys, honestly, I gotta say, out of 10 things I usually say, I think I usually get 8 right, sometimes 9. So I hope that Giroud is one of the things I get wrong. I really do. RB team.
Yeah, Yusuf is right. RB team is actually pretty good.
RB team is pretty good, to be honest. Tata, Pedrusano, Calhanoglu, Romagnoli, Gabbia, Taure, Tonali, Pobega, Leo, Kuric, Castro. Yeah, it is good. We
have depth now. We just need to get those 3 positions sorted out, and we'll be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah. I would love to get these are the if I had the ability, these are the players I would get. I get Berardi, Bernardeschi, Zaniolo, Belotti.
I don't think we can ever get Zaniolo.
And Chiesa. Giroud scores goals. Don't know why you guys don't like him. Perfect backup to Ibra, mobile big man. Yeah, he scores goals. But Giroud is a player that depends a lot on his
on the service.
Right. So this is the big difference. This is the big difference between Ibra and Giroud. Ibra creates the service, and he's good at receiving it. But Ibra allows everybody else to make it easier for them to service and all that shit. Giroud relies on service. And this is the thing, guys. Like, and we've seen this in Italy a lot. Like these central forward strikers, when they don't get service, they get lost. They get lost. You guys saw Lukaku against the two oldies, Bonucci and Chiellini. That's what's going to happen to Giroud if he doesn't get service.
Yeah, but I'll say this for Lukaku, you know, in a one-off game, playing for the national team is a bit different. Because at Inter Milan, Lukaku, he killed Italy. He killed it. I didn't think he was going to do as well as he did.
No, I thought he was going to do it because Lukaku has a great coach behind him, which is Conte, and he's got Hakimi on one side. He's got Barella, that is probably on his way to be one of the best midfielders in the world. He's got Lautaro, who's right now is probably Argentina's best striker after Messi. Then they got fucking what's his name, Brozovic, who is the plays for Croatia, Eriksson, blah 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 blah. So okay, I didn't think that Lukaku was going to have any tough time in Italy. Let's be clear. I'm not saying that. But if he doesn't have the surface, if Lukaku is depending on Salamakers, Leao, and freaking Daniel Maldini, you know, I don't think Lukaku is going to score many goals.
Lucas brought up Roebuck. I too think Roebuck would be a great addition. And remember Zlatan threw his backing for Roebuck to being the next big thing. I'm assuming he said it again.
Wasn't Roebuck the Swedish player that Ibra was saying? Ibra was talking really well about.
Yeah. I think we should, if we're not going to play him, we should at least allow him to, you know, be on the bench, because that's what Manchester City and Bayern Munich do a lot. Is if you actually go to their game, like if we look at their game day lineups, they have a lot of youth players there. I mean, they're clearly not about to get into the game unless, you know, circumstances right, but they have them there.
How old is Roebuck?
Man, he's young, like maybe 18, 17, 18, maybe 19. I'm not sure about his exact age.
Lucas, are you saying there's a video that says Roebuck against Roebuck? Oh, he's 18? Okay, guys, come on. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, Lucas.
Yeah, but Roy, what happens if,
just not gonna happen.
Let's say we're in an emergency situation and we have to play Roebuck, and he comes in and kills it, would you still play him or no?
If he comes and kills it? I mean, yeah, if he earns a spot, he doesn't earn it on the pitch. He has to earn it in training first. But have you played against 18-year-olds? When's the last time you played against an 18-year-old?
Well, that's the funny thing with the Sunday leagues. You play against everyone from all ages.
Yeah. So when I play against teenagers, I could literally be smoking a cigarette and fucking drinking coffee and reading the newspaper. Guys, we gotta be careful with these teenagers, okay? Like some of them might be really gifted physically, okay? Sure, fine. And some of them might have the brain of a 30-year-old. But we really have to be careful with the teenagers, guys. Like the teenagers, you got to give them the time to grow. You got to wait for the eggshell to break before the goose can come out. So you really got to be careful. Remember, in Italy, is that we said you got to go through the bottleneck of 2023 and give him a little bit of time here and there. But 18 years old, whew, man. If he can do it at 18, then he's a champion. He's a one-of-a-kind champion.
And speaking of Swedish forwards, does anyone know how much Isaac cost?
Isaac looked very good. Good.
That's a young profile. He's tall. He has good skill. He has decent, pretty decent speed. He can score goals. I mean, I feel like that's, instead of wasting our time with Giroud, I felt like that should have been a player that we should have been going after. But that's if he's a reasonable amount. I'm not sure how much he cost.
Yes, just search. Okay. Just search Robot versus Procesto. No, I can't screen share. The year's 2035, and Ibrahim Robot win us the Champions League. Isaac just signed for Real Sociedad. His worth is 60 million.
Signed, do you mean a new contract, or like he renewed his contract? Because he's been there for a while. But I mean, even then, 60 mil is still 60 mil. So regardless.
Okay. These players will not develop a Milanello for the Primavera. They should be sent out on loan, yes.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier, about what we should be doing with the Primavera players. Again, I personally believe Milan needs to get a B team, because that would allow them to develop while playing against, older players. And when those players become older, and then, then the 18-year-olds can join them, and that's going to allow them to progress faster. But yeah, we need to redo the whole youth sector, like from bottom to top, because it's not good enough. Like Milan should have the reputation
I agree.
of having great young players, and we don't have that reputation. Like,
and also,
I was going to say, Lucas, I understand that they're invited to train with the senior team, but anyone who's actually played will tell you that training doesn't mean much when you don't get to play. Like there's being physically ready, and then there's being game ready. And these guys need to play.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking at Robach here against Procesto. Yeah, guys, he looks good, but we need these players to perform for our youth system. We need them because the youth system is going to the Champions League. Youth system now is going to be more important. Their objectives are going to be more important. Robach, Warren Bondo, what's that other guy? Duomo, the guy from Paraguay, and who else? Kerkez. And then the Italians that are coming out from Italy. This is good. This is all positive. Yeah. This is all very positive. Yeah, so Lucas says, I can't wait for Giroud to shit on you guys this season. Yeah, me too, man.
Like, honestly. Like, I hope it happens. Like, I have no problem as a man admitting if I'm wrong. When I am proven wrong, I will say I was wrong. But until I am proven wrong, hey, we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Yeah, I want that to happen. I don't want him to shit on me, but I want him to fucking score goals. This youth players are invited to senior teams all the time, yeah, and I hope we'll see them against Modena. Am I the only one that can't for the preseason game against Valencia Madrid? Am I the only one that can't for the preseason? What? You got to rewrite that because
we answered just now about Giroud.
This one here. Am I the? Oh, you can't wait.
Yeah.
Am I the only one that can't wait for the preseason games against Valencia Madrid? Yeah, I'm excited about them. I'm definitely excited about those games. I think they're going to be good games. I want to see the new. I gotta say, I remember back in the day, the good old days when Milan were a very big team. I love one of the reasons why I loved watching the preseason. It was to see the new players. I remember I was so excited to see Rivaldo, excited to see shit, a lot of players, man. I can't fucking think of it right now.
Yeah, that's the only time we get to see them.
Ronaldinho, these kind of players, Remember when the preseasons we got to see all the new signings? It was always nice. Am I that excited to see Giroud? No. Am I that excited to see Tare? No. Am I excited to see Manin? A little bit. I'm curious. This time around, I'm more excited to see the youngsters. Look at Chelsea D players whom they have D talents. They would send them out on loan to get playing time and experience in professional leagues. That's how their academy players has been a success. Okay.
Yeah, we talked about that, and it's the way Italy is. Like, Italy doesn't have the reputation that we might know Italian players are good, like Pobega. We've known he's been good, but no one outside of Italy has known about him. Whereas teams in Spain, Italy, and Germany, these guys, through marketing and PR and all that stuff, they've asserted themselves as clubs who produce the top talent. So it's a combination of things, but that's the main reason why that those teams can get their youth players on better teams.
Yeah, Youssef says, am I the only one that thinks Atalanta will not have a good season? I just see the team losing the few that made them great. I don't think so. Atalanta keeps playing the same way. It's only a matter of time where it won't work anymore. I do think this is their last season. I think this is it.
The reason why I will have to disagree with that is because of the way the 3-5-2 operates. Atalanta has, the way that they play is that high press is one factor, but it's the overloading of midfield. And when you do that, then you can shift the ball left and right. And when a team starts shifting in an unorganized way, that's when you create gaps in the team's defense. And that's what Atalanta do so well. It's like Barcelona. Barcelona have always played the same way. Atalanta is very good at taking a youth player and making them really good. So I think we are not seeing the end of Atalanta.
Atalanta has in Italy. Atalanta has one of the best youth programs,
right?
In Italy, so they definitely know how to value players.
And Lucas, Leicester and Frankfurt, they've just been recently interested in Pobega. I'm talking about, how old is he now? 21, 22? I'm talking about when Pobega was
Man, what a
18 or 19. We can see that, it looks like he's having, special moments, but other teams don't see that.
Guys, I'm watching Pobega's highlights against Processo. My God, dude, this guy's a beast. How can they? It should be
about it, right. How can they even imagine to send him away? It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
And they ruin, especially if it's to the EPL, we run the chance of ruining another player like Cutrone.
Yep. This is so I really got angry.
Yeah, I watched the beginning of the last one, and you were like, "I'll be through if they get rid of Pobega."
Yeah, I was super angry. And hold on, give me 1 second. Nathan, just take over for 1 second, please.
Yeah,
Give me
very
1 second.
Lucas, that's not true. I mean, I know a lot of fans. It's difficult to watch the youth team play, but for those who watch the youth team, you know, you're not going to say that they imagine him being as good as he is now, but you can't say that he wasn't displaying very positive attributes. Like right now, we know Pobega is good, but at 8, like let's take, Boyan or Pedri or Odegaard. Everyone knew about these guys when they were like 16, 17 years old. They're coming from academies that are known for producing players. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I heard of him. I watched like a few games. I didn't get to watch every time, but the few games I watched, I thought he did good. I didn't say, oh yeah, this guy is going to be world class or something like that. But I said, okay, he's doing positive things. Esborn, you're right. And when Milan is able to get a player that has improved like how Pobega has, they shouldn't even dream of getting rid of him. Like that's not what we should do. And certainly not for 15 million. Because anytime a good player comes out of some other high profile team, that player always costs like 25 plus million. Like Lucas, I'm not saying I know every single, young player from the youth team. I'm just telling you from when I watched that Pobega did good. Like I'm not going to know every single person. And my focus might not have been on every single player. Like I'm sure you know players that I haven't heard of, but that's just because you just so happen to know them. Like each thing is going to be situational.
Hey, you know what? I didn't know he was at 18. I don't need to know who he was at 18. At 18, he needs to develop. He doesn't need to be playing in Serie A unless you're something very special. But he's 21 or 22 right now. But it's done. He's the oven. He's cooked. It's time to get it out of the oven, put him on the table, and make him do his thing. Guys, look at what someone wrote because of what I said about Maldini. I want to show you guys. Fuck Roy for disrespecting a legend like Paolo Maldini. Who gives a flying fuck about players like Pobega or any other transfers? Next time, watch your stupid mouth when you talk about Maldini.
See, things like that are so stupid. Because if anything, Maldini, should be held accountable when it comes to selling our most coveted young players. Like, I don't give a fuck what Pioli says. Pioli is saying that he wants to keep Krunic while getting rid of either Hauge or Leao. You see what I'm saying? Like, Pobega could be the next big Italian midfielder. So
yeah, he is going to be.
And if anyone understands this, it will be Milan. It will be Maldini. He would know.
I hope.
Right. And that's what infuriates me is when I see players who obviously have the skill and ability to perform at Milan, and all we see is that we're going to sell them for capital gain. Like that pisses me off. And then you look in the news and you see that Pioli comes out and says he wants to keep Krunic. Like that should piss you off as a Milan fan.
Yeah. It pisses me off. And to be honest, guys, I don't mind. Guys, honestly, guys, let me tell you something about me, okay? You can say anything to me, guys. There's literally nothing that you can say that can change. So, comments like this, I'm not for me, yeah, it's fine. And for me, this just opens a nice discussion with somebody. That's it. But Pobega is going to become an Italian national team player. Like, what the hell are we doing? Why are we even talking about him being on the market? Exactly. Why are we even talking about being? So I'm infuriated because after seeing how Donnarumma was managed, after seeing how Locatelli was managed, Cutrone,
too.
What's his name? Pessina, Cristante, and the list goes on and on and on. It's like, come on, we gotta fucking learn at a certain point not to do this shit anymore.
We make the same mistake every single time when it comes to our young players. And it would be different if the youth players, if they didn't make the youth Italian national team. Because then at that point, you can pretty much tell that they're not going to be good enough. But when the youth players on the youth Italian team, you got to remember that's what, 22 to 24 players out of an entire country of young Italian talent. They are in the top 24 and they are on the youth team. That means they've got to be something special. And we get rid of every single one of them every single time.
Yep. So Pobega has been in the under 20, and he's okay. I mean, look at his guys. Look at his Pobega is a midfielder. Okay, he's a midfielder. He's had 6 appearances with the under 21, and he scored 3 goals. Out of 6 appearances, he scored 3 goals. This guy in Spezia, for a midfielder, scored 6 goals in a team that barely scores any goals. Yeah. Pobega is better, man. But who's Kamara? Let me see this Kamara thing. All right, let me check out this Kamara. What's his first name?
Right now, it really feels like Milan is becoming the new Inter Milan, because Inter doesn't like to really have Italian players. And every time I see the Italian national team, all I can see is all Milan youth products helping Italy to succeed.
Yeah. I mean, Inter has also contributed to the national team.
Yeah. Yeah, they have. I mean, look at the Euros. We didn't have a single player.
Well, we could have had the best player of the tournament.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? I want to speak about one thing. When last year, when we were trying to get Donnarumma to sign the new contract, I said, and I got crucified for this, but it's obvious tactics from Raiola. No one is going to sign Zlatan because of his age and injury problems. No one is going to sign Zlatan except for some low-level team. So why would you re-sign Zlatan on $7 million before re-signing Donnarumma? Because I know Raiola, I can guarantee Raiola said if we can get Zlatan on $7 million, we can get Donnarumma. We can ask for a bigger contract for Donnarumma. It would have been better to get Donnarumma first and then do Zlatan second, because Zlatan's not going anywhere. We can sign Zlatan in October because he's a free agent.
I agree with that.
And so, yeah, that's like Zlatan shouldn't be earning. Like, I ain't gonna lie, Zlatan already made his money. Zlatan shouldn't even be hitting $2 million. I wouldn't even give him $2 million. He makes sponsors. He has his own organizations. Zlatan doesn't need that money. We could have given that money, split that up, and give it to Kessie and Donnarumma, and we wouldn't even be worried about a new goalkeeper.
But we do need Zlatan, though. I mean, we need it.
Oh, no, Zlatan. For sure we need Zlatan. For sure we need. I'm not saying not to get him. I'm just saying you got to do priorities first. And when you're dealing with Raiola agents, you gotta look at it a different way.
Okay, first of all, I do agree with this comment here, Lucas. Yes, 100%. Now, this is another thing here, though, that I do agree with the guys that are more against Donnarumma and his whatever. Is this $20 million commission to that piece of shit Raiola? I don't know if I'm about that. You know.
Yeah, did PSG?
What do you
give
think
Raiola
about that?
20 million?
Okay, good. This is Paul Anthony. What's up, Paul Anthony? Insigne has Raiola made $5 million a year in his prime. It's up to the player.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the player signs the contract.
Yeah, 20 million to Raiola. I don't know. That's a little bit too much. My thing about Donnarumma is this. It was kind of apparent that Raiola and Donnarumma were wanting to kind of go to a bigger team. It was apparent a few years back. Now, again, Laird says this, you know, this has got nothing to do with Maldini. It is true. But back then, Juventus was really interested in the player, and we could have sold him back then for 60, 70 million easy, and we should have kind of cashed out. The one thing that I really don't like about the Donnarumma thing is, and Hakan, is that they went for free, you know?
Yeah.
Again, this is not Maldini's fault. This is not because he wasn't there. You know, but for me, it's all Milan. It's all in the Milan category.
Yeah.
The reason when you have a yes man like Pioli, even if a player is talented, he doesn't have the balls to speak against the manager if they're planning to sell Bega.
I agree.
I mean, this is the guy. All right, Merad. I will show what Merad wrote once again. Here he is.
No, Hakan is a different story. I think Gigio really loved Milan, but his mentality was so warped by Raiola that it was just going to be impossible.
Yeah. I just saw it cover. I think we all kind of saw it from a long time ago. But it is what it is, you know. I think it hurts, man. It really hurts. I haven't lost them. Really hurts. Gigi Nakan.
Did PSG give Raiola 20 million?
Probably. For them, 20 million is nothing. You know? 20 million for them is like pocket change. I mean, look, we can talk all the shit we want about Raiola, all right? But Raiola, he does his job, man. He's got all the best players. He's got all the best players. What are we going to do? You know, are we going to stop? Are we going to
early?
Obviously, he knows more than most freaking teams because he knows how to see these players. He knows who are going to be the champions of the future. So,
and you know what?
What?
That's a good point you brought up. We got to remember too, when he scouts these players, he does not have to talk to the player. He talks to the family. And what family is going to say to an agent, I can get your child $8 million a year, even though he's 20 years old? You can't sign contracts at that age. And Raiola gets those players when they are already young and probably can't, decide about those contracts themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. At that age, that's who you're talking to. You're talking to the family. You're talking to, you're telling the family, we'll make sure that he's going to be set for life. We're going to make sure that your brothers and your other son and your daughters are going to have money. We're going to get you a house. Yeah, the guy knows what he's doing. The guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I heard that the Qatar's country expenses PSG is one of the top of the list. I just hope the fans destroy Gigio at the San Siro if we play PSG.
Yeah.
I want to say something, okay? I want to say something about, the whole 7-hour stream we had where people were accusing me of being a Juve fan or accusing me of being whatever and whatnot, okay? Listen, the way I see football is this way, and maybe this is unique to me, okay? Maybe it's unique to me. But to me, it's like a pyramid, all right? The national team is maybe at the top of this pyramid. Milan is, I don't know. Milan is a team that I've always supported. I don't know how to not support Milan, okay? Honestly, don't know. There were shit years where I tried. I just couldn't do it. I can't get Milan out of my system for some reason. I'm going to be a Milan fan forever. I'm always thinking about Milan. But the pyramid is Italy, okay? So when I see Juventus perform, I'm happy they're performing because that means that they're feeding the national team, okay? When I see Inter perform well, I'm happy. I'm happy about this shit. This is why I want to see more Italian players because at the end of the day, for me, it all goes to Milan, the national team.
And I'll say this too, like even though I dislike Inter and Juventus, we need the top 6 teams in Italy to perform in Europe. So regardless of what my feelings are, when it comes to the European competitions, I will always support the Italian teams, even if I don't like them, because you got to remember it also, coefficients are still part of the system.
Yeah.
And we're always going to get put in crappy groups because we have low coefficients. So we need these teams to do good, even if you don't like them.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Now, there are other fans. There's the other kind of fan that is like Milan. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Be that way. That's okay. It's okay, man. It's great. We're going to celebrate together. But I am who I am. You ain't going to change that. It's not going to happen. Yes, and I agree, Anthony. The other teams need to perform because it helps all together. Fans should destroy a clown in the derby. Gigio could have joined Juve, but he didn't.
That's why I said Gigi loved Milan, but his mentality was so warped by Raiola that it was just impossible to keep him. Like if he had any other agent, his progression money-wise would have been more stable. It wouldn't be going, from 2 million to 6 million, 6 million to 12 million. It would have been a natural progression.
Yeah. Thoughts on Daniel Maldini? So Daniel Maldini against Prosesto.
The thing is, when you're playing with, because remember Milan played with 2 different teams. That the second team in the second half was, that was like almost all youth teams. Whereas if he were to play in the first half and be surrounded by more first-team players, his game's going to elevate. So it's kind of a tricky situation with preseason games, if that's how Milan's going to do it with 2 different teams in each half.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I honestly don't have a strong opinion about Daniel Maldini. I think that Daniel. It's hard to have a precise analysis, to make a precise analysis of Daniel Maldini, because more than anything, I want Daniel Maldini to become a champion because of his name. It's almost I'm more interested in the legacy than the player. It's a very unique situation with Daniel Maldini.
I
And
agree.
yeah, so it's very difficult.
Yeah, you're right.
And I think it also puts a lot of pressure on him because he has to follow in the footsteps of not one legend, two legends. You know, he has to follow in the footsteps of the first Milan captain that raised that trophy, the Champions League trophy. So, and then not only, but Cesare Maldini, Paolo Maldini's father, not only was a great football player that won everything as a football player, but he also was a great coach. You know, he won 3 under-21 championships in a row. That is a monumental achievement. He is one of the coaches that spearheaded Milan into that 2003 generation just before Ancelotti. Right before Ancelotti, Cesare Maldini came and just, he just sat on that bench until they found the next coach. But he did it. He won. He's the one that won against Inter 6-1. And then you have Maldini, the son, Paolo Maldini, legend of legends, you know. So now you're following the footsteps of those two. Man, I don't see any player in the world that has more pressure than Daniel Maldini right now.
Yeah, I think, Maldini is a player who we should try and loan to a team like Spezia or Genoa. Because it's going to be too difficult because of that pressure at Milan.
Yes. Now, listen, the thing about that is that, again, I'm always thinking about the legacy. I'm always looking more of I'm romanticizing it a little bit too much. I don't want to see Maldini. I don't want to see Daniel Maldini in another shirt.
Yeah, but if it benefits him, then he needs to. Because if his last name wasn't Maldini, he wouldn't even be there.
Now, this is the thing, and I'm glad you bring this up. Is that what's happening here? Is it just his name, or does he actually have the talent?
I mean,
you know,
I'll bring up an example. Our very own Pobega. Pobega doesn't have the Maldini name, and they're roughly close to the same age, and yet
no, we're not close to the same age.
Well, I said roughly, like within 3 to 4 years. That's not.
Maldini's a teenager. He's a teenager.
Yeah, like 18, 19. Pobega's what, 21 or 22.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you play in college, that's the age group. When you're in college, that's 18 to 21, 22 years old. So, like, I'm not saying you're the same skill level, but you're still roughly in the same ballpark. Pobega is doing really well, and he improved a lot at Spezia. So I feel like we should try and give Maldini the same chance to improve himself. And this, falls back again on not having a B team. Like, we need a B team so players like Maldini can shine more.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at his highlights against Pro Sesto. Okay, well, he did have an assist for a goal. He looks composed. He looks technically composed. He knows how to slow down the game. You can see he has a 360 vision. He doesn't have his same. One thing that I noticed about Pobega is Pobega carries himself like a national team player. I don't see this from Daniel Maldini just yet. I think he's a little bit too young. Nathan, I disagree with you. I'm sorry, but I'm going to disagree with you. I think that 22 and 18 is like a world apart. It's a world apart. I think you still, like Bonucci said at the end of Euro Cup, a voglia di mangiare pasta asciutta. You got to eat a lot of pasta asciutta before getting into the picture. I think we still need to see him. We need to see him grow much more. He's too young.
Yeah, but
if you don't think Maldini has talent, please watch. Go ahead.
Does Maldini play with the youth team throughout the year? Is he always just with the Milan team?
No, he's training with Milan team. He's not getting much time involved in a pit in a competitive games.
Well, see, that's not gonna. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's not gonna help him. Like, we've already went over that practice is one thing, and then the game is another. Like, he has to get game time. Paul Anthony said we need to play him in the Coppa Italia. But do we think Pioli is going to do that?
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, he is 1 year older. I hope that they're not just keeping him in the team because of his name. I don't think they would do that. I don't think Milan is the kind of club that would do that. There are other Maldinis too that weren't able to do that. We'll see. We gotta see. Maldini is a player that I think it's too early to have a good understanding of what he is and what he can do. Has he been part of any of the national teams? Let me see. Let me just check real fast.
I will say, when Maldini, he did play a few games this year for Milan. The times he did get in, I thought, well, I'll say, I guess the preseason games last year, the times when he played, he looked like he had, the skill and ability to do it.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I want him to get loaned out, so that way he can really, showcase that during the actual game with consistent game time.
He looked good, man. He did look good. One of the things that I noticed about Maldini that I liked a lot, that kind of reminded me of his dad, was his slide tackles. He had a very good slide tackle. And when you have a player that is offensive and can win the ball in that half, in the offensive half, wow, those are good players. For a coach, coaches love those kind of players. Hopefully, if he can develop that aspect of him. But again, guys, remember the bottleneck. 20, 21, 22, 23. We are not going to see Maldini until he's 22, 23-ish. That's when we're going to see it. We got to be patient. We're going to wait a few years. It's not his year yet. We got to accept the fact that he's going to be in the background. He's going to play a few games here and there. But he's only 19, still a teenager. And then let's see. If he can break through in training, if he can convince the coaches that he's worth more time, then he will do it. He will do it.
Yeah, I hope so. Because I feel like with especially if we're able to improve in the areas we need to, I feel like we can come across a few games where we can afford to put in some of those players like Maldini and like some of the other young players that we got, because we get 5 subs now still, right? We're still doing 5 subs. So if we're in a game like how we would Torino, once you go up 3 or 4-0, just throw those guys on. It's we're not in any, we're not destroying their, our chance of winning the game at 4-0. That's the time when you want to put them on, when there's no pressure on them to actually perform. They can just go out and have fun.
Yeah. I think we will see him if he stays. He might go on loan. It could be a good year for him to go on loan. We'll see. I just want to give you guys an idea. Okay, so Daniel Maldini so far has been called up for the national team 2 times for the under 18 and 2 times for the under 19. Okay, that's decent. Insigne wasn't called in the national team up until his under 20. But then we have players like Barella. People think that people are looking at Barella and they're not understanding what Barella is. People do not understand the kind of player that Barella is. Nicolo Barella has been part of the Italian national team since the under 15. He's been a starter in every single freaking national team from the number. Nicolo Barella, under 15, under 16, under 17, under 18, under 19, under 20, under 21, Italy. Guys, this is a fucking player we should have bought. What were we doing?
Well,
what were we doing?
We were linked with him before he went to Inter. Inter beat us to him. Same thing with Sensi. We were linked with Sensi before Inter. And again, this is one of those things where I say Milan needs to start doing what other teams do, and that's securing like a professional agreement during the middle of the year. And had we done that, our midfield would have either Barella or Sensi. But Milan, again, that's why I don't agree with Milan's strategy of waiting till the market opens up. Because if you wait, you run the risk of losing that player.
Yeah, they definitely made mistakes.
Yeah.
No
And
doubt.
he is an Inter fan. Like Esborn said, he's an Inter fan.
What is this? What is Lucas saying?
He is an Inter fan, but if a team comes calling first before your fan favorite team, you go to them. Dzeko's an AC Milan fan, but he's at Roma.
Modric is an AC Milan fan too.
Yeah, so it's just one of those. It's one of those things, first come, first serve.
Yeah. Okay, so Lucas, why the hell can't Kessie and Barella play together? What? How?
I'll answer that because Inter Milan and AC Milan don't play the same system. I actually agree with Lucas on this. Barella would not work well in a double pivot. He needs to be able to be in a freer role. And the way that Inter play, he has a more free role.
I disagree.
So I will agree with Lucas on that.
I disagree. Barella is a player you can play him anywhere. He's going to perform
Yeah, but
great.
Barella doesn't. But look how our double pivot works. Like it's very defensive minded first. Barella is more offensive minded.
I don't agree with that.
He's more offensive minded.
Barella is a workhorse. You can put him anywhere.
He if anything, he can be like a deep lying, maybe not so much as a deep line playmaker like Pirlo, but he's more of a creator.
Yeah, Barella is a top midfielder. You guys, he's only 23. Yeah? Remember again what I said. 23 is when you come out. That's when 23 is when the oven opens. You come out, and you. As a 23, this guy is already killing it. Imagine what he's going to be at 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. As they say in New York, forget about it. Forget about it. All right, let's see what else these guys are at. Sensi. I really dig Sensi too. Sensi's really good.
Yeah, but see, this is one of those things like, you put Sensi was 30 million, but this is the problem that the AC Milan needs to understand. You either get these guys for 30 million and you know the player is going to be good, or you don't get him and then his value goes up to like 50 million and then we're never going to get him. Like, I understand we can't spend 100 or 200 million, but when these guys are like 20 to 30 million, you don't have to buy them all at once, but you can get one 30 million player per year. You know, we've had what, 2 transfer markets now, like 2 full year transfer markets where we have not really improved the attack. But had we spent 25 to 30 million here and there, instead of having to buy 3 players this summer, we could have focused on 1 instead.
Yeah, and also 30 million is even not that much. I mean,
exactly. That's the range Milan should be operating in, is the 20 to 30 million range. And we can only do that with 1 player, Tomori, who's a great signing. But outside of that, we can't, all of a sudden, we just can't do it.
Yeah. Or you don't have to get an erection for every time player. Kessie is better than Barella. We respect our players. Lord have mercy. Is Kessie better than Barella?
They're 2 different people, though. Kessie's primary role is to be a destroyer. That's his primary job, is to win the ball back. Barella's primary job is to, get the midfield going, ping passes here and there, and control the midfield. So it's they don't play the same way.
Yes. Yeah, they definitely don't play the same way. As far as value, I think they're even. They're even. But I would not comfortable saying that I'd have one rather than the other. I mean, Kessie is just he's phenomenal. Kessie's phenomenal, but so is Barella. Wow, this is a difficult one, man. This is a really difficult one. This is like asking someone, "Hey, would you rather have a Ferrari or a Lamborghini?" It's like it's a really tough one.
Yeah, because it's a very circumstantial. Like, if you need to control or win the game, you want Barella. But if you need to defend your lead, you want Kessie.
Yeah, this is a tough one, man. This is a tough one. This is a very tough one. Very difficult one. Very difficult comparison here. Very difficult comparison. Let me say this. I'm very happy that I can support Kessie and AC Milan, and I'm very happy that I can support Barella in the national team. So I guess we're lucky that way.
Yeah.
All right. I saw the news about Tete, and the problem now is Samo doesn't want to leave.
How much is Tete going for? I can't remember if they posted it anywhere. This is one of those things where if he's worth like 10 million, just spend the 10 million. Like, again, this comes back to Castelleo and Krunic don't have any resale value. So they're going to be there regardless. So just make them third or fourth string players, and just spend the 10 million to get someone who's obviously better. And then if you lose them for free, it's whatever. No one was offering anything for him anyways.
So he's a dribbler.
Damn, 2 million? Fuck. Well, Shakhtar players do go for some decent money. I didn't realize he was 22 million.
Yeah. What did you think he was? More?
I thought maybe like between 10 and 15, but I didn't realize he'd be in the 20. He would be in the 20s.
Okay, let me see. I'm doing a little bit of scouting here. Let me see what he looks like on the field. Because honestly, this is the first time I hear his name. Okay.
I know people are saying that I'm making it seem like 10 million is just like it's not a lot of money. And I mean, shit, I don't have that much money. But come on, man. If we're struggling to pay 10 million for a player, that means Milan has bigger financial problems than what they let on. I mean, mid-table to lower table teams can spend 10 million on players. Like, come on, man.
Ooh, he's got a nice. I like the way he maneuvers into space. Nice cuts. Good cut.
Kaio Jorge is 10 million. Lucas.
He's like a dribbler, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's one of the things we are lacking. Even our left side, Rebic isn't really too good at beating people like that. Liao's good when he decides to play, but we do need more dribblers. More people who can take a player on.
So 1 second here, Nathan. So Lucas is telling me that this guy's better than Berardi. In which universe is this guy better than Berardi? Because he can do a double scissor. No, Berardi is superior to this player, guys. Forget about it. But he's really good. I mean, I would love to see a player like this in AC Milan shirt. Yeah, I like him. But I can already tell that Berardi is a more. It's got a better. Wow, his dribbles are fucking awesome, bro. I gotta give you that. His dribbles are really good.
And Lucas, to answer your question, the reason why we should get him now instead of waiting to get him in January is because you run the risk of, Milan. Because right now we have 2 old guys. So what happens if we wait to get him in January, and then those 2 guys are injured. So now our only option is Kaio Jorge, who has no Serie A experience and has had no time to get used to the league, not even for 6 months.
Paul question. Would Lorenzo Insigne be a good signing for us? I did not speak about his situation. Wait, are you saying that there's a possibility of Lorenzo Insigne? Antonio, what is it? Can you jump in for a minute and tell us?
Wait,
I mean, yes. So, Paul question, will Lorenzo Insigne be a good signing for us? I did not speak about his situation today.
Yes, Insigne would be a vast improvement.
Oh, hold on.
And Lucas, yeah, I hope we do. I hope we do sign him this summer.
Hello, guys.
What's up?
How's it going? I didn't know you guys would be live for this long. That's cool. It's awesome.
Oh shit, we're 6 hours in, plus the hour we did earlier. Damn, I didn't even notice. Well, I've been in and out, so.
Yep. So yeah. About Insigne, basically, I haven't really talked about him much. It's kind of like mysterious right now, but basically he's not renewing his contract because De Laurentiis doesn't want to either pay him. I think he wants to decrease his wages. So his contract is expiring next year. So if they don't reach an agreement, he'll likely be put up for sale at the end of the Mercato. But it's up to him. He has to decide if he wants to accept whatever wages De Laurentiis gives him. So he could be an opportunity. And Milan have met with his agent, and they're one of the leading teams that could sign him if he doesn't renew with Napoli. So that's a good, strong possibility. He would be valued around like 25 million, I would say. So it would be an investment, but we need more Italian players. So
that's it. Only 25 million.
Yes, because his contract expires next year.
Wow. Yeah, if that could happen, guys, that the whole thing changes. Then we have a top player. But realistically, what are the possibilities of this happening? I mean, what do you think?
So, do you want like an estimate, like percent, or just
percent?
Yeah. I would have to say it's more unlikely. I would have to say, honestly, 15% right now. So I'm being very brutally honest, but remember that if something changes quickly, this can shoot up. So it's all about what happens. I personally think Insigne will end up wanting to stay and they'll figure something out. But as of now, they're not reaching an agreement. So it's low, right?
Yeah. I doubt this will happen. I really doubt it.
Yeah, I'm not. This is like, it's just things have to happen for Milan to capitalize on Insigne. So it's not a clear cut transfer at all. I would say there's other players that are much more likely to join.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It would be a great signing, 100%. I mean, I'd be very excited about a signing like that. The thing about Insigne, though, is that you need, in order to have Insigne on the field, either you're a team that holds the ball for 70% of the game, which Milan kind of does, but also Insigne, he's good at containment. But when it comes to actual defending, Insigne has something left to be desired. You know what? You compared this Tete guy to Douglas Costa. I think it's a very good comparison. That's what he looks like. He looks like Douglas Costa, yeah.
Yeah, he does.
I would still. He doesn't score many goals, though.
Yeah,
Well,
but does he have? I mean, because remember, goals is just one of the things that we need a winger to do. An assist is the same thing as a goal. So if he has 11 or 12 assists,
he doesn't. He doesn't score many goals, and he has even less assists.
So he has a total of 7 goals, 6 in the league. I mean, he may have more in cup competitions. I'm not sure, but 6 in the league.
In which world is Doku better than Insigne?
Doku is a very good young talent, but right now Insigne is better.
Come on, my man. Come on. Doku over Insigne? No way. Not even close. We're talking about a universe apart. Anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just saying Tete has 6 goals and 3 assists in the league, 1 goal and 1 assist in the Champions League. And he played well against good teams. He only had 24 league appearances out of, most teams play in their 30s, so he didn't play an extreme amount of games. So I think if he were to play every league game, he could get around almost 10 goals, I would assume, which for a right winger, I think Chiesa got around 10 goals, maybe a bit more. Chiesa's a really good scoring right winger in Serie A, so those are good numbers. I think he can definitely improve his numbers. They're not the amazing, but they're not bad numbers at all.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
I don't know about that. They don't look that impressive to me, to be honest.
Roy, you got to remember one thing. What was the goal contribution from the right side? The goals and assists.
Oh, okay, yeah. If we have to compare it to,
even if he got, let's say he got 5 or 6 goals and 4 assists in his first year, that's still us potentially winning more points than what we did this year.
No, yeah, it's definitely more than what we got this year from Salamakers, etc. Okay, fine, but we need to get someone that is going to make us win against Barcelona, against Man City, against Chelsea, against Madrid.
Roy, I get what you're saying, and I know, I agree. Unlike a lot of people in the chat, I actually like Berardi. I like the other option. Ziyech wouldn't be bad, but I have a feeling that this guy is going to be good. I'm vouching for him from what I've seen.
Oh, no, he looks great. He looks good. Don't get me wrong.
The reason why is because I was watching the Champions League game, Real Madrid versus Shakhtar, and I noticed him right away. In the group stage, at the first time they played, I was watching. He scored, and he was destroying Real Madrid. And at first, I thought the Real Madrid were just bad, because they had like a weaker team than usual, but they made it pretty far in the Champions League. So respect to Tete for playing well.
No, he definitely. Hey guys, we're talking about Brazilians, hey? All right. Brazil is not the last country to play football. Brazil is maybe the first country. So, Brazilian players know how to play the game. That's for sure. And he's an exciting player. He looks good. So he was in news today, huh?
Yeah, he was just apparently we're scouting him. We've been linked with him before in like January, but there's someone else reported that there's interest today. So,
but the kind of personality and the kind of goals and the kind of assists that Berardi will bring is a whole different level.
Yeah, but I think dribbling and pace, Tete beats him in that. Berardi is more consistent in that he's a better goal scorer, but I think Tete can improve, and I think he's looking like he can eventually score a good amount of goals. Also, Berardi takes some penalties, so we have to see. I think he's the penalty kick taker for Sassuolo, so to see how many penalties he scored. Out of his 17 goals, which is a stat that I have to look up. But still.
What the fuck? Listen to this. I know, guys, we got Lucas 2.0 again. I know Berardi is brainless player. Milan deserves better. What are we talking? I'm watching. Okay, so I just saw Tete's highlights. I just watched him. Very impressed. I'm watching Berardi's highlights. Yes, Berardi is not as flashy, okay? He's not as flashy. He's not going to do a million step overs and the fucking backflips before dribbling the player. He's going to do a quick move, 1-2. But I'm just seeing the impact Berardi has on the game. Completely different, man. Completely different. We're talking about two different beings here.
But Roy, how much of that is part of the fact that he was Sassuolo? Because at Milan, he won't be the focal point.
I mean, you say he is Sassuolo, but Sassuolo has Boga. Boga's an exceptional player. Sassuolo has what's his name, Caputo, Locatelli. Sassuolo's De Zerbi. That's a good team, man. It's not just
Berardi. Everything goes through Berardi. Everything.
Look, the thing is, I think he would be a safe. Like, I don't know why everyone in the chat doesn't like him. I think he'd be a safe player. He's proven to play well in Serie A. Every time you play against him, he's dangerous, and he tries to create offensively. He's a great player. Does Tete have more potential? Yes, Tete has a lot of potential. Does Ziyech have more class when he's healthy? I would say yes. Can he do it again though after his great seasons with Ajax? We're not sure, but. I think these are all three of them would be good options, and I don't mind if we get either one.
Oh my God.
I see that Lucas is talking about he scored 11 penalties.
It's not true.
That's actually interesting because I didn't know he scored that many penalties. So
it's not true. It's not true. It's wrong.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Because that would be then he would have had the same number of goals scored, but that is in Serie A, so still, but.
So let me ask you this, Roy. When Italy played Belgium,
mm-hmm.
Who do you think had a more of a scare factor?
Doku
Berardi or Doku?
Doku easy.
Did Berardi play against Belgium? I don't think he played against Belgium.
I don't think he played unless maybe at the very end.
But if he was on the game, who would have more of a fear factor?
But Doku didn't scare me. Just because he runs fast with the ball, that doesn't mean anything.
Roy, to be fair, Doku dribbled past Di Lorenzo so many times. That's a scary player. Right?
He did not dribble past Di Lorenzo, man.
He did.
Doku was Belgium against Italy. If Doku's not there, Belgium literally had nothing for the attack.
Okay, he has pace.
He can dribble.
He has mad skill. He can play on both sides of the field. He can assist. He can draw penalties. He can score goals. and he's cheaper.
Okay, guys,
You gotta remember,
wait. I have a question though. Are we talking about? Are you trying to make a Doku and Tete comparison? Is that what you're
Yes,
doing?
I am.
Okay.
No,
because
it was
getting to.
Doku Berardi. It was a Doku
No, but that's
Berardi.
what I'm getting
Yeah,
to.
but
Though.
he's trying to compare, saying
Yeah,
that Tete
that's
is
what I'm
more
getting
like
to.
Doku.
These players, you gotta remember. Like I'll even use. You can even add Dembele from Barcelona when he's healthy.
He's got skill. I like them, but I prefer them.
Who puts
I prefer
fear
them,
into
man.
the defenders? These
Nobody.
guys.
None of them put any fear.
No way, man. No, if these guys who can blitz past you, not with just speed, but with ball skill, come on, man. You can't.
But they don't put fear. Listen. Doku he's good. I saw him play. He's fast. He's rapid with the ball. But
he's going to be the best winger.
You know what?
It's going to be him and Chiesa as the best right-sided wingers in the next few years, guaranteed.
You know what?
Probably.
So why not get him when you know sell a Leao or sell Romanoli and
I wouldn't complain.
Are you talking about Doku?
I wouldn't complain.
Doku, Tete, Ikone, any of those three guys.
Yeah, I agree. They're very. I like to call them meta players, which is like a video game term. Just means that they're very like. They're right now. They're not informed, but they're just very useful for what the game of football is. But I was gonna say I'm kind of having a change of heart. I think, I think Tete would now be my number one option for right wing. I'm not saying it's very close. I know Ziyech would be my third choice, and Berardi I guess I'd put slightly below, but I would still be very happy with Berardi, of course.
I think it goes along the lines of, do they have those same attributes? Because I would be extremely happy with Tete too, because they have those three players have the exact same attributes.
Yeah.
How old is Tete?
He's 21, but he just turned 21 recently.
Oh, he's a youngster. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, I'm seeing a lot of things in the chat about Doku. So just to clarify, there are absolutely no links with Milan and Doku. No one get confused. He plays for Rennes, and he's going to be valued very high. I'm expecting him to maybe move on next year, unless a big team comes and gets him this year. But Milan have no links with him so far. And I think to be honest, I think it's a bit too late for them too, because he's going to be valued way too high.
I'm watching Doku's highlights. I saw Tete's highlight. I saw Berardi's highlights. Now I'm watching Doku's highlight.
Here's a fun fact: Milan were linked with Doku before we got Salamakers.
Now, okay, Doku, yeah, potentially he can become a great player, but right now we need Berardi. We need Berardi.
Who was Salamakers? Did he get to go to Europe to the Euros?
Salamakers did not make the Euros.
Exactly. Was he injured?
I don't think so. So no.
So how can our scouts say that we would take Salamakers?
I agree with this.
Over Doku. Like, because they played on the same team. It's not like they were on different teams at the same time. They played on the same team. So there's no way the scouts cannot see Doku.
Eastbourne makes a great point here, because I think for a young Brazilian player, especially for Kaio Jorge and Paquetá, because they were coming from Brazil to Europe. But Tete has already been in Europe, so it's a bit different. But still, Tete at Shakhtar is around lots of Brazilian players. So you need to have at least two. That's a great comment, because, they have to be comfortable. And Paquetá always said that he had no friends at Milan. So
Roy, we literally talked about that.
It's important.
About what?
We talked about that we need to have more Brazilians because it would help them adjust to the league better.
Oh, yeah. Brazilians are usually, they like to, they're very family kind of oriented kind of people, and they feel comfortable around each other for sure, yeah.
Can someone check if Rennes paid? I can check, but I'm on my phone, so it's kind of hard to navigate the internet. But I believe people are saying that Rennes paid 30 million euros for Doku. I didn't know it was that high.
I thought it was like 24.
Yeah, but like I said, Yusuf just commented, and I agree. Like what I said, Milan are not going to be spending much money for the money that Doku costs right now.
Right, but this is the thing, and the only reason why I bring players up like that who are in the 30 million range is because we're continuously linked with players like Ziyech and Berardi, who are all more expensive.
So, if I'm being honest with you, now that I'm really thinking about it, I would say that there's more of a chance that we sign Ziyech because I believe that Chelsea don't need him really. So they're not going to like Sassuolo need Berardi. So Sassuolo won't be pressured to sell Berardi, especially if they sell Locatelli. Second of all, I think late in the market there is going to be opportunities for Ziyech. That's what I keep hearing from different sources is that if we get Ziyech, it'll be late in the market. So
It was paid 28 million.
They paid 28 million for Doku. I didn't know Rennes spent that much money. I'm going to be honest with you, but I know that right now Doku is probably valued at like 45, 50 million, and
No.
after one more year, he's going to be valued maybe more than that. So that's how much he's valued. Trust me.
He's valued 28 million.
Trust me. On transfer market, he's valued 28 million, but the club is going to ask for 45.
Yeah,
because
they're going to ask for a lot of
after the
money
Euros he's played. He showed, and he was supposed to be a bench player that didn't see much time, but he proved he got substituted into a group stage game. I believe it was against Finland, and he played very well. And so the coach then decided to take a risk and played him against Italy, and he played very well also. Maybe his price isn't that high right now, but
actually, that was a terrible mistake. It
wasn't a mistake. What do you mean? He created a penalty?
They should have put Mertens or
Mertens was horrible when he got substituted.
Guys, Doku, just because a guy runs fast doesn't mean anything.
Roy, it's not about
how fast he created so many of their chances.
Yeah, Doku
created. Roy, you have to rewatch the game, man. He created.
I saw it 3 times.
Roy, I'm sorry. If you said that Doku wasn't the best Belgian player, then I don't know what game you watched. Actually, you could argue that De Bruyne was really good because he made a lot of forward runs and he almost got an assist and he almost scored a couple times. But
I do not want to sound arrogant, and I'm not saying this because of that, guys. I'm very humble when it comes to football. I'm very real. Nobody in that Belgian team had a good game. Doku, had probably the better game out of everybody. But nobody in that Belgian team had a good game against Italy.
Of course, they didn't play that well. I'm just saying that Doku was the most dangerous player, and he created a good amount of chances. If you watch, and I believe he shoots with he's a right-footed player, but I think he shoots well with his left foot also. So you need to have getting double-footed players is also important.
Hey. Quick question for Eastbourne. Eastbourne, have you blocked Lucas? Because he's asking you to unblock him.
Yeah, but I feel like we're talking a bit too much about Doku because obviously he's great, but Milan are not linked with him at all. If we get linked with Doku, I would want to start a stream myself just to talk about him because I would love that so much. But right now, nothing at all. So
no, Tete would be. I think Tete would be because he's a player that we're actually actively linked with. I think we should not hesitate with Tete.
Yeah, he's also cheaper, so that's good.
Yeah, so that's the
thing. I like what I saw. Yeah.
We need to get him while he's affordable.
I agree with
that. Has shown that they're able to do things to get players. And
right now, I just thought of a couple interesting points. So right now about Shakhtar, they are qualifying for the Champions League. Still, they have to play some qualification games. They should still make it. Right now, De Zerbi is their coach, so the Sassuolo coach. I hope he doesn't have some weird issue with letting him go to Milan if we pay the transfer fee because every time he's spoken a bit weird about Milan, especially when we were joining the Super League.
Wait, who?
De Zerbi, the ex-Sassuolo coach.
Oh, he's at Shakhtar right now?
Yeah, he went to Shakhtar a while ago.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, wow. I knew he went. I just didn't. I forgot what team it was. Hey, guys, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Sure. So yeah, he's at Shakhtar. So I don't know if that's going to impact the deal, but if we pay them, if we give them money, they should be willing to let them go. They sell a good amount of their players.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if he plays another season in the Champions League, he could explode if he has a good season. So he's going to be worth much more. But he has good talent. So
Yeah, I agree. I just feel like we should not waste the opportunity to sign good young players.
yeah, but then again, I still think that Ziyech is. I don't want to say this, but as of now, Ziyech is probably there's the most chance of us signing him just because of the opportunities with Chelsea and at the end of the market because they don't really need Ziyech and Tuchel doesn't really want him that much. Berardi is around the same price, but there probably won't be too many opportunities to drop the price. And Tete is the cheapest, but I'm not seeing the reason why he's not the number one as of now is because I'm not seeing too many links with him. I only saw one, and it came from like this AC Milan Italian podcast today from one journalist, and it just said that they're really scouting him,
Right.
So we don't know if there's actual context or anything.
And it probably plays into our favor that Shakhtar has to play these qualifying games because if our scouts really are looking at him, they don't have to rely on footage, or they can sit there and watch live.
Yeah. You know who else? There's another player that's also playing the qualifying games that Milan actually made a bid for, and I saw him in the Euros, but I'm pretty sure Milan, now that we got Giroud and we got Kaio Jorge is looking like he's coming in, but Roman Yaremchuk, the Ukraine striker, we made a bid for him of around 12 million. The club overvalues him at around 20 to 25, but so they didn't accept the first bid. But we were interested in him, and from the Euros he looked good. Like he was big, he's tall, he had good feet, he was pretty fast, like he could sprint, and he's really good in the air. So I thought he'd be a good signing, and I think he's only 25, 24, 25. So I was interested in him, but now I don't think it's going to happen because Kaio Jorge, we'd have too many strikers. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think if we play this smart, I think Milan could get Tete, Kaio Jorge, and maybe at the end of the transfer market, maybe like some loan deal or something for Ziyech.
Yeah. To be honest with you, if Milan got Kaio Jorge, Tete, and Vlasic somehow, some way, that would be a masterclass mercato for us. For our finances, that would be that'd be perfect.
That's all we're missing, man. We're missing 3 players to really take this team to the next level.
I believe, I have a theory for our left wing. People are always talking about Rebic and Leao on the left. Rebic, like you always say, when Rebic is really playing, his quality is insane. He scores crazy goals, but then, then Rebic goes into these slumps where he doesn't do much. But I feel like he plays his best when Ibra is around him, because I always see them doing like 1-2s and when he's on the left wing. And so I hope if they're healthy more, they'll play well. But Rebic can be a great starting left winger, and if not, then we can put Leao there. But I think on the left wing we're good for now. We don't need somebody. Exactly. Of course, if we get Insigne, that would be fantastic. But I'd prefer to get Vlasic, Tete, and Kaio Jorge.
Yeah, I agree. That's a good point that you brought up. Is our Rebic also has a good understanding with Theo as well. And that Theo, Rebic, Zlatan combination is literally what got us through the entire year.
Yep. So, I just saw a comment talking about Leao. Like someone said we should swap him for Doku. I want to ask the chat and I want to ask you, would you swap Leao for Doku plus cash? Like they're gonna probably want probably an extra 10 to 15 million plus with Leao.
Leao is very good. I will tell you right now, Leao is fantastic, but he only shows up for 15 to 20 minutes a game, and then after that, he just pisses everyone off. He's lazy. It's like he's been here for 2 years and he literally has not improved at all in 2 years. Like, come on, man. We're in a position we're in the Champions League now, and we need to continue to make the top four.
To be honest,
we need a right winger. So why would you not get rid of Leao and get Doku or Ikone or Tete? Like, come on, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I think Leao, what I did notice, I think he improved at the very beginning of the season because he was actually playing well. He was scoring. He actually got so many assists when we were like playing really well at the first part of the season. And he was like just always burning his defenders, taking the ball to the line and then passing it back. So he was playing really good. And then all of a sudden, he just really dropped off and became really lazy. But I think that happened really when Ibra got injured for the first time. And so he had to start like adapting to the number 9. So I don't know. He's from what we've seen, he's better on the left wing in our formation. Yeah. So he could. I feel like if he gets
consistent track, like his stamina is horrible. Like
the thing is, I don't think it's his stamina. It's just his mental stamina is horrible. He doesn't feel like running.
Like, I don't think he understands that if he improved his mentality, he would be unstoppable. Like, I do not think he understands that whenever he is playing to his level, no one is able to stop him. And then he just drops off for the rest of the game. And it's like, oh, here we go again.
Yep.
It's the same old thing. I would much rather have players who are going to play their heart out the entire time, or even for 60 minutes. Like, Leao doesn't even last 60 minutes. Like, come on. Milan can't win on players like that.
You see the difference between Leao and Doku. When Doku is playing, he's hustling
the whole game.
Yeah, and when he's dribbling, he chases after everything. Every time he's dribbling, he puts all of his effort to make feints and like to fake out his defender and then keep cutting it back to different sides and then try to get off a shot. It's just a different type of Leao. Even when Leao dribbles, he looks kind of lazy, but he still like gets past people. But then it just doesn't. I don't know. It just frustrates me when he does that.
Right. So, we need a right winger. We need a right winger, and the player who's going to generate the most money is Leao. Leao hasn't improved in 2 years, so. He's the one for me that has to go. And if we need to sacrifice another player, then get rid of Romagnoli as well. And Romagnoli is going to want to play for the Italian national team, and there's no way he's breaking into this Milan team with Tomori and Cahier. It's not happening.
Yeah, I think
he has to sign a new contract. Are we really going to allow this to happen for a third player?
Yeah, I think the people who are most likely to be sold as of now are Hauge, and then Casti. Even though we still have to find someone to take Casti. I don't know. Casti's a good locker room teammate, but he's really just not contribute. He doesn't contribute much
at all.
Yeah, I mean he had some goals, a couple goals, but not much, and. I
don't think he had a goal.
No, he did. He scored against Lille in the second game, and he scored against Sampdoria, and he scored against a Celtic, I believe, in the Europa League also. He scored against. What do you think? That might be it, to be honest. Not much.
The majority of it was just Europa League.
Yeah, but still, like the Lille goal was pretty big. Yeah. So I just had flashbacks of that Celtic game when we went down 2-0 and I was like super confused. And then we came back and won 4-2.
Right.
So that was those were good times. But yeah, Hauge and Costi actually had really good games. So
See, Hauge needs to be given a chance because he's proven to be a game changer.
yeah,
Him and Vega need to stay.
Yeah, the thing is with that is that a lot of people just want to sell them for quick revenue. But also, I just thought of something from that game. Do you remember that player Frimpong on Celtic?
Yeah.
When I watched when I watched that game, I was like, this guy's insane because he was like faster than Teo by a little bit. And then there you go, January transfer window comes along and Bayer Leverkusen sign him. So now he's over there, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I kind of wish we needed a right back at the time, so that would have been cool just to sign him. But yeah, that was a great player. I just remembered. Oh yeah, Easeborn just said Costi scored against Prosesto.
and see, this is the point I'm making too. Like, we got second place, and guys like Krunic and Castillejo have no transfer value.
Lord Krunic scored that free kick though, so
right. That's all you have. That's all you have to look at. Like, if we can't get rid of them, I mean, it is what it is. You can't stop your transfer market because you can't get rid of two players who have no interest or transfer value. Like, if you do that, you're wasting your opportunity.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think that we have to sell some players. As of now, purely there's been no news about Krunic. I haven't read a single thing about Krunic.
Early, I did. Not today, but earlier in the summer, I read that Pioli does not want to get rid of Krunic.
Yeah, that's what all I do know from the past, that he likes him because he can put him anywhere. But
that's disgusting. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. How like it's an insult to players like Maldini and Hage, especially Hage, who's shown that he can score goals. Like I understand in practice you got to impress, but you also need to impress when you come into the game. And I would rather have a player who's not as impressive in practice, but during the game gets you results, than a player who is impressive in practice and then comes in and gets you zero results.
Yeah, I will say though that Krunic has when he does have good games, you usually don't really notice. Like, I've noticed he did have a couple decent games. Like, he's not horrible.
No, he did have a few decent games.
If you remember, I'm pretty sure when we played Manchester United, he was as good or better than the Man United midfielders. Like, they were pretty awful when we played against them. Like, we did really well in the midfield. It's the first game we dominated their midfield, and we conceded a shit goal, and then we drew. We got a good result. In the second game, we could have taken it home, but the unlucky situation happened. But still, I think Krunic played in both games, and he wasn't bad. The only problem with him is that he plays in the front four or the front three, and he doesn't really contribute any goals or assists. So he's just one of those, you can just put him there just to hold up a space. And ideally, we can't really be holding players like that, but
Right. I mean, Hage's last game he played with us, he secured a point for us, and then you bench him for the rest of the time. Like, that sends a horrible message that no matter how well you play, you're still getting benched for Krunic. Like, come on, man.
I do feel bad because over time his confidence dipped, and against Sampdoria he came in and scored, and I was happy, and then he just never played after that.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, look at the goals that Hage has scored. None of them are tap-ins. Each one of his goals required extreme skill. Dribbling past defenders, sometimes dribbling past 3 to 4 players to score, and still picking out the bottom corner to score the goal.
Yeah, you made a good point. I know we're probably getting a lot of hate for talking about him because I know a lot of people don't like him in the chat. But you made a good point when you said maybe we should try playing him as a number 10 because I think he's better with more like space.
He's played there. When he played on Bodo Glimt, he was able to play across. He was able to play left, center, and right side. I watched him do it. When he scored against us, he scored in the middle of the field. He has the vision to score and the vision to make passes. Look,
yeah, he was great.
Kessie is one of the best CDMs in the world, right?
Yeah.
Hogway breezed past Kessie.
Yeah, Kessie was like, he didn't even realize, he was kind of like, oh, this guy's not that good. And then he just walked right past him.
He walked right by Kessie. Let that sink in. How many players can walk by Kessie?
When we signed him, I was like I was following every single game. Like you said, you watched that game. When we signed him, I was like convinced. I was like, all right, for $5 million, I just saw this guy play. This guy's good. This guy's gonna come in and score goals for us. And he in the Europa League, he was killing it. But then he got benched, and he got kicked off the Europa League team. I really wish, if he's good in Europe, like give him a chance in the Champions League, or just at least keep him on the team. But at least I think the ideal solution would be to loan him out, at this point, because he's not getting any game time. But people want to sell him for, for a profit. So
it's just strange to me. I mean, we keep talking about building a better team, and then you want to sell a player who has gotten you goals. He even made Manolas his bitch, and he's one of the best center backs. Like, bro,
well, Manolas. To be fair, he's not. I don't think he's that good, but still, yeah, that was a clutch goal. He came in at the end. He did that twice. He did that against Celtic too, and he came in at the end and scored.
Right. So I'm just trying to sit here and I'm trying to understand what exactly is Milan looking for, because he can play on the right side as well. Rebic can play on the right side as well. Hell, even Liao can play on the right side. Our right side provided nothing all year, almost nothing. And you don't try these players that are both-footed players. We have 3 players that can play with both feet, and you don't play them You don't play them.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I can't read the chat right now since I'm on my phone.
I'll be right back around.
All right. Sounds good. Yeah. So I don't know how good that's going to be a mystery, but it looks like most likely he will end up being sold, from what we're hearing, to a German team. But I hope it's only a loan. I think you need to give him a bit more time and let him build up his confidence. I kind of feel like changing the discussion and talking about the Primavera. So, because I think it's interesting to think about the new signings that we're trying to make in the midfield, and also Kirkesh, because he just played he had a good game. He ended up scoring 2 goals against Prosesto. So yeah, he looks like he's improving. I did notice him that he looks like a strong player, from what I saw in some of the Primavera games. But he scored 2 goals. What can you that's good. What else can you ask of him? So I think he'll be pretty solid. It may not be amazing in the UEFA Youth League because there are some great players on some of the top clubs in their academies, but he should hold his own. Do not expect. I'm sure we all know this. Milan Primavera finished mid-table, so do not expect greatness in the UEFA Youth League. We will probably end up losing, getting eliminated early, unless our new midfield signings and more signings in the future will add a bunch of quality to the team. But yeah, so we probably won't be too good this year, but it's good to have them competing to build up the Primavera team. It's also cool to talk about the 2 new signings that we talked about earlier. Well, I wouldn't say done signings, but one of them is very close. Warren Bondo, like we keep talking about, from Nancy, and the other one is Pierre Duo Duomo, I believe is his. How do you pronounce his name? From Genk in Belgium, and these two players are both 17-year-old midfielders. They are both very. I haven't, to be honest with you, I'm gonna pull up his highlights right now because I have not seen his highlights, and I'm interested to see the way he plays. But I believe he's also a defensive midfielder, unless I'm wrong. But yeah, and interesting about him, he on his Instagram posted a screenshot on his Instagram story of the transfer and to Genk and Milan, a picture of it, and then he put the eyeball emojis, like look at this look at this transfer. So he acknowledged the transfer, which is you don't really see that often from players, but he's a young player, so it's probably excited about it. So that's cool. But that means it's definitely real, and I'm seeing a bunch of news about us scouting him. So he looks like a player that could be coming soon. Yeah, I'm looking him up right now, so I'll check his highlights. So he is Belgian, and there are a good amount of videos from him that I have not seen before. So I'm gonna check this out right now. I'm sorry, I can't read chat, so Roy's not here. I don't have the control over pinning comments, and I'm on my phone right now, so I can't really read chat. But I'm watching this video. Oh, he's actually wearing the number 10 in the video, so he may be an attacking midfielder, and he's also celebrating goals. So this is actually going to be interesting. I did not know that he was a more forward-playing midfielder, so I might have been wrong about this. Yeah, the quality on these videos isn't the best, but you can definitely see a fair amount. He controls the ball well, so that's a good sign.
What player are you talking about?
Pierre Duomo, which is the 17-year-old. It looks like he's playing all over in the field. I see him. Maybe he's more of just a central midfielder with more freedom. I see him. He's on the wings. I see him. Oh wow, he's good. Really good control.
Yeah, he looks good.
Yeah, I see him on the wing. I see him like in the middle, and I've seen him wear number 10. So I'm kind of confused where exactly he plays, but he's a midfielder.
But that's what we need though, because part of Milan's problem is that the formation is very rigid. Like we don't have players like when you watch our games, you do not see Rebic, Hakan, and Salamaker swapping and interchanging their positions.
I would say Salamakers does that a little bit. I don't know. It depends.
No, he'll come in. He'll come in to help the middle, but he and Rebic will never swap sides. I mean, if it's like a corner kick, then that's situational. But while they're attacking, they do not switch sides. Rebic never ends up on the right side.
Yeah,
and we need players. We need players that can interchange positions and change it up to make the defense have to think. We don't have players.
I also think that having somebody like Vlasic, an attacking midfielder, someone who's better offensively than Hakan is good because like when you're moving fast, you're doing fast breaks and counterattacks. He can actually control the ball and help facilitate players moving around. But right now I'm watching this guy. He looks like he's playing. He has a lot of defensive highlights, but he's also on the wing and he's also in the area a lot of the time, so he can play basically like all around the midfield. He's pretty tall compared to other people, and he has really good. He dribbles well. He keeps the ball on his feet, and he looks to be physically pretty strong. He could probably build up some more muscle, but he looks pretty skinny. But yeah, he looks good. I don't know. He looks interesting for a Primavera player. He's probably better than most of our players. So. A lot of these highlights, though, I don't know if this is just where the Belgian league plays, but he looks like he's playing. In the stadiums look like they're kind of like Primavera stadium, so I don't know if he's got much game time with the first team. But they're scouting him, so
right.
Any of these players could become like the next Pogba, like any of these really strong midfielders.
Right.
Although Pogba has something special for a midfielder, and that is his finishing ability is really good. Besides his physical ability and his ability to control the midfield, his finishing is really good. So that's something that these players, I don't really see from them, but you never know, they could develop that.
Right, and it's better to have these players than to not have them. That's like one of the things. Like these teams, like Dortmund, Leipzig, Ajax, these clubs get these players if they believe that they are good enough. These teams go out and get them. If Milan seriously thinks that these players can be that good, we need to get them.
Yeah. So right now, if I'm making comparisons between Bondo and this guy, I would say that Bondo may be a bit slightly more mature, even though they're the same age, because he plays in a better league, League Two, and he's like a starter for League Two, so he plays a lot. And I believe that League Two is better than the Belgian league, or I don't know if I should say that. But this guy doesn't. I don't know if he's playing in the Belgian league or if he's playing in the youth Belgium teams. But I don't know. I think that the quality of Bondo's league is a bit better from what I'm watching the highlights. But this guy's a better dribbler than him. Bondo is probably better at defense, but this guy's taller and he's really quick up with his feet. So they're a little bit different, but they're both good midfielders.
Right. Yeah, and again, even if these guys are sent to the Primavera, we're setting ourselves up to be extremely positive in the next 1 to 2 years, and that's you got to start somewhere.
Hey guys, sorry I was on a call with Agnelli. I'm getting box seating for the next season at Juventus.
There it is.
So there you go. I get a complimentary shirt with everybody's sign, everybody's signature.
They paid you to control this stream, didn't they?
I'm getting the scarf. I'm getting a hat.
So, any interesting comments? I'm interested. I'm not gonna finish the whole video, but this guy, he looks really interesting. Obviously, big, like he's a future player. I don't think these guys are gonna come to the first team, but
I want to know if he's born. Warren, that Pierre guy. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. Also, this is kind of random, but the NBA Finals just ended, and the Bucks just won the finals. So
yeah, I'm watching it right now.
No shit, the Bucks won the final.
Yeah,
98 to 105.
That is crazy. The Bucks. When I used to play video games, the first basketball video game I ever got was NBA Jam, and I didn't know much about basketball back then. But I decided that Bucks was my favorite team. But then when I started actually following basketball, I realized that Bucks is one of the worst teams. So it's pretty crazy that they just won, eh?
Yeah, they haven't won since Kareem, or he went by another name, but since Kareem was like playing for the Bucks. So now it's
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Yeah, he played for the Bucks with Oscar Robertson.
No shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did, but he played under a different name, Luau Cinder. But that was like 50 years ago, I think. But yeah, that's just a random thing about basketball. So yeah. Oh, Giannis scored 50 points, but we can talk about Milan now, so that's cool.
Yeah, listen, that Pierre guy, Bondo, whatever his name is, he's good, but he's 16. This is strictly youth project.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they'll need it. They'll need it for the since they'll be in the Youth Champions League. So
right.
As many good players as they can get. I mean, there'll be no complaints.
Yeah,
the
100%.
Primavera, I like it because our Primavera would be embarrassed in the UEFA Youth League. I'm being 100% honest with you. English and PSG academies and Spanish academies, they're all better than Milan's youth team. So at least we're trying to represent a little bit better.
Yeah. On the young side, Italy doesn't have a great tradition. Also because I think genetically Italians, when they're young, they're really skinny and not very muscular. But they start to grow a little bit older.
Yeah, but Roy, it's also important to note that a lot of these youth teams also I know there's a good amount of course there's going to be a good amount of Spanish players in Spain and English players in England, but also the youth teams recruit players from across the world to put in their Primavera teams.
There you go.
Yeah, so it's different. These teams just have. I like it because now Milan are actually investing a bit into their Primavera, so that's great. Which is a good sign. So hopefully we keep building up the infrastructure.
Easeborn asks, what about the Parma youngster Milan are linked with? Parma youngster?
Oh, so if he's talking about the 23-year-old left back, I don't really consider him a youngster. I don't know if that's who he's talking about, but that would be what's his name? I'm not sure what his name is, but we're not going to get him now. I don't see that happening because we're trying to get Dalot and he can play both wings, and we just got Torre. So if that's who he's talking about, that's pretty much not going to happen. I'm trying to think if
is that Pellegrini?
What's his name? Pellegrini?
Yes.
That's the left back, right?
Wait, I thought Pellegrini played on the right side. Maybe I'm wrong.
Can you guys get information about which player this is?
I got it. Pellegrini. What's his first name? Marco? Oh, Spezzella, not Pellegrini. Spezzella.
Is it Pezzella? That's who it is.
Now Pellegrini is great. Do you guys, you know who Pellegrini is?
From Parma?
Is he in Parma right now?
Well, there's a Pellegrini from Roma who's really good, but which one are you?
No, he's a. I think he's a left back.
If that's the one you're talking about? I know Parma's left back. I forget his name. There's an Italian name.
No, Pezzella plays for Fiorentina.
Yeah.
He's going to say no. He's 16 or 17 for the Primavera.
Huh. Let me look this up.
But this other left back here called Pellegrini, Luca Pellegrini, that's his name.
That's
Man,
the
what
one.
a
So
player.
that's the player that they've been linked with. But Easeborn's talking about another player.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Let me look this up.
Man, Luca Pellegrini is a super player.
Since we're talking about young Italians, and what do y'all think about Raspadori? And do you think he would fit our system?
I don't know. I haven't seen him play that much. I don't even know how he plays. I really cannot answer this question. Let me see. Let me check his highlights.
I know he did good against us when we played.
I mean, he kind of, he kind of made it look easy to play against Tomori against us. I didn't like that.
His movement off the ball is really good.
All right, let me see. Let me see what Mancini saw in this kid.
Yeah, Ali. I think he did score. I think he did score a brace against us.
Oh yeah, no, he did for sure. He scored 2 goals. Ollie is back. Ollie was angry at me because of Vigilante's thing. He's a classic number 9. He looks like a classic number 9. Yeah, he's a classic number 9. So he plays centrally. Okay, I guess he also plays on the wing sometimes. Yeah, I think he's all right. I mean, honestly, his highlight reel doesn't look any better than the Kaio Jorge's. What about Moise Keane? Now, that's a player that we should be going for.
Ooh, yes, I agree.
We want to get a youngster. We want to get a youngster that can be like the third guy. I mean, Keane would give Giroud a run for his money.
Keane needs to start. He needs to start. We cannot have Moise Keane as a third string forward when he's scoring goals for PSG.
Yeah, Keane is class, man. Keane is a player that,
and also he's on the wing. Can he? Right on the right side.
He can play on the wing. I'm not a big fan of him on the wing, though. I do like him in the center or as a strike when his job is being a goal scorer. That's what I like him. Like that, he's really good at that. But he can also play on the wing if you need him to. Yeah, in the 4-3-3 system.
Right. Well, remember we had a chance to get him. What was it? Before he went to PSG, I thought we had a chance to get him. And now, in fact, he was loaned to PSG. So isn't he back on, what was it, Everton?
Was he back? Yeah, he was on loan PSG. Sorry, I'm reading what Ollie is saying. Keane plays a different style from Ibra and Giroud. I think we were going for Jorge because he plays on tactical mode. Keane, yeah, he was on loan. He went to PSG and had excellent season with PSG.
He's still on loan. I have a couple doubts about Keane. First is that Mancini dropped him because of his attitude. I heard he has attitude problems. So that's just to be careful for, because he would have made the team for Italy. The second is, personally, I don't think tactically, like you guys were talking about, like this comment says, he definitely can't be a solo target man. He doesn't really have that like one touch like finishing ability. He's more of like, he likes to play off other people, and I don't know, I don't really see him as like that type of player with the team. I don't know. I think he's a bit, and also then securing him on a deal. First of all, PSG want to loan him out again for another year, and second of all, Everton want to make a profit, and they paid a good amount of money for him from Juventus, so it's difficult. I don't know. It's probably not going to happen ever.
I'm disappointed to hear this thing about the attitude stuff, man, because I hope he doesn't go to waste.
Yeah, that's why he didn't make the national team.
Now, is it because of that, or maybe he didn't want to? Because obviously he knew it was going to be the third choice. He's not ready he's not ready to surpass Immobile or Belotti. I wonder if he would. I don't know. It's strange.
Yeah, I would say I think it's the attitude. I mean, it's the reports came out that said that Keane was dropped when Mancini was making his like final different cuts for the team. Keane was dropped, and it's because of there was a clear statement saying it was because he had like the attitude issues, disagreements. Keane, so he would have made. I don't think he would have walked off the team because he was the third choice striker. I don't think he would have just quit the national team. He still would have stayed with the team. So it's just about, And I think he would have found minutes if he did stay or if he got to play. But Mancini, it was the attitude issue that blocked them from, from playing.
I hear Juventus might be back on him.
There are some links, but PSG are trying to finalize him with Everton. The main thing, so it's looking like that's going to happen. The main thing that's blocking that is right now Rafa Benitez is the new Everton coach.
Yeah.
So he's still like they're kind of Everton are deciding with him what to do with Keane, but PSG have expressed that they want to loan him again.
Holy shit, guys! Holy shit!
What?
I just stumbled upon a freaking. I don't know. Maybe this is what you were talking about earlier, but I just was stumbling upon a fucking headline. It says De Laurentiis fissa il prezzo di Insigne. So De Laurentiis is ready to sell Insigne, guys. Good news.
From where? From which source did you get that from?
Corriere dello Sport.
Wow. Wait, how old is this article?
Came out today. Literally came out. It came out. And right now, Premier League, La Liga, and League One are all after him. 30 million.
I heard 25 to 30. That sounds about right.
Wow.
He's 30 years old, though, so he's pretty old, but still.
Incredible.
Yeah, this would be crazy.
This is incredible news. Oh, shit. Did you guys see this? Donnarumma. Have you guys read any reports about Donnarumma?
I have not.
About PSG?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he won't be loaned out if that's what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, guys. Do you know why he joined PSG? Are you guys ready?
Why?
Oh, because Buffon, is that what it is?
Yes.
But that's not the only reason why. I mean, PSG gave him 12 million a year, plus they paid Raiola 20 million. So I mean, that's the reason why he went to PSG. But Buffon probably, of course, he talked to him about the transfer.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, Juventus are always making moves. He probably pleaded Donnarumma to go to Juventus.
Yeah, because you know what, I can see trying to convince him to go to PSG, and then Juventus trying to get him later on because Milan was never going to let him go to Juventus.
Yeah, is there anything going on in the chat, guys, that we should look at? Or?
Hey guys, look at say again. Sorry.
Oh wait, Roy, what happened to your camera?
Oh yeah, it's off. I'm doing everything. I'm doing the emails and all this kind of shit.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I was just wondering. I just made sure it was still worked.
But what did you ask?
Oh, is there anything in the chat that's going on? Because I can't really see the chat.
No, chat is dead right now. Chat is listening. Chat is listening. Hey guys, listen to what Squinchatti says. If Vlahovic does not renew, I'm going to sell him, and I'm going to get Raspadori or Scamacca. So Vlahovic is not ready to renew.
Yeah, I don't. Why would he renew when he's got he can just walk out and go to basically there are some big teams that are interested in him. I think, you know what? I could see that as a really strong possibility for next summer. Because Ibra, he can kind of pass the torch off to him. In a sense, Ibra is his is one of his biggest role models. So I can really see that Ibra retiring, and then we can bring him in for I believe next summer he's free. If he's not free, he'll be reduced price because next summer after that he'll be. So I don't know exactly when his contract expires, but that is a very strong possibility. I hope he still plays well in Serie A this year and he has another good season just so that he solidifies himself as a really good striker. But that would be great.
How crazy would it be if we won the Champions League in Zlatan's last year?
I was thinking about that too. That would be a dream. You know, I was hoping, not hoping, but I had this funny dream where, like, this season we somehow, how Messi was a free agent, we somehow convinced Messi to come, and we just had a title run, and just built a team just for 1 year just to win the Champions League. But obviously that's impossible, and Messi's staying at Barcelona. So that would have been funny if that happened.
I mean, we are three, good signings away from that being an actual possibility.
I would say, I don't know about Champions League, but I would say Scudetto, definitely 3 signings away from winning the Scudetto.
And this is why the away goal rule is now it could hurt, because
that's crazy how they literally added that right away. So already this year it's gonna happen.
Right. So we could have been in a situation where playing against a Barcelona or PSG, and we win 2-1 the first game, and then the next game, the same thing. It might just be 1-0, but now we got to do a whole different type of confirming who gets to go through and whatnot.
Yeah.
I just don't like that they took away an aspect of the game that brings
I don't
out
know.
different
On the
tactics.
one hand, I'm really I cannot wait for July 26th because I want to see Mike Mannion in Rossonero I just want to see, because I know from what I've seen he's good. I just want to just confirm that he's a good keeper, especially at penalties, because I don't think he was tested too much with penalties. I haven't really seen him in a shootout. I haven't seen. I don't know if he's ever been in a shootout. Ajax only played Europa League and Coupe de France and League One. And League One, obviously, there's no penalty shootouts. And Europa League, they never went to a penalty shootout. And I don't know, and I don't think they did in Coupe de France. So I wonder how good he is in those situations. But I can definitely see penalty shootouts happening so much now in the Champions League.
Yeah.
And of course, Donnarumma is good to have in the situation, but I'm sure Mike is good, and also he can learn from Dida.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Mike might not be at the level of Donnarumma right now, but you got to remember our goalkeeping staff is the absolute best.
Yeah. And I love having old players be coaches. Although I don't know, of course that doesn't always work out. But having a goalkeeper, having Dida be the goalkeeper coach is always good. And was Dida was really good at penalties, right?
Dida's main ability was his goalkeeping, just pure goalkeeping. And he was in a lot of personality, loud on the pitch. You knew he was there. Big feet, terrible feet. Oh my God, terrible feet. And sometimes he would make some silly mistakes. Penalties. I mean, he won the Champions League by penalty shootout.
Yeah, he also. I mean, I don't know if it's fair you can't really blame him for the 2005 loss.
Oh yeah, he lost one. Yeah, too.
Yeah, but that game was horrible. Let's just be honest. That was the worst shit I've ever seen. But we don't have to talk about that because we have 7 Champions Leagues, so it's fine. But anyways, I think he was pretty solid at penalties. So I hope Mike is already good at them. I'm sure he practices. It gets me. I just really hope we don't see him in penalty shootouts dive early because you have to know the kick takers. Yeah. There's some players that like Kessie and Jorginho and those players that just always wait for the goalkeeper to make a move, and it just so you just have to stay on the line and just wait for them to kick and then just jump at the last second. So I hope he's smart and he does his research, but that'll be exciting.
He'll get
And
that
guys,
training with Milan.
yeah, and I think so too. And also, guys, never forget this. We should have never lost that game. Okay, they cheated. They
Well, you know what?
cheated.
But Roy,
There was something suspicious about
we
that
shouldn't
game.
have gotten there because if you remember, Shevchenko missed a point blank shot.
Yeah, that's true. And this is why. And look, yeah, thank you for saying that. This is why when people immediately are salty about that freaking what you call it, about that World Cup against South Korea, right? They want to be salty about that shit, but Vieri missed a fucking goal right in front of the goal, just like Shevchenko, right? He missed that goal right there. We should have never been in that position, never been in this position.
Yeah, although I don't know. As much as I want to say, like, as much as I want to be angry about, like the goalkeeper or whatever off the line and stuff, I still, we probably benefited from no VAR a couple of times as well. So,
Yeah, of course.
that was part of the game. But these days it's different. And I'm just gonna say that Istanbul game was very suspicious. I don't know what happened. Something either some sort of god or some behind the scenes. So that was some weird stuff. That game.
Well, that's what happens when you become complacent.
Roy, what is I see you put Frank the Tank on the screen.
And with Ari.
Yeah.
That's Ari and Frank.
I have a question. What is Ari like? What's up with him, and why doesn't he come on more often?
Ari should be back. Ari should be back when the games start going hard. He is. I guess he's not really into the lives, into doing this kind of stuff. He's more like about focusing on the games.
Yeah. That's
and
good though, because at least you guys can it's like you guys can cover the lives and he can cover a good amount of the videos. So
yeah, he's more into that, and he'll come back when that happens.
Yeah, Roy, I would love to I don't know. So I don't have a confirmation. By the way, I love the pictures. I don't have a confirmation of where I will be on Saturday. It's not certain. It's not certain that I'm gonna be out yet, but my family might be going on a trip, so I may still be able to do the watch along. And if not, then I'd love to do more in the future with you guys if you guys would want to have me. But yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, of course, man. Of course. Yeah, but watch along against Modena, right?
Yeah, at 11 Eastern time, so 8 your Pacific time, and then got to be what is it like 5 European time? Should be 5 Central European time, yeah, and then 4 England time. But it's
Did you get
4 time zones, and then Nathan should be 10 your time. Because if you're from Texas, then you're 1 hour behind me, so 10 your time. Is Nathan still here?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I wasn't. I can't see your face, so I was confused.
And then did you guys see that the Trofeo Berlusconi is being played? It's being played without Milan. What the hell is that all about?
Wait, what is that?
What?
What's the Trofeo Berlusconi?
What, you don't know what the Trofeo Berlusconi is?
That's the little tournament that he made.
How can you not know what the Trofeo Berlusconi is, man?
It's because we haven't been in it in such a long time.
We do it every year.
Wait, hold on. Explain it. I may know what it is, but I may just not know what it's called. Like I didn't know. Maybe I didn't know it was called that.
we do with Trofeo Berlusconi is a summer friendly that started first. It was in memory of Berlusconi's father. And it's a summer friendly that was always played against, like, it started against Real Madrid, then some other teams, but then for like almost a decade or more, it was always against Juventus. So every year, in fact, there was this thing. That was in Italy. They were like, okay, if Milan wins the Trofeo Berlusconi, it means that Juventus is going to win. And if Juventus wins the Trofeo Berlusconi, it means Juventus is going to win. And for a period, it was kind of like that. This is going from 96 to around 2000 and something.
So, okay, recently that hasn't happened, right? Because I don't remember recently that us playing those games.
I remember the Trofeo Berlusconi being played almost every year. I can't remember when it wasn't being played.
What about last year? What happened last year?
Yeah, it was played. I think they played it.
I don't know. That can't be because I watched every single summer preseason game last year. Who did they play last year?
Hold on, did they not play?
I doubt they played it. I would have seen it.
Well, in 2019, because 2020 obviously was.
Okay, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if I didn't really watch the preseason in 2019. So, but they're not doing it this year because I don't see that on the schedule anywhere.
And then there was this also this other tournament. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's Juventus is playing against Monza. Oh, of course, Monza is owned by Berlusconi. That's right.
Oh wow! So Juventus is doing it.
That's why I wasn't even thinking about Juventus. I was thinking about I was thinking, what the fuck is Monza playing against Juventus? But now Monza is owned by Berlusconi. All right, that's
yeah. Okay. So Lucas just talked about how since Milan isn't owned by Berlusconi, they won't participate.
That's it. Okay, now that makes some sense. All right.
Okay, that's cool. I was not informed about that tournament, that little cup. So
you guys don't remember about that? You don't remember it?
No, maybe. I mean, I feel like I have remembered some summer games against Juventus, so probably. Have they ever played that in America by any chance? Because I remember them having some summer games like of Milan in America. I remember that. I feel like that might have happened here.
I can't remember. I honestly cannot remember if Milan and Juventus played in the US. No. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, can you put you can't put any videos without getting copyrighted, right? Like on the thing.
Well, I can't put videos because my system sucks. But if Larry was here, I would say, yeah, fuck it. Who cares about the copyright? We're not making any money doing this. Who gives a shit if they copyright it?
I mean, I don't think there would be a big problem if it was just like a little parts of a video. You know what I mean? Like they can't really get.
Like every time we do it, they copyright it, but I honestly can't. Oh,
you actually get copyrighted when you do it?
Yes. It's not a strike, it's a copyright. It's different. I know someone earlier said that you get strike, but it's not a strike, it's a copyright.
Okay. So that's not that bad.
This isn't your channel, really. No, but I mean, again, like who cares about these videos make about $2, $3, you know. It's like if you get a copyright, who gives a fuck?
Listen, though, this is stream. We can definitely keep we got to get this more publicized because I'm sure there are a lot of hardcore Milan fans that would appreciate people having these long streams where we talk about basically every possible news, everything about the team there is. I'm sure like there should be like, we got to get more people to start watching because the only problem is language. But we're all speaking English, which is the most commonly spoken language, except Italy, where a lot of the fans are.
It's because of Lucas, man. Everybody's scared of Lucas.
Yeah,
Lucas bullies everybody.
Well, you got to remember, English is the world's second language. So even if you get a lot of fans from Italy to join, they're not going to be completely out of the loop. They'll understand more than me understanding them speaking all Italian.
Yeah, of course. English is definitely the best language to use. I'm just saying, but I'm trying to, for publicity, I feel like we could definitely, on social media, try to get more, use social media more.
We can also try and get subtitles.
Yeah.
Oh no, what's his name? YouTube already does that automatically.
Right. So I think if we do get people on there that can't speak, English, they just need to speak and let the subtitles take care of it.
Yeah. I think, if we keep also collaborations with other YouTube, like other like smaller YouTubers is good. Like, remember when we were about to play Manchester United and you guys had a live with that Manchester United fan?
Oh yeah.
Didn't he have his own channel also?
Yeah, he's a good guy, G.
Yeah, I feel like those are good because we can like get other types of viewers in our channel.
It's a real shame. It's a real shame that G is a Man U United fan because he's an excellent guy. He's got a lot of information. He's really good.
Yeah.
If we keep doing this though, I think depending on how blown up it can get, we could be the ones to speak more about like the Italian league because all these other pundits on like ESPN and stuff like that,
right?
All they ever speak about is the EPL. They barely
garbage.
speak about Spain or Germany. It's just all EPL.
Yeah, that's why IFTV is so successful because they do basically all the English media for the Serie A because the Serie A's English advertising is horrible. Like, I'm not saying we need to go to the extremes of IFTV, but just keep covering. Like, I don't think there's many other YouTube channels that are like as dedicated to just Milan and like that are live and they speak English. With like then they have live streams as long as we do. So plus we basically cover like everything there is to talk about. Like I'm seeing Lucas has some good ideas. He says before the Madrid or Valencia game, you should try and collab with some of those channels.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. That's probably gonna happen. I mean, look, we kind of knew what the numbers were before we went into the summer. And in the summer transfer market, I don't know, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to get more. But I think that when the season starts, the games, and we're talking about football, we're talking about the games, Champions League, shit is going to be popped.
Right. Also, I decided if you want, Roy, like this is kind of like a long shot, but IFTV, like, okay, they're like the biggest English YouTube channel right now for Serie A, but they're not like super huge. Like they don't have. I believe they're like their subscribers like in the 100,000s. I don't think they've hit a million.
I don't think so. They're more like 60 or 50,000.
Okay, right. So yeah, I didn't want to say that, but they don't have. I can check right now. They don't have too much. I can probably try to reach out with them on like social media. Like if we got a collab video with them. But I mean that's
I want Antonio. I want to get Antonio on this channel.
What do you mean? Oh, right.
Yeah, Antonio is
They have
Milan fan.
2,000 subscribers. We have like a couple thousand. I feel like we could, if we reach out to them, we could definitely do some sort of like virtual video or something with them. We talk about. Yeah, we do something. Yeah, we do something.
Does Ari live in Italy?
No,
in the
he's
US.
United States.
Who lives in Italy right now?
None
Nobody.
of us. Liard lives in
Dang.
England.
See, because I was gonna say, or maybe there might be a way to reach out to Milan in general, and just get like one or two players to come on and talk. Clearly we won't ask them about tactics and stuff like that, but
Yeah,
just
the
have,
only
like,
thing is
a
though,
fun
like
get
it's
together.
so hard. Like it would be so hard to number one have like just meet up with the person unless like you get lucky and you like their security, like
Right.
you meet them out like outside, and then also having them like do that is that would be like for a smaller channel is insane. But
That's why I
Yeah.
said to reach out to like Milan in general, since we don't have anyone that could be there face to face for a chance encounter. Just
maybe even like so John who used to come on the podcast.
Yeah.
So I see him in this other podcast with Sempre Milan. Like they're like the best like English news source. Like I literally like read their articles
Yeah.
every single day.
You remember?
Yeah.
Remember Rohit? He came on Friday.
Yeah.
Rohit writes for Sempre Milan.
Right. I did actually see an article about that. So yeah, why don't we like I feel like they would be chill, like since we're kind of connected with them, we know two people, we could definitely reach out to them and ask them if they like on some of their articles. Like they could definitely write a small article about us,
Oh, that's a good idea. I like that. Rohit always joins us. Will be joining us for the Milan Forum on Friday, where we talk serious about AC Milan.
Yeah, I actually am interested in writing, so I kind of want to ask him like the possibilities of like how to apply to write for them. That'd be cool.
Yeah, he's the one that had that conversation with you about fair play. Remember?
Yeah, he was. He seemed very, very knowledgeable, but also he kind of misunderstood what I was saying a couple times. But it's funny.
Now let's see what does it say here? Look at the most viewed videos on this channel. Most of them. Yeah, and also Ari is really behind everything, right? Like he just when Ari gets back, then also that's another big thing. Ari is a big personality, and he. I mean, the 90% of the people subscribe to this channel and subscribe to this channel because of Ari, right? Because of his reviews and all of that. Then after he wanted more people to join, so we did that. And
Yeah, I think that, like you said, though, when the big games, so keep on, we need to keep making creative thumbnails, and once Milan gets into like the Champions League this year, we'll definitely start naturally getting more viewers. By the way, everyone in the chat, like if you guys know other fans, if you guys tell them about the stream, that'd be really nice to get more viewers, because that's what I've been doing just to help out. But anyways, we'll naturally be getting more views if we have good thumbnails and Milan is in the Champions League. And definitely watch alongs for games are nice. Especially imagine like if we have a big game, because we're going to be against a good team in the group stage. If we put like some sort of thumbnail in the group stage, if people like look up streams on YouTube for like against like one of the bigger teams, even if they're not Milan fans, like we have some Man United fans in our chat. I'm sure other team fans who are interested maybe in Serie A but aren't like Milan fans will like can find our stream that way. You know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely.
So that could
Because
be a good idea.
it could be possible, to be this like the American spokespeople for Serie A, because there's not enough coverage in Italy.
Well, you have IFTV from this area.
Yeah, but just a way to expand a little bit more.
I'm all about that. Where I don't mind doing that. But this is a Milan channel. Anything would have to kind of go by the boss first. I would love to do that because I'm a connoisseur when it comes to the Serie A. Ask me about the Premier League, I know nothing. Ask me about the Bundesliga, I know nothing. Ask me about La Liga, I know nothing. Ligue 1, I know nothing. I just know they're better than the Serie A. That's all I do. But as far as the Serie A goes, I could talk for days.
Lucas, I understand this is a Milan channel, but Serie A in general needs more publicity. Like, that's how do you think England got to where they were? There's tons and tons of PR advertisements and streams and people talking.
Yeah, I think. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think for just a Milan, I don't want it to necessarily be a whole Serie A channel. Look at IFTV. They have 50,000 subscribers, and on social media, they're a big presence because a lot of their posts get used on a bunch of different news sources, and a lot of players will like their pictures and stuff. So they're a big presence on social media. But YouTube, they don't have that many subscribers, and they're very professional and they cover the whole Serie A. So it would be so challenging to make just a Milan channel become successful. But as long it doesn't have to be something mega, as long as if it grows a bit more, having more, if we can get 100 viewers a stream eventually, that'd be great.
Yeah.
So right now,
That's gonna happen.
Right now we get 50 to I'd say 20 to 50 viewers.
So I don't think we get to. No, not 50.
20 to 40. I feel like I've seen 40.
Yeah, like you guys said, we can definitely try and collab with each of the teams that we play against.
Yeah, especially so I think we're playing against. We have Madrid that's the biggest from. There's Nice, but I don't think there's many English Nice channels.
Why for a friendly? No, I wouldn't even waste time for it.
Oh, okay.
I'd do that for the Champions League.
Well, what if we talk? So Milan are we just completed a loan move. What if we talk with some Chelsea fans? Because we're interested in Ziyech. We signed Giroud. We signed Tomori. What if we talk with some Chelsea fans? And also, I'm looking up some Real Madrid fans right now because of Diaz and also the friendly. So,
well, while you're doing that, you guys know, have you guys been to the Rossoneri blog?
What is that?
No.
So the Rossoneri blog they will also they publish some of the same links that you can find when you just look up Milan news in general, but they also have a comment section for you to just write about and voice your opinions, like how we're doing. So in every one of these teams almost have something similar to that. So if I can find out Madrid's blog where the majority of fans go to talk, then you can easily put that information out saying we have a live podcast during the game. Come join us.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you just type in the rossoneriblog.com, and it pulls up various news. It doesn't have all the news, but it does have when we have signings and things like that. And that's where people just go in and start, talking about various things.
Yeah, that's tough. I can't.
I would embarrass all of them.
some people say a lot of crazy stuff, but it is what it is. But it is a good way to communicate as well. Because I don't know any other blog that has AC Milan news and people can speak about it.
Let me look up some Italian channels.
Hey guys, we're at 7:37. If we do one more hour and a half, we are actually going to do a stream longer than Inter played in the Champions League. So maybe we might be able to do that. Let's see.
Also, we do have an hour like before too, but I don't know if that counts. But
right.
For that video. Let me look. Yeah.
Let's see.
I know a lot of YouTubers, but they're all Italian, and they only speak Italian. So let me look.
Are we able to post different links and stuff?
From the main account.
Okay, so if I put it in our private chat.
Yeah.
Okay. I just put in the private chat so that way you guys can also see what I see, and then maybe someone can put it in the main chat.
Oh, cool. Is this just like a general like website or something for Milan fans?
Yeah, pretty much. And they have all the news and stuff when it comes to like transfers. They always have reviews, like game reviews after every game. They go over they do an overview of what they thought about the game. And you can see they have all the news. So like all the transfers that we've been talking about, they have them here as well.
Yeah, you know what? To be honest with you guys, I think if we just keep doing what we're doing, like, we should try to do, of course, like try all these ideas. But once Milan start doing better, I'm sure more fans will watch us.
Right.
Also, putting titles, like make thumbnails and titles are huge. We have good thumbnails, so.
And you know what? We're back in the Champions League. Everyone's eyes are going to be on AC Milan.
Exactly. Also, wait, Roy, who makes the thumbnails?
Ari, me, and Larry.
That's cool. I don't really know how much you guys do behind the scenes. That's pretty cool, also.
What's that?
I didn't know how much you guys did behind the scenes, so that's cool.
Yeah, we try to do a little bit of everything.
So, does Ari still work on the channel now, or is he just on vacation?
So Ari right now is working on another channel that is more like tech kind of thing.
Oh, cool. Do you know what it's called?
I can't remember off the top of my head. But he has, he's gonna be back when the games start. You know, he's gonna be doing that.
Yeah.
I guess he's not really into the whole long stream thing. He loves to watch alongs.
So, you guys are, of course, since this channel doesn't make money, a lot of money, you guys have, work, of course. So, do you try to schedule how do you schedule all the watch alongs with your own schedules?
If I personally will do a watch along if I can.
Yeah.
And if I can't, I can't. Same with everybody else.
So are you busy on the weekend because you have?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you work on the weekends too. That's tough.
Saturdays is impossible for me. Sundays is always good.
Yeah, that's weird.
Sundays.
A lot of people, Saturdays are a free day for most people. So.
Yeah, Saturdays is a pain, but whatever.
Yeah. So, is there any chat content we should cover?
Chat content.
Yeah, try to like talk about some players and stuff.
I don't know. I mean, we've spoken about it, all of them. I think you should just do streams and watch alongs for every game and just be consistent. And is there a way to have customized avatars? So, guys, listen. When we are like this, like me right here, we need to have customized avatars, or else. Let's see, how's that even done?
Yeah. I will have my camera on most of the time, unless, for some weird reason I have to talk to my family.
There is.
Lucas says that Milan versus Prosesto got 50K views on YouTube, so we should easily be able to get 1K.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the actual.
They also got views from the Milan app and Twitch probably. So yeah.
They got. Okay.
We should have we should definitely make some videos like goal reaction compilations, stuff like that. That'd be cool. I still I just want to say I still remember, Roy, your reaction when Diaz scored against Juventus. You had a good reaction for that one.
Right.
And of course Ari has like insane reactions, but
yeah, right. Ari has insane reactions too.
Yeah, I was watching that game, and then I went to the watch along. I was going back and forth, and I kept seeing everyone's reaction. It was so funny. That game was amazing.
That was the best game of the season, no doubt.
Oh yeah, because it was such a surprise. Because we were like kind of shaky. We lost to Lazio not too long before. Or no, never mind.
And I just want to.
Yeah.
I'm just going to pat myself on the back and prove. Okay, Lucas, you were asking me how the hell am I a football coach? Okay, Lucas, you were asking me that. All right, Lucas. I know you're not going to do it, but if you ever do want to do it and you have the time, I want you to go look at the stream I did before that Juventus game, and I laid out the tactics that Pioli should have executed in order to beat Juventus. I literally said that Pioli should have moved to a 3 in the back, sacrifice Calabria, put Teo Hernandez up, and attack in a certain way. That's exactly what Pioli did, because Pioli read the game just the way I read the game. That's why I'm a fucking football coach, my man. If you look at the stream I did just before that game, when I said exactly what Pioli should have done, and that's what Pioli actually did.
Roy, do you mind me asking you, do you still coach, or was that like, did you used to coach?
No, I've taken a break from coaching.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah,
coaching is too stressful. It's too stressful. Man, do you know what it means to fucking? Do you know what it fucking means, guys, to manage players for months and months and months, and it's. Yeah.
Oh wait, so Roy, you did academy, right?
Academy and adults.
Oh,
college.
Really? What type of adult league did you do?
Semi-pro and college.
Wow, that's cool.
But I'm taking a break from it. I'm probably not going to do it for a few years now.
Were you like the head coach of a college?
Yes.
Oh wow.
And that is why you like Hakan. Yes, Hakan is a great player. Yes.
Roy, come on.
What's up, guys?
Roy,
enjoy your test.
Roy, I'm pretty young, so I've never worked as a coach, but I've watched a lot of football in my life. My dad is Italian, born and raised, and He always talks to me about it, and we always talk about tactics. Hakan can be replaced. Trust me.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying he can't be replaced, but he's a very good player. He's a very good player.
He can be a good player, but the thing is, when is he a good player? Because I only remember him for the end of our coronavirus season when it resumed, and the beginning of this last season, and after that, for all the other years, he was horrible.
Yep, he was consistently inconsistent.
Yeah.
I don't think I think you guys are so wrong about this. I mean, I don't know what to say, guys. I mean, he was excellent, guys. He was an excellent player for the team. One of the reasons why we won so many games and played so nicely is because he was there, but not because of but not just because of what he did on the ball. Where I can admit, I don't need to admit it. It's just what it is. What he does with the ball, okay, is not that impressive. He's not a flashy player, but his overall game is very good. It's very good.
Right. I just remember listening while watching the games, and they rarely say good things about Hakan. It's always he's gone missing, he's not being positive enough. It's rarely positive feedback from him.
Yeah.
What? Say that again, David? Rarely positive feedback? What do you mean?
As in, like, it was never like anything positive to say about Hakan. It was always he's either being too soft, he's not being brave enough when going forward, he can't connect the midfield and defense. Like, I'm not gonna say every game because clearly he had good games, but the majority of the time at Milan, it's always been he's gone missing or he's lacking something.
Look, yes, okay, he's not the player that we as Milanisti are used to. Now, he did say that nobody wanted him except for Pioli, right? He said that.
Yeah.
So if Pioli thinks he's good, he's good.
Pioli also wants to keep Krunic, so I'm not going to put too much stock into that.
Yeah, I just remembered about that the Danish player Darami, who's also like a right winger sort of. And he would also be an interesting cheap option, but obviously not the player that we would trust. He's only 19, so I don't know if he's ready for being the starting right winger of the team. But that's another player. It's pretty interesting. I don't know. There's so many different players. We don't know.
I feel like after like one or two games, like let's say if we got Tete, after like one or two games, he will take that starting spot for right wing, just because he offers more, goal scoring threat and creativity.
Yeah, I'm just looking for some content. Usually, at this time in the morning. Well, okay, I'm in the East Coast right now. It's like almost 1 a.m, and usually at this time you start to see some news start rolling out about Milan from Europe because people are like waking up in Europe.
Yeah.
So I'm checking right now if there's anything. I've been scouting around other teams as well. Roma just confirmed, or like they're reached a done deal for Mattias Vigna, who is a left back from what team is he? What team won Copa Libertadores in South America this year? Is it Palmeiras?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where he plays. And Milan were actually looking at him, but we signed Torre, who is actually a good amount cheaper than him. So that's pretty interesting.
What you said? You should change to Discord. Why? Tell me about Discord.
Who said that?
Lucas.
What is that pin? What is that comment, Roy?
Oh, you haven't seen this comment?
No, he wasn't here yet.
This is comment of the month.
Is that you never said anything bad about Maldini?
What's that?
You never said anything bad about Maldini.
No, it was the stream. I can't remember which stream. It was the long stream, I think, the one that we did. I can't remember. I said that if they sell Pobega, then fuck all of those guys, including Maldini. That's what I said.
Oh no, I remember that. Why would you say that?
It's true though. I mean, look how good Pobega is doing.
Look, all right, let's think about this. So, let's analyze Maldini so far. How many real mistakes has he made? So you can talk about Paquetá because he was a success this year. I guess that's considered a mistake. Was Andre Silva his mistake?
Andre Silva
was us getting rid of him? Was he in the management when we got rid of him?
I think so. Like in the very beginning, I think so.
Yeah. Then I guess you could consider that his mistake as well, but we haven't really made much mistakes. I mean, we have a strict budget, so.
Andre Silva, you guys think that was a mistake, huh?
I do believe it was a mistake because even when he was playing, I saw that he had potential. He would be so good with us right now, just saying.
There was something about his character that didn't convince me, but I still think it was a mistake.
He didn't fit our system at the time.
No, and I think Milan wasn't patient enough with him.
Oh yeah, so he would be perfect for us because he's so good with his head, and also he has great control, and he can hold the ball up. So he would be really good with us right now, but it's whatever. Also, I did wanted to maybe this is a good topic to talk about. Did you guys see the videos on YouTube about the recently confirmed Milan players and their interviews?
Oh. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The unlocked players.
Yeah, but that's on Instagram. But I know what you mean. The ones where they talk about just the interviews one-on-one.
What are you talking about?
On YouTube, the player interviews.
I didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it.
I watch all of them. Basically, from what I picked up, the vibes of the players. Giroud, I actually really enjoyed his interview. He said he was very happy. He said that his family is Italian family, which I didn't know. His family is close. And he said he's really ambitious to play for Milan. He talked about he looked up to a bunch of Milan players when he was younger. He said he had really ambitious hopes of, winning the title, the Scudetto. I liked his interview a lot. Toure's interview was funny because he started off by saying that he was surprised when Milan called him, which of course
we're all surprised.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I know a lot of players, especially French players. I mean, he's Senegalese, French, both, whatever. But I had never heard of this player, so I had to research him when he was linked with us.
But I saw his highlights. Toure, I looked at his highlights. Physically, the guy looks good. He looks good. He looks. He's not gonna get bullied. Nobody's gonna bully this guy. He runs with the ball. Is decent. His technique is decent.
And also remember that this Saturday, so he's already training with the team, and this Saturday, he will, I'd say, 95% chance he'd play. There's no reason why he wouldn't play.
because
Good,
he's
we
healthy.
need to see these guys.
I know. And then this is going to be the last friendly before all of our other players come back. So it was July 26th. So the Monday is when Mr. Big Mike Magnon and Giroud and Rebic and all of these players from the Euros will come back. Their vacation is going to end because they had an extended vacation. So then our next friendly, I think after this is Madrid. Or no, wait, should be. I think Nice is actually the next one. Yeah, so Nice that's going to be more efficient. That's going to be a harder game because Nice are a better team. And Nice's coach is the Lille coach who just won the league with Lille. He moved over to Nice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nice have some talent. They're not. We should be able to beat them, of course, but they're well coached and they have some talent, so it'll be pretty tough. But we'll have our whole team, and then we still have to make some signings. So it's interesting to see what happens this week for the remainder of the week with signings. Like I said, Kaio Jorge looking close. So, but yeah, I'm excited. First game is like August 23rd for Serie A, I believe. So, and I wonder when the Champions League draw is. That you got to do a live react. We have to do a live
for
that.
Oh, that's going to be fun. Yeah.
I would love to be in that stream to talk about. I feel like me and I can just already imagine the different opinions that we would all have. Like some of us would be like, "Please, Valencia." Other people would be like, "Oh, I want to take on the best team." Just to. I remember some people after the Man United draw were happy, saying, "Let's take them out, and then we can go win the tournament." So.
If we did beat Manchester, we probably would have won.
I wasn't happy because I know that we would have beaten any other team, and we played good against them too. But did you guys see the injuries that we had? We were missing all of our forwards. It was a mess, and Teo didn't play any of the games either.
And they took our goal away with Kessie.
Yep, and that was a clean goal, and they robbed us. Thank you for reminding me. That was robbery.
See, and that's another instance of Milan getting shafted. Can you imagine if that was Juventus? They're giving them a goal.
Exactly. Also, Eastbourne. Yeah, I did see that. He was that young player was actually linked with Milan, I believe, for a little bit, but not too much. So. Yeah, that's a cool comment. I'm just looking at the Baio Torre interview right now. I don't know. I'm kind of bored, but.
Lucas says if we get Vlasic and Tete, then he wouldn't be afraid of any team. Yeah, I agree.
I think Giroud, his confidence is huge. Ibra's confidence is huge. And then if we have Kaio Jorge to learn on the bench, and then if we got if we got a starting right winger that can take people on, and we got a number 10, we'd have a basic on paper a perfect team. We have to see how they click together, but I mean, you can't really be scared. We saw we played against Bruno Fernandes, the great Bruno Fernandes, and he basically didn't do much except he got that good assist in the first game. But we did really well against them, and our midfield did extremely well. So
we destroyed them.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I felt so comfortable.
We made them look like fucking children.
They're so bad at holding possession. I feel like they press the whole game, but then they don't know what to do.
The only thing that happened there is that Solskjaer outsmarted Pioli.
No, the referee.
I mean, also Roy. At the same time, though, imagine the quality of players at Man United, and their money compared to Milan, that they can bring Pogba off the bench to play.
Right.
we had like look at our substitutions compared to them. We had to play Costi number 9. Ibra was recovering from an injury, and he. What's up?
There's the mistake right there. In January, we had the chance to improve our team, and we went with Mandzukic.
I know but Mandzukic, like that was, they thought that it could work out. They took a risk, you know.
But why? Why would you think that a player who's not played in a year?
I'm not gonna lie, with hindsight bias, of course, but at the time I thought it was a decent move. I knew that he used to be good. But at the time I thought it was a decent move. It was, of course, it's risky, but we didn't lose much money on him anyways. So it was just like this didn't really work out. Team.
Who's this?
Mandzukic.
Oh, Mandzukic. I was 50-50 on it. I knew it was a gamble.
I was pissed from the very beginning because I knew it wouldn't work.
Let's see. What did you?
Yeah, I can see why you would say that.
I mean, just as a striker by trade, not playing for even 2 weeks is going to affect your goal scoring ability. And then I can't even imagine not playing for 10 months.
Yep. Right? And if he can't do it in Qatar, how the fuck is he going to do it in Serie A?
So, wait, Nathan, what national team do you support for soccer?
Italy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, you might not have been here, but I had already said it was like the first stream I was on. I'm adopted, and my mom is German and Polish, and she doesn't care about sports. And my dad is Italian, and so I always grew up supporting the Italian national team.
Wow, I wasn't there for that. That's cool.
Yeah.
So you live in Texas, right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Lucas is a legend. Lucas is a legend. As not only is Lucas the most knowledgeable fan that the universe has ever created when it comes to AC Milan, but he's also a legend.
Lucas, where are you? Where it's 5 hours, or it's 5 a.m.
I think he said he's from Portugal, right? Guys.
Maybe so. I think I do remember saying that.
I can't believe his rumors about Mandzukic coming to play for an Indian club now after leaving Milan.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what I know. Berardi was in the Indian league. Him and Nesta, right? I think at a certain point.
Really?
Yeah. Him, Nesta, and someone else. I don't know. I think he did well. He won. Berardi won the league.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm just watching different highlights. I would want to check the news, but I know that if I do, it's going to like swipe me out of the live with my phone, so I'm just going to stay on.
Oh, Del Piero, also Del Piero.
Oh, wow.
Piero went to India? I didn't know he went to India. Guys, Lucas is on holiday in Ghana right now.
Wow, actually.
Oh, he's in the UK. That's why he always says, "Oh my days."
Wait,
People from the UK always say, "Oh my
who's
days."
in the UK?
He says he lives in the UK.
But is he Portuguese?
Well, that is what he said. Yeah.
That is what he said, right? That's cool.
Oh my days.
We gotta ask Lucas what it was like in the Euros or after the Euros.
Say what?
I wonder. We gotta ask him what it was like after the Euros.
Well,
Also-
judging from the videos, England was in shambles, trash everywhere.
That was disgusting.
Just everyone else was happy, but England was just.
I can't believe those fans, they're the ones.
Your connection is running out. I didn't hear what you said.
I said the English fans were talking
Both
about.
your connections are going.
Hello.
Say that again. Your connections are going in and out.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes. Guys, Lucas says, I was born there, born in Portugal, and my mom is from there, but my dad is African, but I'm black. English fans are disgusting, bro.
I know. That's what I was going to say. Also, so Lucas, what national team do you support? Just because I'm curious. But also, yeah, English fans were, yeah, they're disgusting. And these are the fans, and this is the country where they apparently own and dominate football today, is in the Premier League.
They're massive hypocrites.
Exactly. I love to see Gary Neville making excuses after the game.
That's all they do. Even after the game, you would think that they would be, talking about the winning team. They still talked about England and how they should have won and this and that. And it's like,
yeah, it's penalties. I saw so many videos saying that England, I saw this one video saying England, it was titled England didn't really lose.
I saw that too.
Yeah,
they have a petition going on to replay the final. So far, 150,000 people have signed it.
They're stupid. They have no clue what a professional foul is.
It really. If you guys saw the videos of them attacking fans, it was just crazy.
Hey guys, look. First I want to read his point here. It says, Nesta, Materassi, Del Piero, Roberto Carlos, Luis Garcia, Adrian Mutu, Anel Carrice, Maluda, were all playing in England one time. Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Went to bed, you guys were on live, woke up and you guys are still alive. Yes, sir. Paul, what's up, Paul? Lucas, I bantered Roy when Portugal beat the U21, beat Italy, the under-21, but because of Milan, I support Italy as a second team.
Yeah, Portugal, they have so much talent.
Portugal.
Also, I'm sure Lucas, everyone knows this player, but I've said it multiple times that Renato Sanchez would be a dream signing. He's such a great player.
Did you guys have you guys seen? It's in Italian, so I don't know if it has subtitles yet. But Rai Play has this documentary of Italy, starting from the first day Mancini started coaching, basically the whole 2 years, and then the tournament. They filmed everything and made a documentary of it. It is, if you speak Italian, it's on Rai Play and it's free. You just download the app Rai Play and you watch it. Say again?
Is that on YouTube by any chance?
The documentary? I didn't see it on it's like a 5-episode series.
So is it on TV then? On the Rai channel?
No, it's like a. So Right Play is like you know what Paramount is.
Okay, so one of those streaming services.
Yeah, it's a streaming service in Italian, obviously. Right Play. It has Italian movies and Italian shit. So basically, it has the whole. They documented everything. from day one till the last day of the Euros. And so it is already translated. It is already translated. Now I have a feeling. Yeah, go ahead.
So, wait, but do you have to pay for Rye Play, or how does that work?
No, I just downloaded the app. It was free.
Oh wow!
But so it documents everything from the games against Bosnia, against San Marino, the Nation League games, the Euro qualifiers, and then it goes into the tournaments, right? And it documents the whole tournament. So there's so much information. So one thing I want to say about it is, first of all, there are some scenes of Mancini doing his tactics. I don't think we should be watching that. I don't know about that. Anyway, there was an image of Berardi, Insigne, Immobile on the bicycles in the gym, and they were talking. They had just won against Austria, and they were talking about the game, whether it's going to be against Belgium or Portugal. So it's very interesting to see how they're thinking about these games and how they see the games, right? Because you know how the pundits are like, oh my God, Belgium ranked number one. Italy is going to get demolished. What are we going to do? You know, that's how they act. But the actual players, it's very interesting to see how the players thought about it. So they were talking. It's like a short, like 2 minutes they just showed. And they're talking, and they're saying, they're saying, okay, Belgium is predictable, you know. I don't think we have any problem against Belgium. It's going to be fine. They're more predictable. So they're like, they preferred to play against Belgium.
Roy,
and
to be honest with you,
Portugal instead has a lot.
Oh, I just wanted to say, to be honest with you, I agree that I actually wanted to play Belgium instead of Portugal as well.
Yeah. I know a lot of people in Italy. You prefer to play against Belgium. Yeah, and you saw Verratti. Verratti was so relaxed about it. Yeah, Belgium is predictable, you know. I'd rather play against Belgium. And while Portugal instead has all these technical players, they don't like to face with technical players. Very interesting, guys. I really want you guys should definitely watch that documentary if it is in Italian, if it is translated, because it gives you a really great insight in the world of national team football, especially at those levels.
Yeah, that's cool.
It is translated in Arabic.
I'm sure if they have Arabic, they have English. Anyways, Lucas is talking trash, saying that Portugal would have smacked Italy, but you know.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a second. There have many fan channels that Fabrizio Romano has appeared in. He's also appeared on some. Oh yeah, Fabrizio Romano asked for $250 just to fucking say shit that he writes already for free on his website.
Yeah, there's no if you charge people, there's no point.
Roy, would you ask more questions? Right, Roy, would you have more questions about Juventus than Milan if Fabrizio Romano will come to the city? I would only ask questions about Juventus because Juventus is my favorite team. I know, right? Portugal would have smacked Italy.
Roy, why would you say that on a live, bro? You're gonna get clipped, and we're gonna make a montage. You know that, right? We're gonna make a montage of you saying like the funniest stuff.
Why Juventus? The Juventus thing. I can only say once. Okay, that'll be once for the whole year. Portugal would have smacked Italy in the U21 and in the Euros. Well, Portugal did smack Italy in the U21. But in the Euros, no, I don't think so.
I mean,
that Portuguese team is not. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, Italy played well in that U21 game. They were playing with 10 men at the end of the game, so I remember watching that. Like, they fought back pretty well. Lucas. I mean, okay, so Lucas defends Lucas defends Leao a lot. And I was watching that game, and Leao was pretty awful. He got subbed in at close to in this late in the game, and he didn't really. He was too lazy to chase the ball at the end, and he looked pretty bad to me. But
Yep. That was horrible for that Portugal team.
Did you see that game, Nathan, the U21 game?
I watched a few games, but Leao was indeed horrible.
But did you see the Italy one? I didn't see the Italy one.
No, I didn't see the Italy one.
I saw it. Pogba got played. He did pretty well. He was fighting a lot in the midfield. They actually, there was a forward. I don't know if he's a pure striker, but there was this forward player. I'm sure Lucas would know his name, but he from Portugal, and he scored either one or two. I think 2 goals, and he plays for Monza, and I was very impressed with him. Yeah.
Fabrizio Romano will buy Milan one day at the rate he's scoring right now. Now he has his own YouTube channel and Twitch channel, breaking records, plus going to streams for 250 with different channels. And you're paying him to say shit he said in the other channel.
Guys, I'm telling you right now, Fabrizio Romano, there's no point. Once he gets, everything he knows, like Roy said, everything he knows about Milan, he posts. And when I talk about transfers, I'm not saying that I'm as good as him or whatever. But when I talk about transfers, I read from a bunch of different sources, and I just tell you guys everything that I know. So there's not really, and as soon as he posts something, I literally alert. I DM on Instagram. I DM Roy. I DM the Rossonati channel, and so I try to hit you guys up as fast as I can. There's not really a point on having him on just for publicity. If I don't even know if he would shout us out if that happened. So, it's just a waste.
Paul says we don't need Fabrizio. We got Antonio. That's right.
Listen,
the guru of the transfer market.
We got the best fans, bro, with all the support. You already know.
Lucas says Jota. Is that what you're talking?
I don't know, but I feel like maybe it was Malta, something maybe with an M or something, but it does sound familiar. Or maybe it was, but he played for Monza. Or maybe it was Jota.
Yeah, I don't know. I do know this.
Yeah. I'll look.
Oh, Malta. Yeah, that's what it said. That's what it said. Malta. Hey guys, I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I'm going to look up that game right now and just check it out. Watch the highlights real quick. Yeah, that wasn't a fun game to watch. It was kind of upsetting for Italy at the end, but very entertaining game for sure. Okay, I am watching it right now. Yeah, it's Malta. That's who. Yep, that's who it is. He plays for Monza. Dalot got to play in both the Euros, U21, and the real Euros. So, Italy's goalkeeper that game was very bad. I remember he did not look that good.
Isn't that who wasn't Plazzari the youth goalie for a while?
Yeah, he was, but that wasn't him. And now he's going to be our third goalkeeper, I believe. So,
I hope he works out because he was receiving high praise when him and Donnarumma were about to break through.
Yeah. We need to find, okay, we got Donnarumma, and I know people are like Roy always said, he's like the Messi of goalkeepers. But it's with scouting. Oh, by the way, what a goal! Look at the goal that Malta scored. If that is, I think that is Malta who scored the first goal, right? I believe it was. For Portugal in this game.
Hey, I'll be back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. He scored a bicycle kick. Yeah.
I think I saw
Yep,
that.
it was Malta. Yeah, he scored a bicycle kick off the volley. Yeah, this game was crazy. I'm watching the highlights. Italy played really well to like when they came back and they were the better team. But then at the end the red card kind of screwed them over, if I remember correctly. But Portugal and Spain are always tough matchups for Italy because they're really good. They control the ball very well. That's what Italy does. So ideally, I mean, I guess in the past, okay, I shouldn't say have always been because in the past Italy are like they played more defensive, but right now, like for the way Italy plays, Portugal and Spain are very tough teams to beat because of the way they possess the ball.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying that when people are saying that, England was just going to be so dominant against Italy and this and that, and it's like England hasn't come up against a single team that can possess the ball like Italy can.
Yeah, exactly. Also, by the way, I'm watching this in this game. Scamacca played, and I thought he was pretty awful from what I saw.
Lucas said Pobega scored.
Yeah, he did. Pobega scored. Like it was like I think it was off a corner kick. They didn't really guard him too well. But yeah. So since I know that you said you watched a good amount of Lille, like I did, and like this past season. So what do you think about? What are your thoughts on Renato Sanchez? Because he's fantastic for me.
Well, I wanted him a few years ago when he was linked with Milan.
Yeah, he was linked with us when Bayern wanted to get rid of him.
Yeah, he's really good. If we were able to get him as a cam, damn.
Well, I think I would see him more as a holding midfielder, to be honest.
Yeah, but that could be due to the system. I always pictured him as an attacking midfielder just due to his dribbling and his offensive abilities, but it seems like he's pretty adaptable.
Oh, yeah, he can play anywhere. He runs around, wins the ball. He was so good against us in the first game.
Oh my God, we got killed. And
that was so sad. I remember that all of a sudden we were undefeated for so long, and then we just ran. I was like, okay, we got this. And Lille just like, okay. But to be fair, though, the first goal was not a penalty. They gave them a penalty kick. It was not a penalty.
Yeah, but we couldn't cope with their speed.
Yeah, I mean, we're also probably tired. We had Romagnoli and Kjaer. And so the first goal was a stupid penalty that wasn't really like a penalty, in my opinion. The second goal was a goalkeeping mistake by Donnarumma because he let the ball bounce up and he didn't make a clean save. And then it was like 2-0 already, so the third goal was actually a great goal. But they just split us open because we whatever. We were trying to score, so
right.
But the game was messed up.
It's just one of those things where we couldn't control anything. Like they were just head and shoulders better than us in like every department.
Yeah, and whenever we did get a chance, we had like a couple chances in the second half. Freaking like one went to Leao and Leao just like missed, and the other one went to Rebic and Mannion saved it. And when I saw that game, actually, I realized that I was like, oh, their goalkeeper seems pretty good, and I'd never seen him play before. So
yeah, I knew Lille was going to be difficult because of how fast they were, and then once I saw like their movement and everything, I was like, shit, man.
Yeah, they definitely seem dangerous. Yeah, Ikone, I like him a lot. Like back before we were linked with these other players on the right wing, I was really interested in him. The only thing though, now that I'm looking at these other players, it seems like they're better at scoring goals than him. He doesn't score as much as these other players. He doesn't have his shot doesn't look as dangerous, basically.
Yeah, like if I had to pick, I would definitely get Doku. Like if money wasn't a problem, I'd get Doku, and then Tete. It'd be a toss up between Tete and Ikone after that.
You know what would be like a great signing for us that not long term at all, but this signing would be if we can pay his wages, it'd be a great signing. Gareth Bale.
I don't like Bale at all.
He did really well in the Euros, like in a good amount of the games. When he was his team wasn't that good. But if you watch him for Tottenham this year, he had some great games. He's super fast. He can shoot. He scores. He shoots with basically both of his feet, and he may not be able to do bicycle kicks that much anymore. But if you watch him, he did really well in the Europa League and when he played. So
yeah, I think if anything, it would just be his attitude and mentality.
Oh yeah, he's definitely weird about that,
but he would definitely improve our left side.
You mean right side? He plays more right wing.
Yeah, just the few games I saw of him recently, including when he was at Madrid, he's able to pretty much play anywhere. Yeah, I guess we would stick him on the right because our left is pretty good.
Yeah.
That way he can cut in and shoot his left, but he can play both sides.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, he would be great, but obviously not long term at all.
So we mentioned the Canada striker. Yeah, he is very good as well.
Oh, Jonathan David?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I kind of wish we signed Tim Weah because of his dad.
Yep. I think so too.
Because he looks good. Like when he plays, he always looks like he wants to score.
Yeah, like that's one of the things that we should focus on when we're getting players is can these players Lucas, let me just answer Lucas real quick. I'll put it in the chat. Oh shit, if I can spell it.
What did he ask? I can't see.
What app or what I use to watch my games? And it's an online. You gotta watch it online, and there are pop-ups, but just to alleviate any fears of viruses, I've been using this website for like 8 years, and I have not received.
What's the website called?
VIPboxTV.se, and you can watch any sport there is, and that includes pay-per-view matches for like boxing and WWE and things like that.
So you don't have like ESPN or anything like that.
Like, put it on the private chat, and I will post.
Okay. Yeah, this is where I go to watch, and you can watch on your laptop, iPad, or your phone.
That's crazy. I just watch my games. I have ESPN for.
So you can bet on American, college, and professional football, basketball, baseball, hockey, real football, aka soccer for Americans, tennis, golf, rugby, darts, MMA, UFC, WWE, boxing, Formula One, MotoGP, NASCAR, cycling, horse racing, handball, volleyball, cricket, tennis, snooker, and badminton. There's a few other ones, but I can't pronounce the name.
Can you post it on the private chat?
Yeah.
How do you save this? I'm copying this for sure.
Yeah, I've been using this site for like 8 years, and you got to clear out pop-ups and shit like that because it is an online site. But you can like usually the first 2 channels are like HD channels, and then if you go to other links, they'll be in other languages.
I don't like these channels, man. I just pay for my shit.
Yeah, but I can watch things that like let's say you pay for a pay-per-view for boxing. You pay $200 for that pay-per-view, and that main event ends in 1 minute.
Yeah, you're right. For pay-per-views, that's smart. But I have ESPN, but I heard somewhere that I think starting this season that Serie A is going to Paramount Plus. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah. That is apparently true, yeah.
But I already have that anyways because I watched the Champions League this year, so I think Paramount is going to be on Champions League is going to be on the Paramount Plus anyways, so that's like two birds with one stone.
So I don't watch boxing. I don't care. So whatever. When Conor McGregor is fighting, I don't give a shit. So I don't need to do it. But I guess here in the U.S., we're lucky that nobody gives a shit about the Serie A, because in order for me to watch Serie A, all I need to pay is $5 a month, and I get every single game. Like in Italy, it costs $60 a month to do that. So it's
with
pretty
what,
crazy.
ESPN?
Yeah, ESPN Plus.
Yeah, that's what I have also.
And then the Champions League on Paramount is also $5 a month. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all you pay.
Yeah, Paramount's good. Plus you have access to like all the shows and stuff.
Now for the Euros, I had to get, because I didn't want to do the sites here, these kind of sites. I wanted to watch them. I paid $70 for Hulu just for 1 month, so I could watch the Euros.
But I have cable, so I just watched the on cable.
I wouldn't. But as soon as the Euros were over, I unsubscribed because I'm not gonna fucking pay $70 a month for Hulu. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, see this website, it really came in handy when it was like a lottery if AC Milan was being shown on any like streaming service, and especially in college, it was impossible to watch Milan on TV. So I had to look around to see what I could find. I've been using this app for the longest.
This is StreamYard, Lucas. So now the one thing I would use this for would be to maybe watch the youth Champions League games, because I want to watch those games. I want to see how Milan does. I want to see how the youngsters perform.
That's actually a good idea. I don't know where they even show that. So I just want to say, what gets me mad is like, okay, now that there's like Twitch, YouTube, like how Milan, I like what Milan is doing because they show like all the friendlies on like these channels. But when there's like these smaller tournaments and it's hard, like why can't would it kill UEFA to just go and like post the videos on or like live stream them on Twitch for free or something? Like if they're just so that at least people who want to watch it can watch it. Like I don't know. I hope they do it.
UEFA used to have that.
Oh, Lucas just said that is what they do. I hope he's sure about that, 'cause that'd be great.
Oh, nice. I would like to do watch-alongs for that too, actually. They showed Liverpool versus Napoli on their channel for free.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see. And also the under-21s. I'd probably use the site to watch the under-21s.
Yeah, I'm interested in that as well.
Yeah, when I was still in the army, I had like 4 different screens going on between like my TV, my laptop, my phone, and my iPad, just full of games, and just watching them all like simultaneously.
But you have to subscribe to this, Nathan?
No, no,
Man.
it's free.
I have like a sort of website. It's not like it's just for soccer. I'm not. No, I don't think. I think it has other big games too, but it is. It sounds similar to yours. Like it'll show all the games, like a bunch of games that are live, like at the moment, and then you kind of like have to mess around to find like one of the streams that works. But they always have a bunch of like pop ups.
So like, I just clicked on the soccer option right now, and they're showing games from Japan, China, Finland, Denmark. I don't know where this is.
Denmark. Wait,
Yeah.
is Copenhagen playing?
Brazil.
Can you see if Copenhagen
What?
is playing?
Hold on, guys. One second. Lucas,
Canada.
when to stream? I can stream when I can stream. What do you mean when to stream? What to stream?
I think he wants to like give you advice or something for like
what? Guys, we have the Rossonari TV Instagram account. I don't use my Twitter account. You can find me on Instagram at this.
Wait, Nathan, can you check and see if they're showing like what teams are playing in Denmark?
You have Sanderford versus Hogsund, Sarpsborg 08 versus Jondalen, Stabæk versus Lillestorm, and Strømsgods versus Odd.
Those names sound like fucking Viking warriors.
Yeah, I have not heard about those teams. So if it was Copenhagen, I want to see if Darami is playing because we're scouting him, but yeah, guys, it's 1:30 where I'm at. I'm tired.
Hey, we have to go 27 more minutes. No. Sorry, 21 more minutes, guys, and then we have done the longest stream and Inter played in the Champions League, and then we can finally close. We're almost there, so we might as well get there.
What 6 times 90, right? So estimated.
Lucas, yeah, but don't expect me to answer every message because I'm very bad at that.
You guys want to okay, why don't we just to have a discussion about something. If you guys could have or sign one player to the team, one current player right now, who would be your dream signing? Let's say
Chiesa.
The budget wasn't a problem.
Chiesa.
Holland.
Holland is a great answer.
I would sign Chiesa and Donnarumma.
Roy, stop. Honestly, Holland I would probably like the smart answer is Holland, but
What are you saying? Chiesa's not a smart answer?
No, Chiesa's a good answer, but Holland's like a number 9 for like the
Holland,
next like whatever, how many years.
Holland is
Roy, he's a beast.
Yeah. Holland has speed, technique. He can score with both feet. He's proven it on the big stage. That's literally everything we're asking from a number 9.
Yeah.
And he has that Zlatan cocky mentality too.
Yeah, it's a goal scorer for sure. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Kiss is a good answer, of course.
Guys, Kiz is going to be the next guy to win all the Ballon d'Ors.
Yeah.
Honestly, if he keeps up,
Wait, hold on.
I think so.
This is not. Say again.
I think you're right. If he continues to keep his head down and he plays with that same mentality, or of course if Juventus don't fall through, he will definitely be up there. Because we've just been talking about Haaland and Mbappe, and there really hasn't been like a number 3. But I think Che is a good candidate to stick his name in there.
Nathan, listen, man. When I saw this player like a few years back at Fiorentina.
Oh yeah, me too.
Saw it right. You can see it right away. You just see it in his eyes. You see it in the eyes.
You can see right away. And man, it's a shame Fiorentina is such a difficult team to deal with, and including with their new owners.
Yeah.
You know what gets me? You know what? I get really pissed off with Fiorentina because they always their fans and they don't like Juventus for some reason. They have a bad relationship. Like their fans don't like each other, and then their owners just always hand over their players to Juventus.
Yeah.
Roy's a rock star. He looks lame on the YouTube lives, but his Instagram pics and vids make him look like a batscaster.
I know. I also saw that.
That is some funny shit.
Roy is a rock star.
That is funny. No, guys, on YouTube, I'm a Milan fan, okay? YouTube, it's Milan. Then other shit is other shit.
Roy, you gotta... Okay, if Milan wins the Champions League, you gotta do, just perform a little something, okay?
I'll perform the Milan...
No.
Yeah, you got to do the boat.
Pull
thing,
that guitar. Get those
routine.
guitars.
I can't dance, man.
Imagine Roy was like a belly dancer or something.
Well, look, I don't think it's impossible for us to win the Champions League this year.
Okay, but promise you're going to play a little something.
Yeah, I'll play something.
All right, let's go.
What do you guys think about the idea of after games, if we have a game a gameplay footage?
Sorry, Nathan, say that again.
What if we after each game we have a gameplay overview? To where we look at the game and see where Milan can improve, and see what.
Yeah, we always do that,
guys.
No, so where you guys rewatch the game?
Oh, rewatch the game?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think you can post whole games without getting copyrighted, but maybe you can do a tactical analysis through different moments in the game. I don't know. But guys, I'm rewatching some Balotore highlights. This guy, I'm just noticing just how fast he is. I know he's fast, but this guy's he's easily faster. He's easily faster. He's faster than Calhanoglu.
He's the left back, right?
Yeah, he looks like he's faster than maybe even Tomori. I don't know. I don't know if he's faster than Teo because Teo's insanely fast. But this guy, he's got when he dribbles, he kicks the ball forward and he gets there instantly. He just runs right through people.
So what do you think if we move Teo to left wing and put the kid at left back?
Who, Kekes?
No, Balotore.
Well,
what if you start Balotore left?
It's a possibility. It's a possibility. If he's good at defending, I think that can be an option that can be used.
The thing is, everyone always says put Teo at left wing, but the thing is with that is Teo's runs from the back are so helpful. I like him better as a left back, personally. and he gains ground from the back and then just pushes the ball up the field.
Yeah, but he would still be starting from the back when we're defending.
Well, not really. I mean, not super far back. He'd be like in the midfield. I feel like if he's a left winger.
Yeah, but our wingers come back on defense.
I mean, yeah, it depends. I don't know. I prefer him as a left. I feel like we need some attacking players in the team. You know what I mean?
I think it can be done. We'll see.
I would prefer someone who's more like Teo's. Of course, Teo scores goals. He's a great scoring left back. But somebody who's like, more of like the natural like Teo can dribble. Of course he can. But it's like, someone who can dribble in tight areas, someone who can like take on people and like shoot around defenders and stuff. And Teo's more of like Teo runs straight, like he can dribble while he's like moving very fast. But he's not somebody who has like very like close control is amazing. I would want someone with more skill. Like Rebic has great skill and he's great. He's a good shot, but it has to be like when he's playing well. That's the thing.
I have someone for you, Alan St. Max.
Oh my God! Yeah, obviously he's amazing, but he's one of my favorite players.
We were linked with him too.
Oh yeah, I remember that when he played for Nice.
And why didn't that happen?
Because freaking Milan,
right? Freaking Milan. That's literally what it is. Freaking Milan is literally what it is.
Man, I'm telling you guys. Sometimes Milan makes they make a lot of mistakes.
The biggest.
We're gonna share some training session stuff.
Oh, cool. Wait, you're gonna share training stuff? You said.
Just pictures.
Okay, nice. Yeah, no, like, I don't know. Of course, the biggest mistake was Yong Hong Lee or whatever.
That was Berlusconi.
Yeah, I can't believe if Berlusconi somehow still had the team, as much as he's like strange. Like if he would just keep investing money. Like, would he have enough money to keep up with like the investments that are made today?
Oh, dude, this is fun. Listen to this. Nah, I don't believe it. When I was listening to this guy on YouTube, I thought he was just a lame dad, but somehow his Instagram makes him look like The Undertaker. It's fun. Sorry, what were you saying?
I was also surprised by that, to be honest, when I saw your Instagram. But do you do like a transformation after the stream?
No, man. That's the stage. There's the stage life. Then there's the YouTube Milan fan life. Then there's other different kinds of lives.
But what are you like? So is your natural person? But I feel like this has to be like your natural personality, right? You're just like talking to like us, like casual people.
Yeah.
So like, you must. This is how you are normally.
Yeah.
That's like you gotta. Then you go into some weird, like you do some weird shit when you're like, when you're.
Oh, guys. No. Oh well, of course. I mean, so basically, that's from one of the many. Well, not many. I do different jobs. So one of them is I'm a maturing musician.
Wow.
I play guitar. So that Instagram is mostly catered towards that.
Yeah, that's cool.
But I'm kind of like I do many things.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Like I said, I told you I'm getting into guitar right now, so that's fun.
Nice. What are you doing? What are you playing?
So I have both an acoustic and an electric, and I've just been starting to learn I'm working on some Green Day songs, just learning how to play some songs, getting used to different chords. Yeah, I want to start experimenting with some cool solo stuff, but I have to learn how to really do that. So
Nice. Yeah, it just takes time. Takes time and dedication.
Yeah, I got into it like a year ago, so.
I just put in the private chat just a little fun thing of what our team could have looked like.
Oh, cool.
Private chat. Okay, let me copy this.
Yeah, you really like Broby. I noticed.
Man, I'm telling you, he's gonna be the next big thing.
Yeah, Broby's. I mean, he's good. The thing is, though, Leipzig have so many players. I don't like. They signed. Also, I was gonna make this point earlier, but they signed Simakan and other players. But anyways, there's so many teams. I feel like that are just like. They're kind of. I doubt that it's their own scout. I know Leipzig have good scouts, but so many teams like Arsenal. Whenever Milan is linked with a player, they just come in and like steal the player.
You know, I said that on that Rosaneri blog. I said that Milan are the scouts for the rest of the world, and I got thumbed down hard. But it's true.
Did you see Albert Sambi?
I don't like the.
Oh, what were you saying?
Lokongo? No, I heard of that name. What about it?
So Albert Sambi Lokonga is a midfielder who played for Anderlecht, and Arsenal just confirmed that they signed him. And he's Salamaker's friend. And so before that, I didn't hear any news about him. And then ever since then, Milan had a little bit of links with him. And then Arsenal just came in and, you know.
Well, that's what Leipzig's doing to us. Have you seen Leipzig's team?
Yeah, exactly. Simakan.
Yeah.
All those players.
They were all heavily linked with Milan. Not like one or two articles. Like these guys are heavily linked with Milan.
Yeah.
Leipzig is the team that has spent the most money so far in Europe. What have they spent money on?
They bought Andre Silva. Oh, that's interesting. Simakan, I think they bought him in the summer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Some more players. I feel bad. Like Simakan's probably a great player, but like he got injured in January, and we got Tomodi, so that's great.
Yeah, they got Olmo as well. That team is stacked.
But they've had him before, I think. Yeah, they have a great team. They've been in the Champions League for a while. They did just lose Upamecano and Konate though.
Yeah, but I think they got to replace Simakan, but I think they'll be okay.
Guys, we're gonna be playing some juggernauts in the Champions League. Even like a team that's not at like super big, like that's like Leipzig is still gonna be very challenging.
I think Leipzig might win the Bundesliga this year.
Yeah. I don't know. Dortmund's not gonna win because Dortmund always sell their best players.
Their defense is horrible.
Yeah,
I mean,
they lost Sancho.
Straight garbage.
I mean, I don't know. Is Bayern gonna lose? Like that's the question.
Bayern Munich were in horrible shape for a long time last year, and then of course Bayern do what Bayern does, and they just start steamrolling. But Leipzig should have comfortably have won that title. And the Bayern have that one thing that Leipzig probably won't ever have, and that's the fear factor.
Yeah. Eastbourne and Lucas are hitting up the chat. So
Eastbourne is saying Brian Gill, the Spanish talent, will join Tottenham. I would take him at Milan. He's a good winger. You guys know him?
Yeah, I believe I read about that today. That there's like a swap deal with Sevilla. I think that's what he's talking about. I haven't really seen this guy play at all, but I've heard good things. You know what gets me frustrated is whenever I go on these like news sources, like the general news posts, like Fabrizio's account and other places, they always make like specific individual posts for like Premier League teams, but Milan is always just like a side swipe, like like except for the Donnarumma situation. Also, he's from Milano. So, like, I don't know if he supports any, like, Milan or Inter, but... you know.
Okay, listen, this Fabrizio Romano guy, like, I don't know why people give him so much credit. Like, he's not saying anything but other guys are not saying. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you guys think?
Like, just before we move on, like,
yeah, go ahead.
It does take like a lot of vigilance, and he updates a mass amount of people. But whenever he posts stuff from like on his thing, it's always from other sources. So that's basically what I do. Like, I'm not like I'm a young person, so I'm not going around and I'm not calling every single club, and I'm not like asking for information from people. But he's not really doing that. He's just looking at other journalists and he's just posting what they say. So he's not really like he's down like, investigating teams. That's all he's doing. But yeah.
Do you guys think teams in our group will fear us or underestimate us? That's a very good question. I like that question.
Don't underestimate us. I don't think they'll fear us, but
so the big teams will definitely not fear us. The small teams will fear us. We'll be the fourth pot, but if we get a lucky draw and there's like some teams with less of a name, they're gonna fear us to an extent. But of course, every team is gonna be like good, so they're all gonna be like ready to fight, of course. But
yeah,
Milan, we have to see what teams we really get drawn up against. I really like. I mean, if we get, I'm telling you guys right now, teams to avoid. Definitely PSG, Man City, and Chelsea are always good to avoid.
Why do you want to avoid?
Why do I want to avoid them? Because I don't want to get eliminated from the group.
But we'll beat those teams.
Okay, Roy, relax. We need to build momentum first, so let's make sure we pass the group stage.
No, but we play.
You guys to be safe. Like, okay, guys, PSG. I know they always choke in the Champions League. Like, I'm seeing the comments. Of course, I know they're beatable, but they pretty much always make it out of the group stage. Like, they make it pretty far every single year. So they're basically going to be a confirmed spot if they're in our group, I would say. And plus they got all these new signings, and I don't know how good they'll be, but they have insane talent. Plus, I don't want to play Donnarumma right away. So, and then, I want to avoid them. Chelsea and Man City are Champions League finalists, and they're both really good. And then Bayern Munich, and other than that, I'm fine with playing anybody else.
This is the best year for Italian teams to play the Champions League, because look, let's just be honest here, okay? I know some of you guys won't agree with me, but let's be honest. Nobody is afraid of Italian teams, okay? Nobody's afraid of Italian teams. Actually, people want to play against Italian teams because Italian teams, for some reason, are easy to beat in Europe. But one thing I know that I saw that happened in 2000 and after Italy won the World Cup in 2006 and 2007, the Italian players and the Italian teams and everybody, they kind of got very energized by that. And the league that year, the league in 2007 was crazy good. The goals that they were scoring in 2007. If you guys look at best goals Serie A 2007, you got fucking circus kind of goals. It literally looks like that.
Roy, who won the league that year?
I don't Inter won it.
Oh wow.
And but so I think that this year after the Euro, the win of the Euro, that's going to energize the Italian teams a lot. So they're going to kick some serious ass, I think. And as far as Milan goes, honestly, I don't think anybody will be afraid of us. I think people will be like, yeah, once a giant, once was a giant. You know, there'll be a lot of romanticizing, but nobody's going to be afraid of us.
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, though, like, when we got drawn up against Man United, like, people were saying, a lot of their fans did respect us, like, which I enjoyed. I thought that was good. But then, yeah, so there's that. But then there's always those fans that are just like, and of course the team and the players themselves are going to think that they're,
Right.
We're not that good. Also, yeah, Eastbourne just said DiMarzio is the main feeder, so that is true. I also follow DiMarzio as well, Eastbourne. Guys, it is 9:00 and it's like almost 2 a.m. Where I'm at. So, I mean, it's
Okay.
9 hours in. I mean, and it's almost 2 a.m. here. So,
Just one more thing. This
Yeah.
is exactly what's going to happen, all right? This is what's going to happen. Milan is going to kick everybody's ass in the Champions League. And then next summer transfer market year is going to be a nightmare. It's going to be a nightmare.
why?
Because everybody's going to be after our players. Everybody.
But what if? Don't you think we'd be motivated to keep our players if we have a great run in the Champions League?
If we can keep our players, yeah, if we can keep our players. But when you have teams like Real Madrid saying, "I'll pay 150 million for Kessie," this guy will say, it's going to be like that. It's going to be like that.
And that's why
but to be honest,
we need to sell to a big owner who can get rid of this wage cap, because that wage cap is what's going to scare off every player once they reach world class status. Let's be real, Donnarumma is definitely worth 10 to 12 million, but Milan can't do that. Kessie's definitely worth 6 million, but you already know the next time his contract comes around, we're going to have to give him at least 8 to 9 million. And are we going to still have that wage cap? So it's like I understand we need a new stadium and this and that, but man, this wage cap it's a big problem. It's a big problem in my eyes. I understand the importance because, we need to lower our wages. I understand that. But we're going to do this at the expense of losing our best players.
Yeah. I don't know.
It's 6 a.m. It's 6 a.m. here. I deserve a trophy. Eastbourne says it's 11:27 a.m. here. I deserve a Del Piero shirt.
Like I said, guys, I was commenting this just because I was trolling yesterday, but Roy, that shirt is a Chinese knockoff, man. I'm sorry, I gotta tell you that.
That shirt is worth millions of dollars, bro.
Not millions. Come on, though. So you're a millionaire.
That shirt came from Del Piero's
look at
dresser.
Javier, man. What?
What about Javier?
I feel so bad for the guy.
So they were saying Theo Hernandez gained weight, huh?
It doesn't look like it.
It
looks fine to me.
I mean, if he looked okay in the first friendly. He didn't score, but he was active and stuff. I saw him make a couple sprints, he won the ball fairly easily.
2 a.m. in Trinidad.
What? How is it 2 a.m. in Trinidad? It's 2 a.m.
That's awesome.
Here.
I bet in Trinidad right now, if you go out, it's so nice and chill. The sky is beautiful, the air is beautiful, the ocean breeze.
I didn't know Trinidad had the same time as the East Coast. How is that possible?
Maybe he meant PM.
No, it's PM.
But you know what? All of you fans who are outside of the United States, hey, tell your friends. Tell your friends to join. Word of mouth is one of the best ways to promote things.
Sure.
Guys,
question. Besides Kessie and Ibra, who is the best Milan player in your opinion?
Calabria.
Really?
Yeah.
Easily Calabria.
Better than Teo?
Easily Calabria.
100%.
So you guys already have this confirmed. Why is he better than Teo? I know they're both. I like them both.
Because he shut down everything. His mistakes were very minimal. He was consistent every game.
Yes.
Calabria was by far it's Kessie and Calabria by far.
Wow.
Yeah. I agree with you, Nathan. 100%. 100%. Calabria is a player that can win a World Cup. Theo Hernandez, I don't know, maybe.
All right, Roy. The quality that Teo has, though, is insane.
But we just talked about knowing how to suffer. When Teo Hernandez suffers, we get scored.
Thank you.
On that side.
Thank you.
When Calabria suffers,
Nathan.
he shuts down shop by himself.
This is the thing, Nathan, and I'm glad you see it. Very glad. And but remember, the most important thing in football is not how many times you can juggle a ball, not how many double steps you can do. The number one most important thing in football is how good are you at suffering.
Hold on, Roy. There's an interesting comment. I gotta go to sleep soon, but there's an interesting comment.
Yeah, we're gonna close up.
That says, "Are you from Zimbabwe?"
Zimbabwe? No, I'm not from Zimbabwe.
No, he's asking if you have to support Zimbabwe and Italy, whom will you support?
What?
You're originally from Zimbabwe.
I think you mean Kenya, not Zimbabwe.
Oh, you're from Kenya, Roy?
I was born in Kenya, born and raised in Kenya. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's crazy.
I would 100% support Italy, man. Are you crazy?
Wait, Roy, how did you come to the U.S. then?
Oh, I've been living in the U.S. for more than 20 years now.
So, but like, you went to school, like, did you graduate your school in Kenya? Like,
yeah, from Kenya.
That's crazy. So you were old enough to like remember a lot. Like that's cool.
What do you mean, remember what?
Like, you just remember, like, a lot of people, I don't know, if you were just born there, but you, like, actually were, like, raised, so, you know.
Yeah, I speak Swahili, too.
Really?
That's cool.
Yep. But, no, listen, when it comes to sports, guys, for me, Italy is everything, okay? So,
Lucas's comment, Roy is a weird man. Roy is interesting.
No, listen, Merad, Calabria has a different head, has a different brain, and he has a different heart. Yeah, Theo is technical, he's a clutch player, but Calabria is another level. It's hard to explain.
Okay, Calabria's quality isn't. I don't think it's better than Theo, but Calabria has like this like gear that he goes into.
How do
he
you
just defends and he knows how to? He just fights so hard for the team. Guys, before I sign off, I just want to say a funny story. I was actually in the summer. I was driving earlier on in the summer. I was driving around the East Coast, and I passed by Washington D.C. because which is not that far from where I live. I mean, it's like a 3-hour car ride from where I live, 2 to 3 hours. And I look on Ari's Instagram, and he's like in Washington D.C. I don't know where Ari lives, but I see him. He's in all of his videos. He always moves around to like all these different cities. Like, I've seen him in New York and stuff, but he was in D.C. And I was like, I really wanted to find him, but I had to keep moving. So I never got to see him, but I was close to meeting him in real life.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Do you know what state Ari's from?
I think he was in Illinois last time I heard.
Oh, wow.
I think.
I gotta talk to him one day.
So, hey guys, Lucas asked, how was it living in Kenya? Did you ever go spear hunting? No, I never went spear hunting, Lucas.
Yo, Roy, are there some crazy animals there?
Well, yeah, you have the savannah, so you have all the animals of the savannah.
You got lions there?
You got lions, cheetahs, leopards, and all these other cats that are like more like mountain cats. And you have elephants, rhinos, giraffes.
So how close have you been to a lion before?
I've been close to lions. I've been close to land.
What the
I've been
hell,
pretty
bro?
close to
This is
it.
insane.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if you live there, it's not that insane, to be honest with you. It's kind of normal. But did boys ever mistake you for a real? No, they didn't. But no, yeah, I wasn't scared of. No, I'm not scared of any animals. I almost got my hand bit off by a crocodile once. That's the closest encounter I got with an animal.
Yeah, Roy, how did you?
Once I got chased by a hippo.
Oh my gosh, those things
That's
are
crazy.
Roy, how did you like get into Milan? Like were you in Kenya when you got into it, or like?
Hold on 1 second, Antonio. I gotta answer this. Roy Logic, Gabbia over Chiara, Calabria. No, Roy Logic, Gabbia over Chiara. No, not true. Chiara is better than Gabbia. Calabria over Fair, yes, very true. Colombo over Zlatan, no, not true. Pobega over Benacer, maybe. Blizzari over Magnani, maybe. Random Italian player over world-class foreign player, yes, probably.
Why did Roy just say Blizzari over Magnan? Maybe are you serious?
Guys, Blizzari is a super talent.
Why? Because he's Italian. Is that why?
No, Blizzari he was rumored to be just as good as Donnarumma before Donnarumma was assigned.
Well, it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, because Donnarumma got there first, but Blizzari and Donnarumma were considered to be equal.
Okay. Yeah. Listen, Roy.
Oh, Antonio, you were saying something. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go. But what did you? How did you get into Milan? Like, were you in Kenya when you got into it, or?
All right, this is how I got into Milan. All right, when I was a kid, and actually I want to hear all of your stories. How all of you got into Milan. When I was a kid, I was a really young kid. It was the final of the Champions League against Benfica. And we had a gathering in the house, right? Because it was all Italians watching the game. You know, everybody supported Milan. Even if you're Juventus fans, even if you're Inter fans, that's the tradition. Usually, everybody always supports the team.
So that explains why you love Juventus.
But anyway, so I just remember being super excited. I just remember I was just kind of like, I was a kid and I was just feeding off all the excitement, and it was Milan, and then I remember Gullit. I remember the white shirt, and I remember his hair, and I just remember the excitement. And then from then on, I was always interested in Milan. That's how I became a Milanista. Yeah.
Have you been to Italy, Roy?
Yeah, I've been to Italy many times.
Nice. Seen a game?
No, I've never seen Milan play, man. I've never seen it.
I've seen one Milan game there.
You seen it?
So, but it wasn't like a super important game, but it was still good. I'll hear Nathan.
Yeah,
you wanna go?
yeah, maybe.
You want to share how you got into with Milan?
Yeah, Nathan, how did you become Milanista?
It was when I was at my dad's house, and we watched like the games on the weekends and stuff. And I remember watching some EPL teams, and it was exciting, blah blah blah. But then a Milan game came on after that. And
what year was this?
Damn, how old was I? Maybe 90, maybe 97. Because I was 8 in 97, and that's when I really started understanding like the different tactics and styles of play. And
97 was George Well.
And so when I watched, I was blown away. Like I was like, wow, man, like these guys, they pass, they're fast, like you can see the difference in the skill level. And then from then on, like it was just, every time I went to my dad's house, I said, put on AC Milan. I didn't understand the concept of, you gotta wait for AC Milan to play. I just said, put on AC Milan. So.
Yeah.
And so, and then what?
And since then, it's just been all Italy and all Milan.
That's awesome.
It's pretty bad too, especially when it comes to like Inter. Like it's to the point to where I won't even eat off of a blue plate.
Oh, Roy. By the way, on this page, on this Wikipedia page, this is just a random fact, but that guy, that French player who was on the team, Ibrahim Ba, he's actually a Milan scout right now. I follow him on Instagram.
I cannot believe you boomers are proud of saying which year you would start to watch it. I have celebrated every single Champions League, bro. Every single one.
That's not true, Roy. There was Milan won in the 60s, didn't they?
No. Okay, fine. The last 5 years.
Okay, yeah.
Last 5 years. Look at that team that they had in '97, guys. Crazy ass team. Rossi, Maldini, Albertini, Costa Curta, Tesai, Patrick Kluivert, Savicevic.
Wow.
Ibrahim Ba is a scout. You had George Weah, Andre Cruz, Christian Ziege. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't remember these players.
Gianpiero Maya. Guys, who's the best German player that played for Milan?
You said who?
Who's the best German player that
Milan had? It's easy. Birov. Easy. Birov.
Oh, okay. All right. I can share how I started watching.
Yeah, tell us.
It's pretty simple. So when I was like I said, both of my parents were born and raised in Italy, not from Milano, but my dad. Wait, what? De Zerbi? What is that?
Oh no, De Zerbi played for Milan. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. Anyways, so both my parents are born and raised there. I was born in the States, and my mom is actually a Juventus fan. She doesn't really watch soccer too much, but
okay.
She's from close to Torino. My dad is not. He's not from Milano, but he's from somewhere that doesn't really have like a really good soccer team. So basically, he chose Milan from a young age, and he's been crazy about it. And ever since I was little, I was born in early 2000s. So ever since I was little, I was born around the Champions League final in 2003. And so, we were in a couple Champions League finals and when I was growing up. And so I just remember, basically my dad just brainwashed me to become a Milan fan since I was born. But I just remember when I was younger, those memories. And then the first, I don't really remember too much. Like I've seen all the highlights now, but the first real, moment that I remember, the first real trophy was the Scudetto in 2011. That I really, really remember, but I was alive for since the 2003 Champions League. So that all happened while I was growing up.
Nice. So you felt that excitement too.
Yeah. So, always been a Milan fan.
That's awesome.
Yeah. All right. So guys, this stream was insane. Are you going to do more streams this week or?
Well, we're definitely doing the Milan Forum on Friday. Then we'll see if we're doing other streams during the week. We'll see.
Yeah, that forum sounds fun. I'm probably gonna end up joining and then friendly on Saturday. So I gotta get to bed. I gotta wake up early tomorrow.
I think Rohit will join us too.
Yep, that sounds cool.
And then we might do I mean, maybe Larry, you guys. I don't know. We'll see.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Antonio, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for all the information. The guru of the Milan transfer market. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Good night, man.
Yeah, I'll be tapping out too. I got to be up at 8.
All right. Hey, Nathan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us, Nathan. I really love your contribution, dude. I really love it. Thank you.
I'm glad I found the channel, and I'm glad I was able to get on whenever you guys are streaming, because usually it's kind of like out of the blue sometimes for me. And so it's like, oh shit, well, let me get on and voice my opinion. So yeah, it's definitely fun. I enjoy being able to come on.
Absolutely, and I always have for anybody, that wants to join and just say their piece, this is free. Right. No problem. So real fast here, Roy, did you support Milan or Juventus during the Champions League final? I obviously supported Juventus, Isbor. Obviously. All right. Okay. Yes, I think that's good. That's good. We've done 9 hours and 22 minutes. I think that is definitely more than Inter was able to play in the Champions League. So we beat Inter, Nathan. We beat Inter.
Forza Milan for sure for that.
But you were here from the beginning. You got in here from the beginning, right?
For this stream?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been here the whole time.
That's awesome. Yes, dude. Guys, legendary. That's awesome. All right. Okay, I think we can close, guys. 9 hours and 23 minutes. Also, Lucas, guys, has been with us this whole time. And Isborn, thank you. And everybody else that has been following us today. Thank you, everybody. That was really fun. It's always great when we can talk about Milan. We will do more lives coming up this week. We will do, let's see, guys. And obviously what I'm really looking forward to is that Saturday game. Because I know while I work, I'm going to be able to watch it. So we'll definitely do a live Sunday for sure about the game, if not Saturday. So thank you, Nathan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roy.
Thank you, chat. Everybody in the chat. See you during the week. Forza Milan. Arrivederci. Ciao.
Forza Milan.